Hello, hi, how are we doing? Hello. Alright, we are live, we are here. My kitty next to me as usual. Alright, let me quickly catch up to chat. Hi, Dinosaur, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Samax, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Shadow Clips, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, you guys. Yeah, we've got a few things to look at. Maybe some shoujo related stuff too. I'm trying to catch up to a lot of stuff, so yeah, we'll see. It's been an odd Saturday. The weather it's gray and dark and ugh. Is that STR LRTN's OCI here? Yes, this is LRTN. Yeah, I'm using Dokkan music on my starting stuff now. Works well. I'm trying to use the less dark themes and evil for the evil characters, but still. Okay. They want to ID lock They want to ID lock Wikipedia. I mean, I've seen a few things, especially I think Discord was ID locked. The UK emo weather. Yeah, exactly, Joe. That's exactly what it is. I'm doing well. How are you, Doug? I'm doing fantastic. Fatger, I think I will be very inactive for a while. You mean father? Deers called me fat. Why will you be inactive for a while? Would you like to elaborate what's going on, buddy? You okay? Are you alright? But yeah. Apparently, also, like, NSFW stuff for me on Twitter's gone. I can't look at it. It's actually funny. There's no Gooner material anymore on Twitter for me. It's weird. Everything that's remotely NSFW is just gone. From tomorrow, okay. Twitter got hit too, but you can just change country and settings there. It's interesting, though. Pumpkin getting him in the basement. Nah, I think something else is up. I can't change country. Well, time to change country, I guess. Real quick. While we're at it. Let's see. I've officially moved to a different country. Anyways, interesting. I got some extra load of epicness. Are mad at Sumex. You are mad at Poke. Why would Sumex be mad at me? I changed country to Japan on Twitter settings, and I am fine there. I just did that too. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. This weird law is ass. It's an average UK move. Also, how can the UK decide something and it affects me as a EU citizen? You motherfuckers left the EU, yet you still have them in the death grip. I will be inactive because I have more studies. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh wait, more studies? Are you going to college or university or whatever? What kind of school are you going? Weekends are off, so I've been chilling. Played table tennis, went to the gym, studied a bit. What else did I do? Okay. Also, did you get... Yes, I did. I still don't have it. I still don't have it. Shadow, I still don't have it. I still don't have Keep the Sun Black. It's so ass. I at least got LF Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Wow, that is still so ass, dude. I still don't have it. I need 29 more polls. I need 29 more polls, chat. It is so ass. It is so terrible. I'm still not getting it. It is so terrible. Remember, preparing for college. Ooh, nice. Good Saturday. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. No one understands. Well, it makes sense, right? I got another immersive Eevee. Okay, I just have one, but that's good. I got Shiny Galate, though. that's cool. Also, fun fact, the T app got nuked. Apparently, it got, you know, the weird dating advice app for women. Got nuked, it got hacked. Well, not hacked. Basically, the servers were public, and the people of 4chan just went in there and got everything. Focus pull game is... That is not true. I got the strongest character in Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle, LR Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. I am happy. I got my homie. It's not hard, you just need management. Yeah, makes sense. No one understands. To be fair, college isn't hard, it's just as. T-app, great. Yeah, apparently everything's public now. It's got real now. You'll be busy. Keep apologizing then, for real. Anyways, I think we should just start, right? I think we yapped enough. I think we should get into the stuff. We should get into the stuff. Not really dating advice. It was just doxing shit, talking to bat-mouth men. Yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. I sent Frog on there and she uninstalled it in an hour because it was gross. The women on there were gross. Straight up, it's crazy that an app like this exists. Anyways, I think we'll just jump over. I'm a male. You go, girl. Anyways, we'll jump over here. We've got something to look at. Since I don't like spreading false information. Sus. Among Us? Anyways. Since I don't like spreading false information, we're going to take a look at this one first. Clickbait is dead. Autopsy. YouTube views are worse than we thought by Gothic Therapy. Essentially, if you haven't received the notice yet, if you haven't received the memo yet, basically, YouTube nuked its platform. Basically, views only count when they're engaged, and apparently some things are wrong, some things are right, some things are even worse. So that's what we're gonna look at. That's what we're gonna look at. Are we watching Trio today? We can't. YouTube deleted Pyrex's YouTube channel. We can't. Would like to request the video off this video. Yeah, you can. It's Pyrex's channel got nuked. It's gone. I can't watch the video, which is why I also won't upload the videos until I know that his channel is back. They deleted his channel. His channel got hacked, and then deleted. We watched the video on this already, though. This is an update. This is a new version. This is an update. This is an update on this. This is a new version. There is new information. So we're going to take a look at this. This is new information. Oh shit, yep. His channel got hacked, and yeah, it's gone. As of now. Anyways, let's jump into this. Let's see. Well, my does. If you can provide me a video as usual, that would be easy, then. I still have a bug video, though.
YouTube's counting views with a new set of rules.
Casual clicks vanish. Only engagement fuels.
The autopsy's here. There's room to debate.
We own our data. We won't hesitate.
Let's see what Gothic Therapy has new information on. I wonder how bad it is or how bad it got. If it's apparently worse, that's not good. Well, again, I noticed this because I saw my saw the job. I saw the job. I saw it. I saw when my numbers went down. I noticed that immediately.
We released a video that we thought explained why a lot of creators are noticing a major drop in their views.
Well, first off, I think it's the most important thing to say is we got some pushback, including from some people. I believe one of them was a 2 million subscriber channel. So let's explain what the theory was. Our theory was that the reason people are noticing view drops across the board, which is not something specific, people were saying, oh, it's just because you guys make slop content and nobody wants it.
Okay, here we have essentially a little thingy here. Okay, maybe I should move out a little and read out what we have. How are your videos judged now? View starts played. Wait, that's a bit dumb. A view counts the moment playback begins, even if they leave immediately. Okay. Here you go, father. Okay, I'll take it. Well, I'll take it. What the heck? That's a good one, dear. That's a good one. That's interesting. Okay, okay. Watched past X seconds. Viewer sticks around long enough to register. Okay. Engaged view. Interact watches to threshold. Only these drive recommendations and monetization. Algorithm filters here. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Another one. I'll add that as well to my list. My powerful list of videos. Very good, very nice. Okay, so that's how it is. Then, before March 2025, that was when the Shorts update dropped. That was what happened. Views that played long enough were what was counted. Okay. Going forward, views will count the number of times your short starts to play or replay, with no minimum watch time required. That was what they said. So that was only for the shorts. They didn't tell you that for anything else. We'll keep the existing shorts view metric, which will now be called engaged views, so you can see how many viewers chose to continue watching. Okay. Now, I have to move out here. I will read it out first. After March 2025, views do not equal engaged views. This is a regular view, but watch time plus like is an engaged view, basically. Only engaged views count for monetization, algorithm, and visibility. That is worse! That is worse! That is so much worse! Holy fuck. You know what that means? You could passively watch a video, not interact with it, and I, basically, and everyone else gets no money. If that's what that means. That's even worse than... Whew! That is straight up worse! Wow. Views when a video starts or replays with no minimum watch time requirement, right? According to YouTube. Engaged views when a viewer continues watching past an unspecific certain watch time. Okay. So far, so good. Why? What the hell? Why make this complicated? Just let it be. It's good enough right now. Then they don't have to give away money. It's all about money. Wow, this is actually worse. This is so much worse.
Okay, but that doesn't explain what's going on here, because it was something that everybody noticed, and we discovered through data that we believe what ended up happening was that YouTube no longer counts regular views. You now need to have watched past a certain amount of time and interacted with the video, or what was called an engaged view. However, I want to clarify.
Again, this was Shadow Drop. Nobody knew of this. Hello, what topic y'all talk right now? Hi, Zach. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. YouTube changed how views work, basically, is what we're looking at. Oh my goodness. This is so much worse. If that's actually true, they're essentially... Do you still have the Spider video, father? Yes, I do. This is so much worse. That basically means that they're essentially stealing from you if you're a content creator. These fuckers are stealing from you. Because, for example, a lot of people just watch passively, right? They see the ad, but nobody engages. So, that means essentially they are getting the money from the advertisers and you get nothing. What?
We were wrong. Yeah, we're not going to sugarcoat it. We were wrong about what engaged views and regular views were. However, we are not wrong.
Oh, wait. Or could it be engaged views? If this says only engaged views count for monetization, algorithm, and visibility, when the viewer continues watching past a specific certain watch time. So does that mean that you don't have to like? I don't know. Is liking already engaged and subscribing? And then you can leave, or is it because sometimes I get sometimes I get likes, right? And I wait a little bit and then they're just vanished, gone. Start with YouTube's new policy again. Yep.
About the results, and we will get to that, and I'll explain it all. When there was an update that came out not that long ago, before around March of 2025, how things worked were views and engaged views on videos were the same, meaning that they were very similar. We believed that, they're only now the same thing, and that was where we went wrong, was that because it seemed based on the data that we were correct, and if the data was correct, we would have been correct. But we weren't. What ended up happening is people were saying, and you're seeing these two numbers that are the same is because views and engaged views are the same.
It is true to an extent, and it is not true to an extent.
YouTube creators put out a video explaining this difference between shorts, and there's a couple quotes that you can see.
Going forward, views will count the number of times your short starts to play or replay with no minimum watch time requirement. We'll keep the existing shorts view metric, which will now be called engaged views, so you can see how many viewers choose to continue watching.
So what does this mean? It means that, yes, views and engaged views were the same thing. So we were wrong. They were always the same thing. However, the reason we're noticing is they're not anymore. When it comes to shorts, they are now two separate metrics. What does it mean?
Okay. So basically, they were the same thing before. Okay, that's what they got wrong. But they're not anymore for shorts. So how does this affect regular videos? Huh.
Well, honey, do you want to read views and engaged views right next to that?
Views. When a video starts or replays with no minimum watch time requirement, according to YouTube, versus engaged views, when a viewer continues watching past an unspecified certain watch time.
The metrics have been separated. We were saying they were the same. So what gives? What are we saying now? Well, now views and engaged views are no longer the same thing. However, our theory is this. We were technically right when we said regular views and engaged views are the same thing, except they are now all engaged views, meaning that engaged views has overwritten the regular view count. Now, we can't say this for certain because we don't have that data. We had a lot of data showing, hey, views and engaged views are the same.
Okay. It's basically now everything. Okay. Let me rehear that.
Say this for certain because we don't have that views the same thing, except they are now all engaged views, meaning that engaged views has overwritten the regular view count. Now, we can't say this for certain because...
Okay, engaged views has overwritten everything. So now, that still means passive viewing still doesn't count. YouTube used to have less ads, but now I'm so mad with these ads each 10 to 20 minutes, even when someone live on YouTube. I mean, to an extent, unlike Twitch, you at least have control over it, right? Like as a VTuber, I have control over how many ads are playing. Usually I just let YouTube do it. That's fine. And that works. For streams, I only have them on when you come in. And then once every hour or so. That's fine. Except for reaction streams where I just have them when you come in. They basically did it so they don't have to give more money. That's the vibe I'm getting from this. Basically, because my numbers have crashed, so it makes sense.
Because we don't have that data. We had a lot of data showing, hey, views and engaged views are the same thing, and etc., etc. And we were wrong with that. It seemed right based on the data, but we were wrong. However, the conclusion is still engagement is key now to your videos gaining any traction. But wait, ask, well, if the data was wrong, then how can you prove this?
I would say that maybe the fact that literally everyone except for a few people in our comments were agreeing with us, and also channels that have nothing to do with pop culture were also noticing a dip in their view counts, significant dips in their view counts, and also said, hey, this might actually said on our video, hey, this might actually explain why my views have been down lately.
True. I had from like January to March, April, I had like 90k views a month, almost 100. And then, like towards the end of March, it took a nosedive. I'm getting up again, but it took a huge nosedive. Have you seen the new Mega Evolution Pokemon? Yes, I have seen Mega Dragonite. I think the wings are a bit wrong, and I think maybe they should have increased the size of his normal wings. Not gonna lie, it looks a bit odd. How long ago was this implemented? In March this year. That's when my views went to 5k all of a sudden from 1k. Yeah. Basically.
Everybody has noticed it. Things start to go down. You tend to reflect and go, hey, did I do something wrong? Am I out of touch? The answer is no, you're not out of touch. What's ending up happening is point blank, whether engaged views or regular views are the same thing or not, because to be fair, we're saying that they're separate now, and that is true for shorts. We don't know if that's the case for regular videos. What we do know...
Okay, it's true for shorts, so not regular videos. Shorts. That explains the dip, yeah. It does explain.
Is that based on all the things that we are seeing and based on all the people in the comments who were telling us that they were noticing the same thing, we can come to a pretty definitive claim based on consensus in regards to this. So our data may have been flawed, but the consensus and the result is still true. Basically, what's ending up happening now, let's explain how the videos are judged now.
Views. Start played. A view counts the moment playback begins, even if they leave immediately. Watched past X seconds. Viewer sticks around long enough to register. Engaged view. Interacts/watches to threshold. Only these drive recommendations and monetization. Algorithm filters here.
We are correct. Engagement is the only thing that's driving videos now. If somebody clicks and doesn't engage with your video, it doesn't count. Now, people might say, well, wait a minute, that how are you getting your video has a certain amount of likes, a certain amount of, comments, but it's got more views. How does that work? Well, it's not just engagement. It is also watching past a certain amount of time, which we did mention.
Oh, okay. That explains. Okay, that explains a bit. Sure, yeah, that explains it. Okay, so liking is not a requirement, but watching also. Now the question is, though, what is the threshold? What is the minimum threshold? Does it depend on the video? Is it like a proportionate to like the length of the video? Like what does that how does that work? How does this work? Interesting.
In the video, but we could have clarified better, and that's what we're doing here.
What we're doing here is we are following up our initial findings. And yes, we did make some mistakes. We will own that we made mistakes. We could have done more research. We could have looked into the data better, and we could have phrased things better. But you know what? We're not afraid to own up to those mistakes.
The conclusion still holds. We're going to say that if you watch a video, if you click on a video and you watch it, and you don't watch it for the amount of time that you need to, and you don't like or comment or whatever, that doesn't count anymore. There's been a drop in views across the board for all kinds of creators.
Now, what is it? Again, the question is, how much must it be proportionate to the video? Like, if a video is like 10 minutes long, you have to watch 4 minutes of it, or how does this work? This actually creates more questions now. So it also depends on how long you watch that video. Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's what it depends on.
Not just people who cover pop culture, it's hitting everyone. YouTube has changed things and is not telling anybody. That is a thing also. And the majority of people are noticing that engagement now holds more sway over what you're doing now. Long story short, there is something wrong with YouTube. engagement is king. If you do not engage with the video, and that means like it, comment, subscribe, or watch past a certain amount of time, then your view no longer counts. If that is the case, you will not see.
Okay. Okay, that means here's our objective. If you don't watch a certain time, your view doesn't count. If you don't like, if you don't sub, if you don't... I would probably assume that shares do count as well as engaged. Yeah. This is confusing me. My 3 brain cells cannot process this anymore. Yeah, it is. Algorithms are interesting. I don't even hate the system particularly. I just hate that they didn't tell you this. Like, they didn't tell you this when the update dropped in March. They didn't tell you this. They literally just told you for the shorts and that's it. They didn't tell you anything else and how it works and stuff. They didn't elaborate on anything.
The same viewership because some people just passively watch videos. And for all we know, you could watch most of the video and stop before the end, and that may not count. We don't know. The thing that we should be asking is, hey, if all these creators are noticing this, when is it time for YouTube to give us what we want? Answers.
I would say yesterday, but we all know YouTube isn't going to because it's YouTube.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of this video. What we now know, what has been corrected, what is the most important aspect, but it's not liking, subbing, sharing, disliking, whatever, right? Only. It's also watch time. So essentially, we are technically still in the dark because we don't know the amount of watch time that is needed for a video to count. Like, I can end here now at 7 minutes 23, and the threshold would be 7 minutes 30, right? And you would not know, and that video would not be counted. And they have not elaborated, like not they, but not the creators of this video, but YouTube has not elaborated what the threshold is. Like, what is the max amount of time you do need? Like, if you have a 20-second short, is it 10 seconds? If you have a 2-minute short, is it still 10 seconds? Like, what is the percentage that you need to watch that this counts? Well, we don't know. We'll probably receive more updates. They're probably going to look into more stuff. I would assume. But yeah. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Because now you kind of need to. Croc betrayed me. Terrible. Terrible. Why they don't say anything, dude, that's stupid. Because they do this. I would assume they did this, so they have to give you less money. Hi, Cynthia. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Reacting to weird stuff, I see. We just reacted to how YouTube viewers got worse. It's not even weird. It's just the new reality, engage or die. Well, only thing creator can do is ask viewers to like the video and all. Yep, that's the only thing you can do now. That is the only thing that can help. Literally. At this point, I might just subscribe to Gothic Therapy. Kidding. Anyways. Next up, I want to watch. Let's see. I think this one sounded interesting. I still have loading issues with Brave.
Those who cannot...
Again. This one seemed interesting. We're now a little more on the philosophical side, chat. We are more on the philosophical side. Friendship is Not Gay, actually, by Geeky Stoics. Sounds interesting. Sounds interesting. So that's what we're gonna look at. I can trust no one. Will Rebozo. I think it's wrong, but all companies change and let the employees know little as possible and only what they must tell. Yeah, but it sucks. It sucks. That's ass. That is ass. Anyways, we'll jump into it. My view is very simple. Shoujo, Nux do nothing, win. Basically, my view on this is very simple. Just because two characters interact for like a millisecond with each other doesn't mean they're gay or anything weird or anything else. It's just odd, and especially male friendships. Male friendships in fiction are weird. You know why? Because when two males interact, then they must be gay. Especially when they interact in a very, what's the word? When they have a very deep friendship. I see many people, ship Frodo and Sam. By the way, Sam has children. So, yeah, this is weird. Well, we'll jump in. Also, Frog and Toad is this chapter called. Interesting.
Those who cannot conceive of friendship as a substantive love, but only as a disguise of eros, betray the fact that they have never had a friend. Fellas, is friendship...
Ha! Gay?
Chad, is brotherhood gay? We've been there. We've done that. The bros are the hoes. We've been there. We've been there. We've done that, Chad. Okay, that Reddit one I sent, you may ignore that. I'm now realizing it might be boring for others. Could be.
With June now behind us, some call it Pride, there was another fresh round of national conversation about LGBT representation in popular media, and I came across this nightmare. Frog and Toad, remember them? These books by Arnold Lobel, who was gay by the way, were among my favorites as a kid. My memories with these books aren't...
Never knew of that, never heard of that. I was reading big fantasy novels as a child. Don't know how I got into that. Also, is that behind me? Is that Palpatine? Is that Darth Sidious? The Force.
Visceral, but they're more like fingerprints.
Do it.
I still feel the warmth of these stories, and it has a lot to do with the sincerity and simplicity of that friendship on those pages. But like so many other popular stories and friendships, people like to twist their meaning, and I'll tell you why they do this. Friends are fellow travelers. We recognize ourselves in them, and when friendships are healthy, we reveal ourselves and aren't punished for it. That's a very simple fact of most male and...
I'm also gonna say an incredible hot take for these weird ships. When they see two males interact that are friends and immediately project sexual tension onto them, I'm gonna say this. This is a woman thing. I'm sorry. Men usually don't do that. This is a woman thing.
In female relationships, there will always be some higher degree of scrutiny over the pairing, and in many cases, the friend zone or the failure of a romance to come about is taken as rejection or punishment. Men, like women, need space for relationships free of this factor, where none of this is taken into account. Friendship is about affection, but you hear it all the time. Sam and Frodo from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings is a perfect example. They must be gay. These two men couldn't possibly travel Middle-earth together, sacrificing life and limb, comfort and safety for anything other than sexual attraction. And my God, the eye contact when they speak to one another and cry in their shared suffering. The word toxic gets quite abused, but it's actually so toxic to suggest this. And it comes from the very people who complain the loudest about straight men's emotionally withholding nature. Men should cry more. Why can't they share their feelings? But if they do, gay.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Exactly. When we do, gay. Or it will be weaponized. Pick your poison. Pick your poison. It's more compassionate than the bro code, then yeah, I consider it gay. Yeah, but Frodo and Sam are not gay. And they're pretty, they have a quite deep friendship.
Wait a second. This is gay. This is really gay. Yeah, this is even gayer than all the men getting in a big pile and having sex with each other.
Also, the thing is, like, I believe that if you look through everything with a sexual lens, you're a weirdo. Like, you're an actual weirdo. Like, for real, a real weirdo. Not everything, not every interaction has to have sexual tension, whether IRL or in fiction.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Everyone back in the pile.
Back in the pile, everyone! We're going back to the pile.
C.S. Lewis, a warm friend of J.R.R. Tolkien for a time, wrote about this in explicit terms in his book, The Four Loves: Affection, Friendship, Eros, and Charity, which lays out a vision of masculine friendship in Chapter 2. In it, he starts off, "It has actually become necessary in our time to rebut the theory that every firm, serious friendship is really homosexual." It applies perfectly to Frog and Toad and also to Sam and Frodo when Lewis quips, "It cannot be proved, and it cannot be refuted." This chapter is some of C.S. Lewis's most fiery and clearly agitated writing. The very lack of evidence is thus treated as evidence. The absence of smoke proves the fire is only carefully hidden. If there was an invisible cat in the chair, it would look empty, but the chair does look empty, therefore there's an invisible cat in it. There are so many great male friendships in literature and TV. Sherlock and Watson, Corey and Sean from Boy Meets World, Arnold and Gerald, Jon Snow and Sam Tarley, Jay and Silent Bob, Turk and JD from Scrubs.
There's nothing gay about it in our eyes.
And there's different flavors of friendship.
Goku and Krillin. Naruto and Shikamaru. They're definitely best friends. Otherwise Shikamaru wouldn't probably be Hokage. Replacement Hokage. What other characters do I think of? Optimus and Bumblebee. They're robots. They're not human characters, but you get the idea. There's probably plenty of other characters that you could literally say they're just straight up best friends. Naruto and Sasuke. They're friends, but also rivals. Goku and Vegeta. Yeah, sure. I just put Goku and Krillin as Goku literally said he's his best friend multiple times.
The bromance is the TV sitcom default. It's guys backslapping, being vulgar, venting about their wives, and just having fun. Sometimes these on-screen relationships toy with the gay question as a matter of comedy, JD and Turk being a good example of that.
You're the only man who's ever been inside of me.
Whoa.
Playing
Pause? Senku and Chrome, Dr. Stone. So true. So true. And Senku and the buff guy, I forgot what it was. I forgot his name. But those two definitely as well. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Sam and Frodo. It's more like Eren and Mikasa. Isn't Mikasa into Eren anyways? So kinda nod.
grab ass is part of the shtick, and that's a thing that guys do with select friends. Then there's the service buddy, the guy who you work with and share a mission. Castiel and Dean from Supernatural, Band of Brothers, Sam and Frodo. Sometimes we choose one another's company, but sometimes we don't. In the Fellowship of the Ring movie, Samwise Gamgee is sort of deployed by Gandalf to accompany Frodo because he heard about the ring through the window. But it's a relationship overflowing with a sense of duty, shared love for something bigger than themselves, and a mutual respect. Lovers are normally face to face, friends side by side. Men thrive in labor together. The best friendships I ever formed were in shared suffering on Boy Scout trips, in the rain, in the cold, in the wind, trying to set up a
Yeah. That's... Most men don't make particularly friends. Just like, I think a lot of dudes make friends at like workplaces or at like when they share something and they work on something together. I think that makes kind of sense. Yeah. To appreciate and serve the chosen one while nothing better awaits for him at home. True. I mean, a woman waits for him at home. The question is, would she have taken them if she didn't know that he was away? But yeah. I want Eren Mikasa romance. Damn you, AOT author. He's mid. Good. Whoops. Hi, James. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Good news. Okay. Interesting. Important news. Nah, I'll keep it because it's just chill. It's chill. That's why Zoom.
tent together in the dark, and men used to work together more regularly side by side before the digital era. I'm very lucky to work from home and have a keyboard warrior job, but it's isolating. I imagine many of you out there experience the same thing. I hated my cubicle job in my 20s, but I loved the presence of my cubicle mate, Dave, and his Star Wars bobbleheads and daily jokes about Grand Admiral Thrawn. There was a camaraderie and a kind of bromance that it was kind of surface level, but like the warmth of a fire.
True. How do you put this? Like, the places you go to as a man, the work, it becomes bearable when there's people there. It just becomes more bearable. And you bond over that because both of you hate the job. Senku and Taiju. Yeah, okay, yeah. That was the name. Anyway, good news. I downloaded the demo of Deltarune. When are we ever gonna get that game finished? Bad news. I'm terrified of Susie. I am in the possession of Moonstone Island now, and I might shiny hunt in it.
You can feel it most sharply when it's no longer in your life. Men are, in fact, dealing with a crisis of loneliness in the modern world. The culture changed, but so did the economy, which has elevated the skills of loner types and diminished the contributions of men eager to work side by side toward building something or destroying things. The pleasure in...
Because there is nothing to build. There's nothing, like, obviously. There's nothing to gain, really. That's the problem. Men don't work together on something because there's... What are we working towards? That's the problem. Mikasa was, but by the end of the series, we figure she was just overloyal to Eren. Didn't want him like that, I think. Yeah, but she still was, so that can't work, because Sam never was. Luffy can't count because I don't remember him a best friend, because everyone is his best friend. Man, I love the Gear 5. Gear 5 was nice. Yeah, that was a good one. I think if there's anyone you could classify as a best friend or really close, at least from what I've seen, it could probably either be Zoro or Sanji. I'd argue Senku and Tsukasa, but isn't Tsukasa mostly an antagonist?
Cooperation, in talking shop, in the mutual respect and understanding of men who daily see one another tested, is biologically valuable. One of the key features of worthwhile friendships is that the circle expands to include others. C.S. Lewis wrote that the opening line of a friendship is, "What? You too? I thought I was the only one." Things begin in a shared love for something and grow from there. For C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien, they were opponents at Oxford on a matter regarding the English language curriculum, but they found out that they were both obsessed over Icelandic myth and language, and so they formed a club around it called the Cult.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Oh. Yeah. I mean, isn't that how most friendships are in general formed, right? This is not just a men thing, right? Most friendships are formed over, like, sharing something. And since people don't interact much with each other anymore, or at least not as much as they used to, especially men, because, again, it's kind of rough it's kind of rough not falling into this loner thingy, right? I too. So yeah, he isn't wrong. After this, can you see the video I just sent on Discord? Yeah, I'll look into it, don't worry. I'll look into it.
Biters. No one is going to find a friend based purely on selfish motivation like ending their loneliness. It has to begin with a passion and an interest in other people. Men do want to work together and feel like they're part of something. The Stoic Seneca touched on this when he described seeking out friends just so that you won't die alone. Anyone thinking of his own interests and seeking out friendship with this in view is making a great mistake. Those kinds of friends are fair weather and clingy. The fellowship that forms in Tolkien's Rivendell is not an amalgamation. It is part of the masculine instinct to take up arms with the guy next to you. We long for courage, and so often we're just waiting for the guy next to us to get the ball rolling. Someone has to say I first. Truly meaningful friendships, they are not closed. They invite others into it. Two men getting together.
True. It's also like, women can't, I'm gonna be honest, women can't do this. Or at least have not really seen it happen. But for like men, we cannot see each other for a while, but our like liking for each other doesn't particularly change. You're still friends, you're still homies after a year, after 2 years. That doesn't really change. At least not from my experience. That never changes.
Together like Lewis and Tolkien did to share their writing becomes a campfire that other men want to join, and that's the group that became the Inklings, which helped birth The Hobbit and the Screwtape Letters and not.
True. Let me think. True friendship, you never expect anything from the other. Yep, exactly. Just presence is fine, exactly. Starting a club. Reminds me of the anime Genshiken, okay. Huh. Let me think. I mean, when I look at like other friend groups, it depends. It depends what the cause is. Like, I don't know a bunch of people that are kind of not friends. They do just go drinking with each other, but aside from that, they don't hang out with each other at all. So would you consider that still a friend? Sharing something? Yeah, sharing the bit. I will throw you. Yeah, but it's in general just sharing something. Again, that goes for men and women. Though it's been less. But it's really just, oh, you too? Oh, now you're my friend now. It's like so simple. It's like actually so simple. You like something, the other person likes something. Friends. Oh, you too? Now one more friend. It's actually he's right.
Narnia. Friendships have to be about something, and that can be literature, or fantasy sports, or soccer, video games, or war reenactments. You will not find the warrior
or the collective hate for Hassan Piker. Not really having drinks with people is common in Japan. Actually required. But it goes beyond that, right? What I said is you only meet those people to go drinking and nothing else. There's nothing else. You share anything at all with them except drinking. If you're sleeping over with a true friend, you're sleeping on the floor and you ain't getting blankets. Exactly, you won't get the blanket. Yep, true. You will be sleeping on the floor.
The poet, the philosopher, or the Christian by staring in his eyes as if he were your mistress. Better fight beside him, read with him, argue with him, pray with him. Masculinity requires doing things. It's not just setting things right or bringing order to chaos. It involves saying yes when you might want to say no to your kids, to your wife, to your community, to the guy at work who wants to hang out on Friday when you're tired. When you get lost.
It is doing the things that are right and not doing the things that feel good. That's what it should be, I think. Saying that saying the truth when you don't want to because it doesn't feel good, doesn't make others feel good. That's a big part, I'd argue. Sleepover? Yeah, you've never been in a sleepover?
Locked into despair and saying no, and you retreat into yourself, there's nothing there. The world becomes worse off, and you need to be a part of it. Men have to be willing to get hurt and to be challenged. I think a lot about strained friendships like that of Boromir and Aragorn, or Bucky and Captain America, even 007 and 006 before the events of GoldenEye. They're people in tension with one another. They fight, but they're passionate. They care about things. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, America's most explosive frenemy relationship, was so warm.
Frenemies. Did I ever have frenemies? Do I have frenemies? I don't think I ever had any frenemies. I don't think so. I never had people where, like, we're friends, but we actually absolutely disliked each other. That never happened. I was kidding. Usually they share a goal or purpose, I guess. Yep. Which example I had in my head. Okay. Masculinity say, just do it, explosion in the background. Hell yeah! Masculinity is seeing something and going, hell yeah! That's what it is.
And so affectionate at one time, and so wounded because these men wanted to build a country, but they couldn't agree on the details. They loved one another, because in that friend, in that rival, was someone else who cared. That's what I want. I want people in my life who give a damn and want to talk about it. Men are not often very good at this. It does take time, but that starts with making your values known. It gives somebody else the opportunity to reciprocate. You have to open the door so someone can walk through it. And guys, that relationship might end up looking a lot like Frog and Toad or Sam and Frodo. There will be hugs, backslaps, eye contact, tears, and
someone will touch you in a gay way, but they're actually not gay. You know you have a true homie when he puts his hand on your thigh. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, you can only get friends if you're open, right? If you're showing who you are, so you can invite people who think the same, do the same, right? Dorfin and Einar. Life bros. Exactly.
anger and quiet coexistence. You can sit around and play video games, do nothing, or go out on an adventure. You share one another's company. Now, why does the culture try to corrupt and deride friendship? One of C.S. Lewis's most bold claims in The Four Loves about this is that friendships are a threat to power and collectivist tyranny. When you
That is true, though. That is true, though. I'm going even further. Not just friendship. No, it's the opposite. Whenever I meet a guy, the convo flows really easily. With girls, it's convo does flow, but more likely to get awkward because they don't know you well. Or you're talking about two men together. Yes, male friendships. It's about male friendships. It's about male friendships. But even, I would say, even for women, that needs to happen. That you need to be open. So they know who you are, and then you can talk to you if they think that you think the same, you do the same, right? You had a friend in a competition or a game you wanted to win, then you had had frenemies. I guess, sure, yeah. But yeah, it's bye Rita, spot it, caught in 4K. It's just yes, it is. Friendship is a threat to power. Even more so, that's why they annihilate the nuclear family. It's because it's a threat to power. It's a threat to politicians. It's a threat to ideologies, establishments. That is true. That's why we are. That's why we are separating humans. That's why there's so much loneliness. That's why there's so much infighting. There's a reason for that.
You form a clique. It discriminates and sets up walls around it about who is a good fit and who isn't. It's selective and values-based, and those values can be bad or they can be good. And what he feared most was sort of a quasi-communist world in which all men are companions, but none are friends. Which is to say, they are forced into one another's company. Nobody chooses it. Friendship is a miniature rebellion against larger groups and power structures. And I think deep, affectionate, and values.
Couldn't you just also grow that bigger when there's communities or something, right? A big thing is especially is games that are centered and targeted towards men. And then you have women trying to force their way into it, change the thing, and then tell the men that are into that particular topic to make their own community again. But if they do that, then they would force themselves in as well. Can you just grow that bigger? That when you don't have communities, if you don't have friendships, if you don't have something that connects you, if you have something that need to destroy it, isn't that just an idea? I don't remember the exact line, but Senku said to Tsukasa in the first episode something about men who compliment another man usually want one of two things, either to get close romantically or they want something from them. It's usually want something from that Senku quote. A man who praises another man to his face is either gay or tactician. True and real.
Driven male friendships are in fact threatening to some people. So be a bug in the system. Build friendships, and that starts with putting your values out there and purpose for people to see. Let's get it done. Thanks for watching Geeky Stoics.
This was a good philosophical video. I like that. And it's true. It's true. Too bad a lot of people are incredibly scared to do that. Men and women. Men and women are scared to say, this is where I stand. Because other people will then feel threatened and shit on them. So it's better to... So in those people's eyes, it's better to be silent. I disagree with that. Be open about what you believe. It might help everyone, not just you, but everyone. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was an interesting one. I like this one. Okay, what did homie send me? What did bro send me? What did Joe send me? Okay. Oh. We have true crime. We have true crime.
New Delhi, India's capital.
We have true crime. But go look into the last one I sent in Discord. Yeah, we have true crime. Usually I'm not a true crime guy because I usually can't say much to it. I mean, we could watch that. Sure. Also, didn't it get nuked? Oh yeah, this person here. It's got taken down for violating guidelines. I'm scared anyways. Well, we can watch that, sure. I haven't watched a lot of stuff. I haven't watched a lot of true crime recently, so yeah. I don't know if it's about scared to say. I do think it's about scared to say. Because if you don't get censored, assuming you don't get censored, right? Assuming you do not get censored. This was near my previous home, crazy shit. Assuming you don't get censored, people will beat your head in order to silence you. Creator of Agachi Kuta is a big fan of Soul Eater. Also works as assistant for the Fire Force. Same creator of Soul Eater. Agachi Kuta is inspired by Soul Eater. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with the now the topic, but okay. I like true crime. Yeah, I can tell. Delhi's darkest secret: the Burari killings by Desi Crime by Desi Studios. We'll just jump in and look at this. I have no idea. I don't watch true crime. We will see.
New Delhi, India's capital and a city of more than 30 million people, is infamous for being the suicide capital of the world. Yet the case that I have for you
Huh? Well, that video is demonetized.
today still gives me and countless other Delhi residents sleepless nights. This is the story of a banyan tree, a seemingly happy home, a masked side of 11, and a shared secret nobody still fully understands to this day. This is the Burari case.
No music! No music! No! Right off the bat, she sounds Indian. Yes, she does. Music! I'm scared! Don't! It scares me. I might die. I might die. No, I did not zoom. I might die. Music is usually scary.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Desi Crime Podcast, a show where we dive deep into some of the craziest cases from around South Asia. I'm your host Aishwarya.
And I'm Aryan.
And the case that I have for you today is one that is so jarring and so vivid in its imagery, it literally is out of anyone's worst nightmare.
Aishwarya, episode number one of the Desi Crime Podcast. For those of you watching this case being covered by us on YouTube for the first time, this was in fact the first ever episode we did on audio when Desi Crime was released on June 13th, 2020. This is the week that marks 5 years of Desi Crime. And so Aishwarya and I thought, why not relive the most popular episode of Desi Crime, which is the Burari case. So we thought we'll bring it out to you in video.
Oh, so it's a, so to speak, remaster of an original episode. Or like a different, or like what they have already talked about. Essentially, okay. Episode 1, apparently, yeah.
With all the footage that has now come out about this case, so that you can relive our first episode once again.
And such terrifying and jarring footage in this case, which ties into this story. I think it adds so much more to this story than the people who only visited in audio.
Yeah.
So, welcome to Burari.
Okay, so it is a basically a remaster in a video form of a previous episode. Probably an episode that was on like Spotify or anywhere. Okay, there's a crime fun fact. Another one, Apple Podcast ranked 1 in true crime. Cool, cool, cool. Very interesting.
2.0, I suppose.
Burari 2.0 it is.
For this case, I want to take you back 7 years in time. I want to take you back to the day all of this started on July 1st, 2018. It's a normal day in Burari, New Delhi, and it's 6 a.m. now. Everybody's slowly starting to wake up and everybody's starting to get ready for their regular morning routines. Gurcharan Singh, a 79-year-old resident of Burari, wakes up at around 6:30 a.m., his usual time to wake up every day, and gets ready for his regular morning walk. On his walk, he takes his regular morning route, passing by a general store that's run by the Bhatia family of Burari. Now, the Bhatia family have lived in this neighborhood for more than 22 years and have been a regular fixture in the local community. But today, something seems off to Gurcharan Singh. The Bhatias, who usually open their store by 6 a.m. every morning without fail, have not yet.
Uh-oh. Did they end it all? Did they end it all? Uh-oh.
Done so. The shutters are down. Packets of milk and crates of bread left by the supply truck lay untouched outside the shop. So now, people have started collecting in front of the shop as they wait to buy their groceries for the day. All of this immediately stands out to Gurcharan, who, you have to remember, has lived across the Bhatias since 1997. Now, the fact that Gurcharan Singh even noticed this is exactly why it's so important to understand how long he's lived in front of the Bhatia house and in this locality. Now, if this was the mother dairy close to my house and it wasn't open for the day, I wouldn't bat an eye. But this is exactly the point that shows what a close-knit community this was. And that's exactly why it's so important to understand how long Gurcharan Singh has lived in front of the Bhatia house and in this locality. But you know, it was...
Okay. I'll be back a bit later and have something to get done. Take care, Cricket. I know this. Yeah, it's okay, interesting. I don't know. I would probably, even if I lived in an area really long, and like the grocery store was closed, I probably still wouldn't. I would still not realize this probably. I would still be like, okay, well, they have closed today anyways.
It wasn't just that either. For the past few months, Gurcharan Singh has been going on a morning walk with one of the members of the Bhatia family. And that morning, that person didn't show up. So now Gurcharan Singh is worried, but not terribly so. So he decides to pick up his phone and call the family. The phone rings, he waits, the phone rings some more, but nobody picks up. Now his suspicions are growing, and rightfully so. At about 7 a.m., he decides to walk over to the Bhatia family's house, which stands right across the street from his own. He walks up to their gate and weirdly finds it open. He pushes it in, walks up.
What the fuck? Were these actually ending it all? Or did somebody made it look like ending? No people here talk a lot with each other. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Talking to the person. They're right, you become acquaintances. Here talks a lot with me. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense, right? Community isn't really a thing here. But there it is, and it's weird if they suddenly go vanish. Sure, I mean, he goes on a walk, and that didn't happen. There's like... I think if, like, that wasn't... He was living there, but not so tightly knit, like it wasn't such a tightly knit connection, I would say most people probably wouldn't think that something's wrong.
The stairs of their house, and what he sees in front of his eyes is a sight Gurcharan Singh will never forget. The Bhatia family have lived in Burari, which is a constituency of Delhi, for the last 22 years, but they're originally from Rajasthan. A few members of this family live there even today, but the majority of them moved to New Delhi in the 1990s. In Burari, the family runs one grocery store, the one that Gurcharan Singh passed by, and a plywood business. They were known to be an extremely helpful family and one that actively took part in the functions of the small knit community of Burari. In fact, a neighbor stated that when she gave birth to her first child, the family stepped in and helped her take care of the baby to a very large extent. They were also extremely well-to-do.
Cool. Very interesting, very cool. Both possibilities are on table poker. Some say delete. Okay. GT, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. But why are you speaking in Japanese?
And never faced any significant financial troubles. So everything clearly seemed to be going in the favor of the family, and everybody claimed they were incredibly happy and incredibly loving. The Bhatia family had 11 members, and that had earned them the title of the biggest family in Burari. Now, going ahead, I just want to explain to you guys the family tree of the Bhatia.
Mom and Dad were busy, it seems.
And trust me, this can get slightly complicated, especially for our non-Desi listeners. So let's begin. The eldest member of the Bhatia family is Narayani Devi, who was 75 years old. Her husband passed away in 2007 from a respiratory illness, but this was an incredibly tough time for the family. She has two sons, Bhavnesh, who's 50, and Lalit, who's 45. Bhavnesh is married to a woman named Savita, who's 48, and Lalit is married to a woman named Tina, who's 42. Narayani Devi also has a daughter, Pratibha Bhatia, who's 57.
Okay, it's a multi-generation family. Okay, not mom and dad all busy. It's just a multi-generation family. Translation, hello, how are you today? I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
Now, all of Narayani Devi's children had children of their own. Priyanka, who's 33, is Pratibha's daughter. Neetu, who's 25, was Bhavnesh's elder daughter. Monu, who's 23, is Bhavnesh's younger daughter. Dhruv, who's 15, is Bhavnesh's youngest son. And Shivam, who's also 15, is Lalit's only son. So I understand that this is complicated. And to put all of this simply, these are 3 generations living under the same roof for the last 22 years. And Gurcharan Singh just walks into their house and finds 10 of the 11 members of this family
What the heck? What the fuck? Bro. 10 out of 11. Oh yeah, that 11th member is in danger. Goodness.
hanging from an iron grill in the ceiling of their courtyard. The 11th person is 75-year-old Narayani Devi, the oldest member of the family, who was found strangled lying on the floor of an adjacent room.
So, 10 were hanging. And number 11, the old woman, was strangled. Ugh.
Now, Aryan, if you were Gurcharan Singh and you walked into this scene, which is unlike almost any crime scene we've ever described on a Desi Crime episode, what would be your first reaction?
Police and therapy. A lot of therapy.
I think I'd this is one of those scenes where you can't truly put yourself in the shoes of the person who's going through it, because it's so unbelievable. I remember to this day when 5 years ago you showed me the video of this scene, the fresh footage you found on the fringes of the internet. And there's a picture of
police, not touch anything. Therapy. Police at that time is useless. Alert the community. I don't know. Get somebody there. I don't know. Well, I wouldn't be, if that would happen, I wouldn't, first of all, be in India. So I'm talking from my perspective, if this would happen here. Police, therapy. After dark, look out of your window. Buddy, pun not intended, by the way. It's broad daylight, and therapy here is mostly depends on meds one. I don't know.
How I reacted to that footage, we could put up here. And that's my reaction to the footage. If I were to be alone in the room, I mean, all kinds of thoughts would run. I mean, ghosts, God, killers.
I feel like I would pass out. I don't know.
Yeah, passing out might be a natural response. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how I'd react.
Fair enough. Not surprisingly then, Gurcharan Singh's first reaction was to run out of the house as fast as he could. Here is a quote from him to prove exactly that. Quote, "It was shocking. I stayed only for 10-15 seconds before rushing down the staircase to call my seniors. All the time I noticed nothing other than lots of bodies hanging, just like branches of a tree." End quote. Soon after, at about 7:30, the police arrived and find all 11 dead in the house with only one survivor. The family dog Tommy, found chained.
The dog made it! Oh, I've seen those videos of investigation. Okay. The dog made it! Number 12?
To the terrace. Now, if you guys think an entire family of 11 people found hanging isn't creepy enough, let me explain to you how they were found hanging. All 10 members that were found hanging were blindfolded. They were found gagged with pieces of cloth in their mouths, and their mouths were also taped on top of the gag. They had pieces of cotton in their ears, and their hands and legs of 8 of the 11 were tied with cut-out pieces of bedsheet and wire. When the cops entered the crime scene for the very first time, what they thought, like a lot of people across the country, was that this isn't a suicide. It's foul play, and this scene is a setup. And that's what becomes the first theory of this case. And there are still so many people out there that believe that the...
Okay, how did this happen? Were they standing on something? Was there something they were on? Huh. I guess they could just be passing around the chair or something, right? One after another. Could this be a cartel hit? I mean, it could be. It seems unreasonable that 11 people. So the first one that would need to go was Granny, right? Logically. And likely the last one to go would be the males. Yes, poker stools. Yeah.
Family was murdered. And there are a few really important reasons for that. Firstly, because of course the bodies are found with their mouths and their eyes covered and their hands and legs tied. Also, the feet of the bodies were eerily close to the ground. That made many believe that the entire scene was staged after a crime. At the face of it, the cops and the people who hear the case fail to understand the purpose of doing all of this if the intention was just suicide. But that's not all. Priyanka, the 33-year-old granddaughter of Narayani Devi, had recently gotten engaged on June 17th and was scheduled to get married to a very well-off Noida-based software engineer. The Bhatias had spent very lavishly on the event, and many families from Burari had attended. When interviewed, Priyanka's fiancé said, and I quote, "Priyanka was a normal, simple girl. She believed in living a simple life and was well educated. If she was about to commit suicide, then why would her family get her engaged to me?" End quote.
That makes no sense. It's also that, okay, they were gagged, blindfolded, right? Could use stools, right? And then one after another. But having all 11 convinced, getting 11 people convinced that they should do this is very hard, probably. That's very hard. Sadly, we don't have them like that. Cartels, okay.
If there's something called too normal, this family seemed too normal. They kind of have everything going for them. But with all of this now that the police had stumbled upon, you're left grappling with one question. What could have gone wrong in a span of just 15 days between the engagement and...
I have solved the case. I have solved the case. It was the dog. It was the dog. He's the only surviving member. He saw everything. It was the dog. And then he chained himself to seem innocent. I got it. The many holds in the case. I can already tell. But how would the last one, do it in such a manner that the stool disappears? True. I mean... I mean, let's say that it was self-deletion, all of it, right? The last one would need to get on the stool, blindfold himself, gag himself, and then do it. I mean, it would be possible, right? You could just have the stuff like in your pants, right? And then that's like your pockets, right? That shouldn't be hard. He's a doggo from Good Boy, makes sense. See? Case solved.
To the day that the bodies were found, in the lives of not just one member of the family, but all 11 that compelled them to take this step. What was it that led even two 15-year-old boys to kill themselves? In fact, the night of their deaths, the two 15-year-old boys were seen playing cricket at about 11 p.m., which would have been shortly before their death. And a friend who regularly played with them came forward to tell the cops that there was absolutely nothing odd about their behavior. He said they looked happy and were playing around 11 p.m. Bhavnesh uncle was watching them play from his shop. We played cricket with them during the holidays, and it's really hard.
I wonder if there's DNA on the old woman, on Granny. There were stools poking. Yeah, that's why I said the last one still could do it. The last one still could do it. He would just need to get onto the stool, have the required stuff in his pockets, the thing dangling from the ceiling, and just like that wouldn't be hard to perform. That would be hard to Gen Z call the main person of this case a master manipulator. If he's even Yeah, absolutely. They couldn't find the murderer. The murderer murderer could have also been someone in the police or with high connections. I mean, yeah, sure. I don't know. That's crazy.
To believe they're no more. End quote. Slowly, gossip over what happened at the Bhatia house became regular chitter-chatter of the town. Over the course of the next few days, the cops and the people of Burari grappled with so many possibilities. And if the first possibility was murder, the second most talked about possibility was that maybe one of the family members decided to kill everybody and then themselves. And the main suspect in this theory turned out to be 45-year-old Lalit, Narayani Devi's youngest son. Many of those who were really close to the family came forward and said that ever since his father's death in 2007, Lalit became extremely introverted. Shortly after, he started praying in front of trees, offering food to animals, and visiting a crematorium very frequently. Apparently, in 2004, a major incident also shook his life. He was pushed under several pieces of plywood and set on fire. His friend came forward and said,
Who turned that man into the living flame? What the heck?
Quote, "We knew who did it, but the incident was resolved after a small compromise," end quote. Now, I have to point out that when I read all of this, it doesn't stand out to me too much. The death of a family member, and especially a parent, can be really, really hard on a child, and everybody has a different way of dealing with it. So while this is eerie and may explain things in retrospect, on the face of it, all of this is just normal behavior to me. But this case just keeps getting eerier. A close relative of the family came forward and told the Hindu of a very peculiar incident. 10 days after the death of Lalit's father, the family held some prayers and rituals in his honor. During those prayers, as the priest was chanting his verses, Lalit started murmuring something to himself. Everybody in the room fell silent and looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Soon, Lalit stopped his murmurs, and all that left his mouth was, "Father has come back."
Oh, bro, that's crazy. Oh, does that even happen? You get into a fight, and whoever you fight pushes you onto fire. Easy. During those times, people used to settle things outside of courts. Makes sense.
You need to know this. This was the first time Lalit had spoken ever since his father had died. Later, a neighbor of the Bhatia family came forward and said, quote, "My children told me that the Bhatia children often told them that their uncle was possessed with the spirit of their grandfather."
Are you sure these people are normal? Hi, Lumpy. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Stop coming in my chat, bro. Stop gooning. I see business wasn't booming. Yep.
End quote. If you think this makes Lalit look bad, wait till you hear me out. By this time, the cops have managed to recover the phones of all of the family members, all of which were found heavily taped, kept away in a drawer in the prayer room of the house, taped to the drawer. The first phone they search for is, of course, Lalit's, and it only increases everybody's suspicion on him. There are hours and hours and hours worth of paranormal shows watched by him, and he was regularly reading up about spirits, the afterlife, death, and possession. And it doesn't help Lalit's case that...
So he was also into paranormal shit. Seem normal? In your case, maybe. I'm a gooner and I feel a feeder, of course. Hey, at least you don't live in the UK. The gooning is prohibited there from now on.
After this, the cops found the diaries. And
there is now state mandated gooning.
It wasn't just one diary. The cops retrieved 22 notes and 11 diaries written over the span of 11 years that they believed all belonged to Lalit. Now, it was the discovery of these diary entries that turned this case in a direction so many people didn't see coming. Before these discoveries were made, Lalit just seemed like a relatively likely suspect whose change in habits and demeanor caught the attention of the cops. However, after the discovery of these diaries, he turned into the man whose fall to insanity and most probably a mental disorder led this family to a suicide. In these diaries...
That's wild though, if that's the case. He was into black magic too, so necromancy and shit. Like reviving the dead.
Found detailed, quote, instructions that Lalit claimed he was receiving from his dead father, end quote. There were pages upon pages upon pages of murmurings of things that the family should have done to attain salvation.
What the fuck, bro? How did they get manipulated into this though? What, bro? This wouldn't need to happen. Like that must have been a lot of work to get that. He must have forced them somehow. They would have never agreed to this. It is weird censorship happened at a fast pace. You think the governments are on a list the size of an island? Good question. Maybe. Sacrifices? Maybe.
The rites and rituals the family should conduct in order to free the souls of the dead that roam their house. And of all the things that Lalit claimed his father was saying to him for almost 11 years since he had passed away. But there were two that stood out the most to me. I quote, "धनतेरस आकर चली गई, किसी की पुरानी गलती के अभाव से कुछ प्राप्ति से दूर हो गया, अगली दिवाली ना मना सको, चेतावनी को नजरअंदाज करने के बजाय गौर किया करो." And the English translation is, The festival of Dhanteras has already been celebrated. You are far from achieving something due to someone's mistakes. There is a possibility you may not see the next festival of Diwali. Don't ignore the warnings. End quote. There's another one.
Weird. Hi, Alexia. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yes, his father trying to scam them. Crazy. Hi, X. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
4 souls are still wandering with me. If you improve yourself, these souls will be freed. You feel that by completing all the rituals in Haridwar, the souls achieve salvation. I am accompanied by the souls of others also. End quote. This was written in 11 diaries, and there are so many more like these. In fact, the Joint Commissioner of Police, Alok Kumar, said, "We have found handwritten notes detailing how hands and legs are to be tied and are quite similar."
Oh, yeah, this doesn't seem good. This doesn't seem good. Yeah, if these are sewer slides, then he would have needed to manipulate them into this. And if it wasn't, then he pushed them and forced them to do it. His notes were in Hindi, English, and even Sanskrit. Okay. I wonder what illegal stuff UK politicians are hiding. No, they're not. I don't think this is just about control, right? Because now you can literally, what's the word? Control what people are not just, like, doing, but what they're saying, right? Because, you know, the UK doesn't like when you talk about a certain group of people.
Similar to the manner in which the bodies of the 10 persons were found. They were exhaustive notes, and we are currently studying them. Detailed directions provided in the diaries matched how the bodies were found, with their faces covered, mouths taped, and cotton balls in their ears. Hanging in this manner, according to the diaries, was an attempt by the family to recreate the formation of the branches of a banyan tree for a ritual called Bat Tapasya, or banyan tree worship. End quote. Just think of that for a second, the imagery that it creates. Banyan trees, for all of those who don't know, are found all over India. The imagery that it concurs when you think of a banyan tree.
The fuck? How well he did that? What the fuck? That was incredible, bro. What mental illness does to a motherfucker, that you planned it this well.
Is astoundingly similar to how those bodies were found hanging. And I think that just makes all of this even eerier.
Ash, one of the prominent theories till this day, even after the Netflix documentary about this case and our coverage of it, one that we get often is people still believe that there's a chance he was truly possessed. Now, of course, there are psychological things that we'll get into of what it could have been, mass hypnosis, paranoia, a bunch of other things, some debunked, some not. Since we covered this episode 5 years ago,
that's insane how well he planned this out. It's insane. Happy birthday, X. Happy birthday. Cool 17 now. Gotta say, the language is kind of formal. Like, kindly, please stop breathing. It is. Yeah. You know what a banyan tree is? Yes, I know what that is. I played a lot of Zoo Tycoon. There was that tree as well. I know what it is. I don't know, Poker, they had to be hiding something, but hey, that's just me, a conspiracy theorist. I mean, sure, but I think they just want to make sure that they know the names of people that badmouth the government under the protection of children.
About a couple of years ago, we went to the hub of possession.
Yeah.
We went to the Balaji Mehendipur temple in Rajasthan, where people who are allegedly possessed go to get the spirits taken out. Now, whether or not they're possessed is, of course, up for debate, and I have my own views, but the point is they think they're possessed, and their families think they're possessed. We have seen what those people look like.
Yeah.
We've seen the state of...
catatonic
movements, their demeanor, there's just their eyes, there's a glaze in their eyes. Those people are not in a position to convince anybody else to do anything else.
Right.
Because
That's true. So, let's say if it was mentally, he is definitely mentally. Let's not deny that. Let's not deny that. However, it's very interesting If he did, that'd be crazy. If he didn't, that'd be crazy too, because then he forced them, right? Then he forced them. This case was not no less than a conspiracy theory. You don't have any concrete evidence because you have nothing. I mean, if he forced them, there would be DNA evidence of touching, because I don't think somebody that mentally unwell would properly protect himself from leaving DNA evidence. It's weird. It's weird. That's just odd. Speaking of censorship, I hope there will be a new payment processor that's not like Visa and MasterCard. Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. I'm not buying anything from Steam and anything anymore. I'm good. Using challenge push their agenda. A classic. Also, speaking of birthday, tomorrow, 27th of July is my birthday. Well, happy early birthday, because I don't know if I can congratulate you tomorrow. You old man. Hag. Should I bring you to the retirement home?
They seem so clearly troubled,
Right.
To put it mildly. To me, how this man, who his own family was saying in casual, this possessed by our grandfather, was able to believe him is what
is bewildering.
I understand. Somebody being traumatized and, going crazy is a sort of politically incorrect, but being troubled, right?
Mhm.
How people...
Do we really care if somebody is that mentally ill, whether we call him crazy or not? Yes, crazy. Crazy is the right term. Trouble is somebody having autism. The other thing is not trouble. That's no longer... If I get my family to end it all, homie, you're not troubled. You're crazy. Wow. Yeah, how did he manage to convince them?
People who are okay mentally acquiesce to him.
Right.
Is what just... It's so difficult to comprehend, and not just one, not two, not three, all 10 others.
Yeah, 10 others.
Getting persuaded to take the most drastic step a human being can take.
That, Aran, is the fundamental question of this case. And that's why I started by saying Delhi is the suicide capital of this country. This, unfortunately, is not rare. What is rare is so many.
Makes sense. A lot of people. He could be both troubled and crazy. Well, they use troubled as a replacement for crazy, so crazy it is.
People agreeing to end their own lives in this manner. It is just astounding what could be the reason
and
behind
also
that.
it's fascinating to understand it's not just everybody individually being persuaded to take their own lives.
Mhm.
Think of this. Lalit persuaded a mother
Yeah.
for the life of their son to be taken.
Yep.
I think a mother will happily give their life away for their child.
Right.
But for them to be convinced of the
Taking
most
it.
drastic thing, of seeing their own son,
Yeah.
because of their acceptance of an act perishing, it's just, what do you need to say or do to get a person in that state?
And this is a son who's allegedly so traumatized by the death of his father, who's then done to his mother.
Yeah.
There is a circle here. There is a woman here who just got engaged, who's done it to her own self. And there was this incredible...
Bro, you gotta... I see why master manipulator might be a fitting term. I see that now. The case also gave a limelight to mental health topics. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. If 11 people end their lives, that makes sense.
life waiting for her outside of this. So it's, there is nothing more to say
what's
on
the
this.
promise he assured them that they'd
we'll
get in
into
the
that.
afterlife? And how could a promise like that lure somebody into an action so drastic?
Not somebody, so many people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just boggles my mind.
The diaries also mention, quote, everyone will tie their own hands, and when the ritual is over, everyone will help each other untie their hands.
Dead people can do that. Just saying.
signifying that the family did not expect to die. And maybe that helps understand Aryan's claim of how could a mother ever do this to her child. There was another note dated June 26th that read, "Have to meet God on June 30th." There was another that said, and I quote, "Using a stool and keeping the hands, eyes, and mouth tied up will help attain salvation." You guys, this is a twist in our second theory that nobody saw coming. A well-to-do and well-educated family that everyone described to be happy, one that just arranged a marriage in the house, had hiding in it a member who for the past 11 years had been drawing elaborate plans to be able to attain God and reach salvation. And not just that, one of those plans involved hanging like the branches of a banyan tree and still ending up surviving. While all of this paints a very eerie image, and while Lalit seems like this creepy...
Does that mean they were actually manipulated into, like, doing this... whatever you want to call it, like, fun... Like, did they expect that this would be fun and, like, nothing, like, innocent? And then he just said, yep, I'm kicking over the stools? Told you, Bowie owns the title Master Manipulator. That is wild.
Eerie character to us now. Mr. Mehta, a very close college friend of Lalit's, remembered sitting with him for hours into the night talking about their college days. He remembered, quote, "Lalit joked a lot. He was probably the funniest in our group, but he was always a no-nonsense man and he never compromised on principles," end quote. So while he's seeming like this to us, everybody who knows him outside really thinks of him as a man with great moral principle and a really funny person and a great friend to hang out with. So now understanding the testimony of people who knew Lalit and described him in this incredible way.
Well, obviously, if you were crazy outside of your family, outside of your room, people would probably be concerned. So it makes sense that he would cover this up, right? No poker, no. I don't know. I'm just building theories here. How, like, I mean, you could possibly consider like everyone will untie their hands. Like, I think that's probably meant metaphorically. They probably were meant to die, but I think that the thing was meant metaphorically. The untying and stuff. The funniest in their group. Oh, that's bad news. Oh.
Could there be someone else outside the family who maybe influenced all 11 members into committing this, who maybe convinced Lalit too? For that, we reach our next theory, which is the theory of a self-proclaimed God person. The police did look into this angle, and that theory, our third theory now, actually became one that the cops found a lead in. They questioned a self-proclaimed occultist named Geeta Ma, or Mother Geeta in English. Geeta Ma's husband was actually the contractor who built the very house in which the Bhatia family lived. But after chasing that lead for a while, they realized...
Hey, that being said, the third party did this manipulation part. Yeah, we also had something crazy recently. A guy took like a man and a woman, cut them into pieces here in Germany, by the way, and then took another woman and put her in the freezer or fridge in pieces.
It was actually a dead end. According to them, the notes, the diaries, and all of the plans for everything that was to be done were all a doing of Lalit alone.
देखिए जो ये कहानियां गढ़ी जा रही है सब झूठ है ये कुछ भी नहीं था सब झूठ उनको गुस्सा आता था बाबा पे और ये कि बाबे कर रहे हैं बेले थे वो जो बाबों को पकड़ के ले आते थे.
With all of this now, it seems like the most likely theory is that Lalit murdered his entire family because he fell into insanity. But not exactly. That's only till they send off the diaries to a handwriting expert, and from the results of the handwriting analysis emerges the fourth and most widely accepted theory. The expert stated that major portions of the handwriting of the diary actually belonged to the newly engaged Priyanka and Lalit's wife.
Hold up. Wait a minute. So it's a triple. Is it a triple? Is there censorship in your country, Poke? Yes, there is. I've seen it on Twitter. It affects me as well. Don't worry, it affects me as well.
Whoa.
It seemed like they took notes for Lalit whenever he believed his father had taken over his body and was giving him instructions. The cops also recovered footage from a CCTV camera from across the Bhatia residence that showed the two women from the Bhatia family coming from a shop, walking to their house, carrying 4 plastic stools just hours before their death. And I want you guys...
Whoa! You see another true crime one? Maybe for tomorrow, not today though. Whoa! So it's a triple!
to know that these are the same stools that were found next to the body and were most likely what the family used to kill themselves. And as I mentioned, these stools were found mentioned in the diaries as well. Alright, so now if you're wondering why would a sane family that has everything going for them do this to themselves, there's actually a very interesting psychological condition that many psychologists have claimed is at play here. It's called shared psychosis or shared delusional disorder. This is a syndrome in which symptoms of a delusional belief and sometimes even physical hallucinations are transmitted from one individual to another who shares a very close relationship with each other. Shared delusion is a very fascinating concept in psychology.
Oh baby, a triple. That's crazy. Shared mental illness. How do you get one to do that though? I mean, again, you must be a peak manipulator.
And has some terrifying cases from across the world. One famous example can be the notorious child killers in England. This was the case of Ian Brady and Myra Hindley. And Ian Brady was a well-known racist. Through his relationship with Myra Hindley, Hindley also went insane. She started believing in fascism, became a fanatic of Hitler, and both of them set out on this racist rampage of killings and are known in England to be their most notorious child killers. But that's the thing, as far as I know, and from all accounts of people across the world, shared delusion usually happens between 2, maybe 3 people.
It's also called Foley.
This was 11. This was 11. You crazy. You convince others they are crazy and that's how everyone becomes crazy. Crazy.
They do or something in French, which is off too, because...
Correct.
You know, there's a lot of debate even among psychologists about the veracity of shared psychosis, and even in the realm of psychosis, whether psychosis is real in terms of paranoid psychosis, is that a thing? I can speak a little bit from experience and a little bit from what I've heard from friends. When you are doing whether it's psychedelic substances or whatnot, it often happens that 2 people can experience similar visuals.
Interesting.
Purely by proximity to each other.
Sure.
When there is no other external factor that is contributing to that. It's just the proximal relationship they share.
How interesting.
And they talk about it, and suddenly you're both imagining the same things and seeing the same things. Now, of course, there's an external...
So they were seeing his dad? Potentially? Wild.
Substance at play that leads to that, but can years of proximity and one-sided delusion transmute that to another person? We've seen cases of that happening in 2 or 3 people. Perhaps that can happen with 11 people.
And this is a rare case. Maybe this is just one of those incredibly rare cases from across the world where we've actually seen it happen to 11 people.
Rare cases? That is not just rare. At that point, why end yourself? You might as well go and get a lottery ticket at that point. That would have been the more safe option. How do you convince 10 other people? Wild.
Yeah.
To add to that, to begin with, this disorder is very unlikely. The chances of getting it are low. And then to get it and experience it among 11 people seems even more improbable, like Aran and I just discussed. There's also another very common characteristic of this disorder, which is that the people who experience it are usually extremely isolated from everyone else in society. And it's that proximity to each other and isolation from everyone else which makes the psychosis even worse. It's tough for me to understand much of anything about this case because none of that applies to the Bhatias. Even though it's the explanation I find most plausible, it definitely doesn't fit completely. But then again, in this case, I feel like no theory makes complete sense. If it was a suicide, how do we explain the happy family found dead with their hands and legs tied? If it was an outside job, how do we explain the diary entries with exact descriptions of how these bodies were found? If it was Lalit who killed everyone, how do we explain the CCTV footage of the two women? And how did one Lalit overpower 10 people? If it was a ritual gone wrong, how did 11 people in a single household believe they would survive a hanging, especially when no drugs were found in their body? Was there nobody who knew that they would die and tried stopping the
9 were convinced out of 10, Poker. Who was the one that wasn't convinced? Oh, you mean the granny? Oh, yeah. Right, the granny wasn't. Because why was she the only one being strangled? Oh, yeah, then the granny wasn't the one. Probably the one that resisted. This makes no sense, because why is she strangled while everyone else is hanging?
entire thing? None of this makes sense at all. No theory fits completely. But for some official closure for all of you, let me read out the final report by the Central Forensic Science Laboratory. Quote, on the basis of the psychological autopsy study.
Nope. I mean, obviously, if you don't count him, then he is the person, right? He's the person that didn't need convincing, right? But I think the granny, that for the granny, it may have not made sense. It depends. Again, why is she if this was like a ritual type of thing, why is she the only one who was not, where that did not happen, is what I'm questioning. That is not elaborated.
On the deceased, the incident was not a suicide, but an accident that occurred during the course of performing a ritual. None of the deceased had an intention to put an end to his/her life. End quote. Another observation the forensic lab makes that hints towards an accident and not a mass suicide is that they believe Bhavnesh, the
No grandma Poker, there was another one. There was another one? Wait, I'm confused. Who else was not hanging?
elder son of Narayani Devi, actually made an unsuccessful attempt to escape. And that's because one of his hands was, quote, found up in the air very close to his throat, and the rope that tied his hands was looser than that of the others, indicating that while he was suffering.
Oh! Well, technically one tried to escape. Well, there we have it. Grandma was old, it was hard for her to stand. You would have you could have probably there would have been ways. There are ways. There are ways, probably. Otherwise, the ritual would not be finished or not properly done. I'm believing the granny was sane. I believe the granny was sane and tried to escape and tried to not do this.
Suffocating, he actually tried to untie himself. End quote. But what does all of this mean? What truly went down inside that house that one fateful night? We can only make guesses and we may never truly know. And this is sort of what life is like. Life is full of such mysteries, the truth about which we'll never know, and maybe we'll never really know about what happened to the Bhatias. Did Lalit's mental disorder compel him to murder his family? Or was this an outside job that someone tried to make look like a religious ritual gone wrong? Was it actually a religious ritual gone wrong? Was this shared psychosis? Or was it just a family burdened by some undiscovered truth that decided to kill themselves? I guess we'll never truly know. But despite this grim picture, survived in that house of horrors one unlikely member. Tommy, the house dog, was found on the terrace of the house with a very high fever the day the bodies were recovered. He was immediately taken to a rescue shelter where for 20 days he kept suffering from regular seizures. On the 22nd of July, just 21 days after the family was found dead.
Nah, the dog joined, not even doggo. Oh, women are crazy, not in the good way. I still think there could have been ways to make her float as well. I say it's...
Tommy too died of a heart attack, finishing any surviving remnants of a once happy family in Burari.
If you like what
that was crazy. That's insane. So option number 1, he could it's a murder. Option number 2, he convinced them all, which would be wild. Option 3, it was an outside job. But if it was an outside job, whoever did it, whoever managed to do that, bro, let's hope that man does not become a politician, because that man will make everyone go into collective psychosis and start a war. That is master manipulator. And the dog died. I wonder if the dog was poisoned. I wonder. I wonder. Because that could also make sense why the dog died then as well. Or was she, I don't know, dehydrated potentially? I don't know. But yeah, that was insane. Like, comment, and subscribe. Can you do another one? Not today. I have other things. I need to look at other things as well. People who burned the shop. Wait, the shop was killed as... the shop was killed. The shop was burned as well? That's also one? I can send another one right now. What's up with white people and dogs, bro? I don't know. White people and white women. Predominantly white women. Like that stuff. Like dogs. Fine, we can do another one towards the end, but I'm not gonna do two back to back. Also, I need a quick bathroom break. So yeah, I'll be right back. I have returned. Alrighty. Got more to look at. We gotta do more looky. I have a VTuber video. I have a voiced actor video, another one. Because I like those. Those are usually interesting. I also have a decoy voice video. I think we'll jump into that one next. Because those aren't super long. So that makes easy, quick content. When does the Batright music sound like something you would hear in Dragon Ball? Because it is. This is STR LR Tenshinhan's active skill OST. Playing a VA video. Yeah, voice actors. Yeah. So we have VA video, please. Yeah, we can do that. It's by Hirohei. We can do that. Yeah. Voice actors.
Well, looks like we've got a very
All right, we have a classic here. We have a classic here. We have a classic here. We do have a classic, you know. Hoyoverse VA just got into massive LGBT controversy by Hiro. Well, we have a classic here, you know. It's another voice actor being retarded. As usual, right? You know the deal nowadays. We'll just look at what that is. I probably is because of ZZZ. You put it on 1.1 or 1.15 sounds just fine because it's a long one. I mean, yeah. That works for like the you know, the long ones, fine. All right, let's go.
Well, looks like we've got a very amusing situation here. Once again,
it is. CZZ.
Again, regarding English voice actors. And it all begins with this tweet on July 21st from VA Kimberly Tierney. She says, "Hi there, you found me out. I'm the English VA for Yuzuha in Zenless Zone Zero. Nobody knew because I'm super stealth.
Why is everyone even? Why is everyone even playing any games like this anymore in English? Just choose Japanese. No wonder you didn't take math, Duck. After a decimal, you read the numbers individually, so 1.15. I will not. I will, yeah. That's an hour long. Jesus Christ. Hour 15. What the heck?
Thank you, Mihoyo. And some hashtags there. Some other information about her and whatnot. However, here's where things began.
Oh no! It's a tourist! Anyways, I'm gonna be back after dinner, right? Don't do it while I'm not here. Don't worry, Sumax, I won't. Oh no, it's a tour. It's a retard. Oh no. No. It's a good one. Yeah, don't worry. But still, no.
To get crazy, this response saying, "Congrats, your performance as Yuzuha is so amazing and such a joy to listen to." The VA Kimberly Tierney responding saying, "Of course, Yuzuha is our most precious angel," and including this gif of the character Yuzuha right there, with the background apparently being the lesbian flag.
Motherfucker, this is a Chinese game! If you think there will ever be any LGBTQ people in Chinese games, you are lost! You are a lost cause! A lost child! They just... If there's any queer-like situation in any of these games, it's baiting. They're just doing it so they can farm you for money. How can you not know this anymore? Oh.
Which I always forget what that one looks like. There's so many flags, I always forget what they look like, man. Technically, I'm Ace, and I don't even remember what that one is. I think it's like gray and purple. But yeah, this would cause a whole heated discussion in the responses, with many people pointing out the lesbian flag thing and saying that the VA intentionally did this to push her own headcanon. And there's a lot of responses. I mean, instead of me just like vaguely referring to them, I tell you what, we'll go right to the responses and you can see for yourself what people are saying. Here's an example of the duality with the tweet at the top saying, "Fourth Reich and Chud tourists" in the comments. Yuzuha says,
I'm gonna say it. By the way, this dude was apparently outed as a child lover. Apparently, allegedly, this dude. So if you see him on Twitter, he LARPs as a Japanese lesbian, but he's a black man, by the way. So here's a fun fact. Second of all, Yuzuha can't say this because Yuzuha is a fictional character. Third of all, they are. Since they are LGBTQ. Humans. People who are LGBT are human, so they have human rights. That's why I always find the question. Trans rights are human rights. There is no specifically trans rights, because they're already human. Retarded. Say it, Poke. What? Poke, you know a lot of weird fun facts? Yep. He got his ass beat by multiple people. And, yeah, somebody literally just, collected some evidence.
LGBT rights and human rights. Right below that, though, I'm sure you did a great job, but posts like these are why I play in JP. And just voice the Chinese cartoon character in the booth, bro. You should be replaced by AI for this. Get TF out. Vile. Disgusting, even. Why is it so absurdly difficult for y'all not to do stuff like this? She is not a lesbian.
I'm getting my ass beat! How bad is it? It's in multiple languages!
And yeah, it is important context that canonically this character is not a lesbian, so this would be a headcanon that people would have if.
I've heard that the actual definition of headcanon is something that complements the existing canon. So, I don't know if that is still headcanon, because as I'm aware, it's supposed to complement the original canon, not make it completely, not just make something up completely. So wouldn't this be more so fan fiction, if anything else?
They are claiming that she is. And in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with someone having a headcanon. Where things do become an issue is when someone has a headcanon and then they try to present that headcanon as if...
I would also say that it's wrong if, like, you have a headcanon, but it contradicts the current story. Like people shipping Naruto and Sasuke when both of them have a wife and children. That makes no sense. Why do you continue to ship that the original creator has denied that does not exist when something else happened? I think a headcanon can only work if it's not established. Once it's established, that headcanon idea falls apart, in my opinion.
It's objective fact, as if it's canonical fact. And oftentimes the people who do that then also get very defensive and upset, very, very upset, when people disagree with them, and then they default to...
I'm also gonna say that shippers ruin every community. The bottom of the bottom in any community are shippers. I said it. I don't care. At least the new voice for Paimon sounds a lot better and does not make me want to do a South Park and kick the baby. Kick the emergency food.
Playing the victim in response, which of course is extremely pathetic behavior. Now as for this VA, to be fair, she didn't say anything about the character being a lesbian and only posted that GIF. And who knows for sure if she even knows what the flag looks like and or if she intentionally posted that GIF with a lesbian flag in the background. However, a lot of people seem to be assuming that she did purposely post that GIF to intentionally make the implication that Yuzuha is a lesbian. And considering how many English VAs in the past have been caught trying to push LGBT headcanon as fact, it's understandable why so many people think that's also what's happening here as well. For example,
I have a canon. I have a peak canon that nobody can disprove. All characters are super straight until proven otherwise. Until confirmed otherwise.
Example, Paimon's ex-VA claims to be non-binary, or at least did the last time I checked, and used to also say that Paimon was canonically non-binary. This, of course, was a lie, and when people would call it out, that VA would oftentimes go harass those people and get like extremely mad and defensive about it all. Other English VAs have directly
Nah, I can't say that one. Anyways, I'm gonna say it anyways. Paimon is Aether's stress relief.
Defended the sort of people who push LGBT headcanon as fact and attack others over it. And again, important context. I'm not referring to people who simply have a headcanon, go have fun with that. I got no problem with that. I'm talking about the people who claim their headcanon is fact.
I don't either. As long as it is actually a headcanon you can work with, not a headcanon that is disproven. like shipping two characters when it's confirmed that one character already has a family and is in a relationship or other stuff.
And attack others over it. Those are the sort of people that multiple English VAs have openly defended on their own social media pages in the past. And so, as mentioned, this is all very important context for why so many people are responding the way that they are in this particular situation with VA Kimberly Tierney and her Yuzaha tweet. Speaking of which, let's now go back to the responses, take a look at some more of these, and then we'll take a look at the brief response the VA issued to all this stuff. So, as mentioned, more of the response.
Dream Demon. A classic.
Responses include another reason that the English cast is hated and not used. Awful acting by most of y'all, and you're annoying. What an embarrassment. Can't wait for AI to replace y'all. Thankfully, I never play with the cringe English VAs. And hello, Mihoyo. You may be interested to learn that this voice actor is openly declaring her opposition to your values and Chinese law. Other people defending the VA and actually getting upset that I got tagged here and that Rev also got mentioned. So shouts out to Rev. By the way, it's Rev's birthday, so happy birthday, Rev. Hopefully bro is having a great one. I'm sure he is. But check this out. At Hero Hey, this thread is blowing up. Lots of interesting things being said. And this one's saying, yep, Hero Hey and Rev need to see this at Hero Hey. So thank you guys for the tags. And this is a tweet we're taking a look at now where someone posted an image of me getting tagged and Rev getting mentioned for them to all really whine about and complain about and give us, to be quite frank, some great content. So let's take a look.
You cannot be this dumb. You cannot be this dumb. If you know you can be farmed after this, and it's not even worth the clout. It's not even worth the attention because you just get more shit on. Why do you do this?
For example, we've got this one that says, I was hoping Hero Hey had died in some tragic way or another by now. Hey, great news for you, bro.
That's why I'm saying, for these people, if they consider you an enemy, you cannot die. You cannot die, because then they win. I've also seen a lot of stuff against Hulk Hogan. The most vile shit, the side that is, you know, promoting themselves as good and you know, love is love. What's wrong? Why are you wishing death on people so much or celebrating people's death? That's interesting.
You're welcome to have your own headcanon. Seems like you're already thinking about me a lot, so have fun with your headcanon. There you go. Augustine's like, what did he do to have you wishing death upon him? Someone else is like, he's a grifting geek, plain and simple.
Remember, guys, grifting is a reason for you to die. What's next?
Spoiler alert, they used the chud.
And I said it many times, no matter what political aisle you're from, no matter what you stand for, no matter who you are, if you wish death upon people, you deserve to end up on a list because you are a danger to society. Because if you're already thinking about or wishing about people dying, how far are you really away from actually doing it yourself?
Word next, you know, all these buzzwords they like, chud, grifter, throw Nazi in there, here and there too. Yeah, a bunch of words that are completely meaningless these days. So Augustine then calls that person out for being so weak-minded, but then the person says that they don't actually care if I live or die, even though they're basically making the implication a second ago that they do care, that they want me dead. So that's a funny, quick backtrack. I really don't care. You're welcome to wish that you want me dead or whatever. It doesn't change reality. I just personally find him annoying and thinks he should keep his mouth shut in some conversations and topics. No, I'm going to talk about what I want to, but you can keep trying on Twitter, like I said. You know, have fun with that. Look at this one. This one's hilarious. Genuine question. Who's Hero Hey?
What? I mean, it's a meme, okay? It's a meme, but... What? How do you... Let's say it's not a meme. And it genuinely believes that. What do we do with these people? Holy fuck.
Worse than Hitler. Yeah, dude. Literally worse than Hitler. Right. And here's another one. Similar to the last one. This one's like, they calling in the Nazis. So guys, by the way, quick side note. I'm thinking of a new cosplay to work on. You know that character Schrodinger from Hellsing? I think that might be a fun one. Maybe I should do that one. Let me know what you think in the comments. And some other people would start tagging.
Yes. 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 You should. Yes. Because the people would seethe.
tagging me too, but I'm not really too sure what's going on here.
What the heck? I mean, that one's fine, right? But that one has some homoerotic energy. Goodness.
So yeah, this is the state of my life right now. It's either people wishing me dead, calling me a Nazi, or making...
What the fuck? What the heck? What the heck, bro? What the actual fuck is going on? We went from shitting on idiots to gooners? How did that happen?
Tweets like this. But enough about myself and the people mad at Rev and I want to show you this tweet because we read this comment a few minutes ago. The one that, once again, read, another reason that the English cast is hated and not used. Awful acting by most of y'all and you're annoying. And this guy got a response that, let me just read this for you. Tell me you're a bigot without saying it. And you're a VTuber? Oh boy, I got some bad news for you. Get ready to get put on blast by streamers I know personally that have way further reach than you. Posted as promised. And my post on Reddit already has nearly 1,000 views.
This gives me the energy of, remember when, you got like homework for the next day in school, and then you go to school, and then the retard in the back just says, "We still got homework. You need to correct our homework." That's the energy. I dislike left-leaning VTubers. Holy fuck.
In 3 minutes. You're cooked, bro. Go fix your heart. No, uni makes no empty promises. Oh my gosh. This has to be satire. This might be the funniest thing I've read all day, and I already read a bunch of funny posts, but like, bro, this one is some comedy gold. If this person is being satirical, man, this person's like a comedic genius. Like, give this person all the gold stars or whatever, you know, give them all the primos, give them all the wishes or whatever they have in Zenless Zone Zero. As you guys know, I only play Genshin for Hoyo games, but yeah, whatever Zenless currency is, if this is a joke, you nailed it, and you deserve like at least 10 free wishes in Zenless. Holy smokes, guys, I just realized I'm messing up really bad. Like, there's been so much random stuff to take a look at on the side here. I actually forgot to show you the response from the VA. To be fair to me, the response...
By the way, posted as promised, and my post on Reddit already has nearly 1,000 views in 3 minutes. You're cooked, bro. Go fix your heart. Uni makes no empty promises. Are you retarded? Genuine... That's a rhetorical question. I think... Usually I don't use it with the meaning, but here it might genuinely be retarded, derogatory.
This is really short, but yeah, I will admit I probably should have shown this like way earlier in the video. Oh, it's too late now. Let's take a look. So once again, this is what like caused all this. She said, of course, Yuzaha is our most precious angel, posting this gif, and then all this craziness ensues, and that takes us to this tweet where Kimberly said, if I posted something to do with that, it was purely accidental, but discrimination against minorities is not okay. Full context. Person said, Yuzaha is not a lesbian. Nothing in the lore points her sexuality. Stop pushing your sexual preferences into a character you voice, please. It's highly unprofessional. If you do that as a fan, nothing is wrong with that, but you're the official VA of the character. She said, I don't have any opinion about this. I'm not sure what you mean. And then they said, you literally posted a Yuzaha gif in front of a lesbian flag and it's still there. To which, once again, she said, if I posted something to do with that, it was purely accidental, but discrimination against minorities is not okay. So this makes it sound like she did not intend to post the gif with lesbian flag, or like she didn't know what the flag looked like and or didn't register what it meant and or meant nothing by it. However you want to interpret that, there you go.
Well, yeah. But do I want to give people the benefit of the doubt nowadays? That's the question. Yeah, sure. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt, and she accidentally, right?
That's her response. Let's take a look at the public reception to this response. Unfortunately, the comments have been locked, so we're not going to be able to take a look at those, but we can always hop over to the quotes, in which there are plenty to take a look at, so let's take a look. You mean to tell me that this woman got harassed for posting a flag that she thought looked pretty? Classic white woman pulling the minorities card. You can't make this stuff up at this point, bro. As a minority, go screw yourself.
When the people you tried to defend say go fuck yourself.
She's doubling down and shielding herself with minorities.exe. We're talking about you and your misconduct here. It's time to backtrack just a little further and apologize for it. A little more duality here. We can see on the top, all y'all harassing this woman over a friggin' mistake. Y'all are freaks and other sane minorities.
I don't know if you could consider that a mistake. Like, what if it, what if it was any, what if the flag, okay, what if the flag was an evil flag? What then? you can't be this stupid to be like, oh, I'm gonna post this GIF with a flag in the background. I don't know what that flag means. It could be literally MAP Jason and like, or like pro MAP and be like, what? Careful what you post.
We don't care. We'll take a look at a few more of these really quick. The funny thing is that she didn't do it on purpose. She didn't know the flag. Lol, her employers knocked. Good. Do your job and keep your politics out of it. And, well, oops, indeed. So yeah, as you can see, there are a lot of different interpretations people have of this whole tweet. And my gosh, the situation is pretty amusing. All I can do is really laugh at all this, man. This is the internet. Like, this is certainly a Twitter moment and an internet moment. And it's also our entertainment now. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please consider liking and subscribing.
Very true. Please consider liking and subscribing. It would help the channel, and obviously Hirai's channel. Here's my take. There's a chance she didn't know, which in this case, obviously, she got heat for nothing. But is that really the case? Do we believe that? Do we believe that? That's the question. And when it comes to Hoyoverse VAs, I'm more like on the side of saying no, actually not. That's I don't know. It's been normal for these, but yeah, I don't know. This is a silly situation. If it's actually she actually didn't know, that's a silly situation, straight up. Huh? Interesting. Well, we got more where that came from. There's nothing I can add. Poke already said what I was going to say. Yeah. You mean headcanon Vin Diesel and The Rock licking each other's bald head? Poke, stop taking my takes. Why not? You should copyright them. Anyways, we got another short one.
What happened?
We got another short one. Kentucky just snapped by decoy voice. I literally just wanted to react to this. I have no idea what it's about. I just wanted to react to this because the thumbnail was intriguing. Anyways, also if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. We will jump in. Let's see what happened in Kentucky. Kentucky Fried Chicken?
What happens when you have anti-ICE protesters from Deep Blue Cincinnati wander—
Oh, well, now we know the context of what's going on here.
across a bridge into Deep Red, Kentucky? We finally get to see the FAFO scale in action, as these activists block the rolling bridge between Ohio and Kentucky. And
Ohio. Only in Ohio, chat.
While Cincinnati PD is gently arresting these people.
What?
Cincinnati PD is
Bro, is that a demon? Is that a man? Is that a woman? What is that? I can't identify it. I want Kentucky Fried Chicken now. Well, it's over. What are you? All we have is each other. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. What are you? I'd say it's a woman. It might be a woman. It could also be a skinny fat dude. Twink, whatever.
Gently arresting these people protesting. Kentucky's Covington police immediately laid down the law,
I just love seeing protesters be dragged away. It is like a really, it's like a really, it's like a really, what's the word? It's just satisfying. It's just like, these people deserve it, so I don't care. Look, it's the pro-slavery people. Who's gonna clean my lawn up, people? True. Who's gonna do the farm work as like a minimum? Who's gonna do the jobs for minimum wage? The only reason why the Democrats don't want these people gone is very simple. It's cheap labor. Because an American would ask for more money than an immigrant who has nothing. That's the same thing they do it with Europe. The same thing. Straight up the same thing. It's all about cheap labor.
Now, one copper started landing haymakers on a protester in a Cincinnati Reds cap, while this lady attacked the cops with her tactical slipper as a canine cop.
Tactical slipper! Also, I think this lady should stop attacking the local McDonald's. Then they realize the more they support it, the more children will be trafficked. True.
Tactical slipper as the canine cops were finally deployed. Now, what's interesting is how Kentucky's media reported on the arrests, versus how the liberal media highlights the Kentucky cops that beat protesters, simply demonstrating against the ICE arrest of a hospital chaplain, with Cincinnati's local outlet sensationalizing it.
This is our country! Why are we being beat up because we're doing a peaceful march?
The story I'm getting is they were peacefully assembling, having a protest, and
that is only if you know, being peaceful means you are being peaceful. Right? Being peaceful also means if the police tells you to go away, you go away. You see, I think, I don't know what the laws are in the States, right? I don't know. Do you have to announce when you are going to do a protest? How about that? You announce that you're going to do a protest. If that's an option. Because I definitely think that might be an option, right? Because otherwise, you're just being a nuisance and you're going to be removed. Tactical slipper engage. A man is the wrong spelling. It's a man.
And somebody came down here in a car and antagonized them. And there was a confrontation between that driver and the protesters.
He said, I'm American, and he just threw me down on the ground. And I am 70 years old. This is
Sorry, Granny, then don't be retarded.
I am 70.
Also, I love how they put, we are a country of immigrants. Technically, you are a country of settlers. Technically, your country was not founded by immigrants, it was founded by settlers. And the people that went to those settlers when they settled, those were immigrants. People entering from from one country to another are immigrants. People going to land that is unclaimed are known as settlers. 70 cap. Sure, despite my country's flaws, I'm actually glad my country bans illegal immigration, because it makes sense. They're committing a crime. They are bringing crime into the country. They're not contributing to society.
70 years old. This is my This is my country. I am 70 years old.
Chad? Can we get her ass for this? Hold up, wait a minute, what is she doing? I hope it's a fist. I hope it's a fist. I hope it's a fist. Oh, pause. Somebody get Elon. I think I found his mom. But what about the legal one? If you're legal, there's no issue.
This is my country.
This is possibly the greatest illustration of culture clash, as plenty of liberal places would simply allow activists to block a bridge, but Kentucky is showing them this renaissance of justice.
There are many cases where legal ones are getting deported. Obviously, then that should not happen, and the people responsible for this should be, you know, there should be a way to drag you to court. Because if you're deported when you're illegal, then whoever did it should face a punishment. Easy.
As they're simply bewildered at the idea that they will be forcefully arrested when taking over our infrastructure. As Cincinnati's local outlet covers a story, reporting how 13 were arrested by Kentucky's police for rioting, amongst other things, but framing it with, a car antagonized the peaceful protesters. Imagine you're just trying to get to work, and the unemployed hordes with nothing to do on a—
Unemployed hordes. More news for the unemployed. It's crazy. It's wild.
Weekday afternoon, start pounding on your vehicle while waving some other country's flag that has absolutely nothing to do with what they're protesting. As these activists are allegedly angry over a Cincinnati children's chaplain being arrested.
I still like these kind of protesters still more than the climate ones. Because the climate ones are actually retarded. Like, dude, you're using a glue to, like, this is the fun part, right? Climate ones are even more hypocrites, right? Because they're using glue to glue themselves onto streets, which then in order for them to be removed, they need to cut open the street to cut them out, right? Which causes CO2. They're in front of cars where the motors are running, which means more CO2. So I kind of still... I don't hate these as much. I don't like them, but I don't hate them as much.
After he recently lost his asylum status in America, as back in 2022, he filed a lawsuit over the feds flagging him after applying for a job in an Oregon prison. But now facing deportation, they claim his life is in danger if sent back to Egypt, which they're already accommodating for this by sending people to third-party countries. As one, I really wonder if he was given the option of the South Sudan or El Salvador, would he suddenly change his mind and prefer to go home? And two, they keep framing him as this children's chaplain wrongfully losing his asylum status, but you really have to search to find out why he lost it. As even NPR's network reports on his case, stating it's over his time on the board of an Egyptian community organization that has ties with an organization that their own government classifies as a terror group.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Let me grasp the full situation of this, right? So a dude loses his status, right? He's no longer allowed to be in the States. And is being sent back to Egypt. But he is known for having connection to a terrorist organization, or at least Egypt deems them a terrorist organization. And people want this man to stay. I have many questions, and I don't think I will get any answers. Why do you want somebody who is supposedly a terrorist in your country? The climate one also ruined good cars. True. What's funny about this is this leads Mexicans also protest against foreigners. Wait a minute. They don't realize they're an enablers. Wait, so Mexicans are protesting against people being deported back to Mexico because they don't want to have them either. Is that what I'm getting from this?
which he openly admitted his affiliation with on his application. But now the response is that group has been ubiquitous in many aspects of the country's civic life. As honestly, I have no idea how that clears his name, other than possibly the most important aspect of this case is being conveniently omitted in most of the reporting. As why do all the headlines say children's chaplain, but nothing about the possible ties to terror attempting to get a position inside our prison system? Now I understand their argument. They're framing this as a very loose connection to that organization. And for all we know, this could be true. But it honestly feels like the activist issue isn't with US policy regarding terror, but Egypt's classification of that organization. So why aren't they protesting bridges in Egypt? Or is this yet another example of activists marching on behalf of something they know little to nothing about? But at least Kentucky isn't...
I'm gonna say this. Most of leftist activism is shallow. It's not for anything but themselves. Most activism of leftists, they just protest, right? They always protest, they always tweet, they always write texts, articles, but you rarely see somebody actually do something. Rarely. Like, all these people go around, like, support this, support that, and it's then like, okay, let's look at their financial record. Okay, they're rich. Have they donated to good causes? Oh, they haven't! Well, that's curious. Well, that's odd. Have they helped in their community? Oh, no! That's weird. It's just shallow. It means nothing. Call Man in Black is getting too close. Poker going deep into the rabbit hole. Hey, if you're on the hub, the deeper you go, the more the tea gets silent. Get it? Because it's owned by a rabbi. Get it? Yup, it really happened. Mexicans are protesting against Westerners unless they speak their language. I think one of the posters said "No gringos allowed." That's crazy. That is crazy. Understandable though.
Playing around, as some of the felonies were dropped, but mainly due to guilty pleas on the misdemeanor charges, with 4 still facing felony riot convictions. As their defense attorney is arguing at one point this was a peaceful assembly, but the Kentucky judge just got frustrated, stating this was a riot, as 5+ people gathered with violent behavior, attacking the police. The simple fact that this case hasn't been thrown out makes me believe they're about to find out. It really looks like Kentucky's justice system is trying to set the precedence of, just because you're angry over something beyond your understanding, doesn't mean you get to throw a temper tantrum blocking our public streets, as it sounds like a slippery slope. But there's a reason why in Florida, activists politely protest alligator Alcatraz from the safety of the side of the road.
That's exactly how you do it! That is exactly how you do it. This is a great example of protesting. Everyone stands on the side, right? Protests, people can drive by. They are doing it correctly, the correct way. Because these idiots don't realize, right? They're idiots, right? Because if you block streets and you piss off the average person, then the average person will hate you and your cause. This is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. Easy. I will still say for my American homies, don't deport Latina baddies. We can't deport the big booty Latinas. They really took their freedom for granted. They're so lucky. Big booty Latinas. I love Latina Sonic.
The road. When liberal Los Angeles, California loses access to their freeways whenever the Democrats don't get their way. I've covered this third world phenomenon for years now, as sadly the only time the city sees law and order is when Trump deploys the Marines, or when there was mass looting during the lockdowns and the National Guard had to be installed before it stopped. But let me know if you think Kentucky will actually lock up these so-called activists, as some people think a felony conviction is too harsh, but I think it isn't enough. I think if you ever get arrested for activism, you should lose all access to public benefits, as a
Oh, do we need to go that far? I think that the felony should be fine, I think.
US taxpayers shouldn't be subsidizing this unemployed behavior, and if you got time to block a bridge on a Wednesday afternoon, you got time to get a regular job. Possibly on a farm. I heard a lot of them are hiring.
True and real. True and real. I wonder when the next Ottoman Empire will happen. It'll probably start in the UK. I would assume UK or Germany. Anyways, that was interesting to see. Kentucky really just said, fuck you, no more. Enough. That's crazy. Interesting. Well, we see it happen all the time. Nowadays, I don't like protesters. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like protesters. Only the good ones, like the ones just earlier, right? Neatly in like a row at the side of the street. That's the way to do it. Don't be a public nuisance. That's all I can say. We don't like nuisance streamers. We don't like nuisance activists. Enough said. Simple. If another Ottoman Empire will happen, my response to those people will be, Europe had its chance. Europe had its chance, but Europe is retarded. I mean, we have now mass censorship. How is the UK UKing in the European Union? How does what the UK decides affect me as a European, like somebody in the European Union? What the fuck are we doing? These fuckers are not part of us anymore. Get the fuck out of here. Goodness. I have a Porsche video!
Hey, what's up, guys?
I have a Porsche video. I missed this one, so we gotta watch it. A Porsche video. Redditors meltdown after problematic VTuber gets on billboard. Wait, Kirsche was put on a billboard again? By ref says Desu. Okay, we'll look at this. I'm intrigued. The Porsche. She is. I have her Oshi marks on Twitter, by the way. And I get blocked for it. So they immediately know this man is a red flag. Anyways, also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing and turning on the notification bell. Because, remember, YouTube changed the rules.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. So today we're going to be once again talking about the very problematic VTuber Kirsche. Now, she's upset a lot of Redditors and Twitter freaks with a development regarding her fan base and just her content generally. So you might remember Kirsche. She's someone we talked about a couple times over the past couple of months. She had basically a whole life ruination campaign launched.
And they failed! They failed so gloriously that this woman is making more bang than she ever did. These losers failed. It is so good. It is so good to see these idiots fail.
Against her by people who are basically trying to deplatform her, take away her sponsors, and one of the big pieces of this was 3 articles made by Vice that were straight up hit pieces, and eventually through some pressure she was able to win that sort of battle and get the articles taken down. Now what's going on this time? Well, a fan purchased a billboard.
That is so cool. Guys, you need to do this for me eventually. That is so cool. That is really cool. Okay, Kirsche Verstahl. VTuber, Whiplash streamer, News, Yap, Gaming, Foxy Fun. Great. Oh yeah, I was in one of Ref's videos, which is insane. It was about collective shout. Oh, that's interesting. Should I look for my homie Lumpy in the collector shout video? That is crazy.
Slot for her to promote her content, which we've seen people like Pippa have this done from her own community before. I believe that was in Tennessee a couple years ago. But yeah, this is very funny to see. Imagine pulling down the Massachusetts freeway or wherever this is in Massachusetts and seeing Kirsha on a big billboard. Now, of course, you know what's going to happen here. People are very, very upset. This was a birthday gift to her from her community, and now people are making the pilgrimage, including some angry Redditors. So as you can see, oh, by the way, Reddit is seething about this, because of course...
The fabled billboard. Yeah, you should do that next. Yeah, I could do that next. That is cool. Yeah, that Redditors seethe is not surprising, I'll be real. They seethe about anything.
Of course they are. So let's read some of the comments from these humble Redditors, okay? First one saying, I did a quick search. It seems like they live in Massachusetts. They're also a huge bigot. Yeah, being called a bigot by Redditors, I mean, that pretty much means...
Being called a bigot by anyone does not matter. It does not matter. It just doesn't. This word has no means. You could literally... You know how to counter everyone who says any buzzword? You know how to counter that? I guess so. You're a bigot. I guess so. You're homophobic. I guess so. Like, what are you gonna do? What are they gonna do now, huh? What if I am? What are you gonna do now, huh? What are you gonna do? Block me? You would do that anyways. Cry about it? You would do that anyways. Like, it doesn't matter. All these, you can counter all of them by saying, I guess so. So what? What if I am? What then, huh? These things don't matter.
Absolutely nothing. This person says, what's next? A Proud Boys billboard? Seems like a bit of a jump. And then this person just doing what the...
How do you come to... What the fuck? I can tell by the Okay, the moment you have an anime avatar, you're already in racist territory. German name? Even worse. Wait, by that... I'm already a racist. By that point. And gaming. Is that like the 3 infinity stones of like, you're definitely a racist?
Anti-racists always do. I can tell by the anime avatar, German name, and gaming that they're racist. Yep, once again, the anti-racist strike with some of the most racist stuff you'll ever see. This is in their attempt to battle a supposed bigot, and they're saying based on your German name and anime avatar and that you're a gay.
I mean, this technically, you could say, if a German name makes you racist, you could already say, Europe essentially said all Germans are racist. In this case, my friend, I have news for you. You're racist.
Gamer, well that makes a lot of sense. You must be racist. This person says, get the F out of here with the gaming dig. This person says, video games are my main hobby. I know from regular personal experience how racist the average hard R gamer can be.
The average gamer can't even be racist because if you were, you would get banned. Because most gaming, most games, most servers, most anything would nuke you. What the fuck you mean?
Seems like you have a lot of experience with that sort of stuff for a guy who's so against racism. Also, when did Kirsha say any of this? You're just making things up for no reason. And then this person says, in response to people basically saying don't generalize, they say, relax, it's the same when someone calls men crappy or white people are racist. If you're not those things, being called them as a generalization shouldn't bother you. Days later...
You know why that's a problem? You know why that's a problem? When the generalizations hit groups that you support. All black people commit crime. That is a generalized statement. Statistically, somewhat accurate. Not all of it, obviously. But it's But if I say that, should black people not be offended if I generalize them? Muslim people. People out there saying all Muslims are terrorists. You shouldn't be mad about that, right? It's just a generalization. If you're not one of those things, it doesn't matter, right? It shouldn't bother you. We don't make generalizations for a reason. Because somebody's individual fault cannot be put on a group. If somebody says the hard R, it's just that somebody said that hard R, not the entire group. I know this hurts, but that's the truth. You cannot generalize, because generalizations are wrong. It's about the individual faults of individuals.
And people still sea lying and tripping over themselves to gotcha me. Y'all keep outing yourselves. It's going great. Yeah, you seem like you're doing really well. Sitting here in a Reddit thread about a random person you could just ignore if you want.
With a single upvote.
Wanted to. And saying generalizations, including negative ones, it's fine, right? If you're just not the thing they're saying, they're generalizing about you as...
Yeah, but it's only about groups that they like. This, of course, is not... This, of course, does not mean groups they like. It's just that we're fine with groups they don't like. That's the hypocrisy.
A certain class that you are, it shouldn't bother you at all. Imagine using these sorts of negative generalizations on other races or genders, and people like this would lose their mind. But of course, they're going after men and white people. That's the safe edgy, that is Reddit approved, and nobody has a problem with it. It's very pathetic, very hypocritical, and I'm sure if there was a generalization made about them that was negative, they wouldn't like it. And of course, you keep going, and mushy, take meds, yes. People saying they seem awful. Then we see the real campaign here. People trying to get this billboard taken down. Again, espouting some of the most ridiculous things that are not things that Kirsche even...
It's just funny. But our primitive mind work and generalize things. We don't nearly develop enough in each case. That's why you use mostly cautious language, so you don't generalize. The problem is that the average person does not know how to use cautious language. Like I said, collective fault is a problem, because if you do collective fault, you get 1943. You don't want 1943. I don't think most people want a state of the world in the state of 1943. I don't think so. It's just that the average person is not educated enough to use cautious language.
And said, they're miscategorizations of things she said, and also just made up. Like, oh, if you want to stop being called a bigot, then stop referring to yourself as a Ku Klux Kirsche. Well, that's what the psychos on places like Twitter and Reddit call her. Like, I think you need to ask those people to stop doing that. That's why it was a thing in the first place, because they're so deluded in what in their minds fits as a bigot or a KKK member. It's ridiculous. But they're literally getting together these forms that they want you to fill out. They want to actually get this taken down.
A form to get it taken down, it's not our teaching. Obviously it's not. But I think the average person gets taught not to make generalizations. I think. I hope so. At least we here in Germany, we're taught not to make generalizations. I don't know where it is everywhere else. I mean, this is probably the States, so I'm not surprised. But still, it's just, I don't know. I just think we should not put somebody's individual faults on a collective. That's just retarded. We get terrible things out of that when that happens.
It bothers them so much. These people are trying to work with the city council to get it taken down. Just imagine being this soft over a billboard because you saw the boogeyman you've been crying about on social media the last couple of years. But here's some more. This person saying, I have seen this person online. She actually said she would report me and my wife's boyfriend to ICE and get us deported. I couldn't believe somebody could be that bigoted in the present day.
That is a straight... There's no way. There's no way you actually interacted with her. And probably the context was... If... Remember, being deported when you're illegally in a country, that's on you. That's fully on you. Wait. This is bait. This gotta be bait. I'm retarded. This is bait. She actually said she would report me and my wife's boyfriend. I think this is bait. Hold up, this is bait. I just realized. That can't be real. That's bait, me when I lie, legit. This is bait. This can't be real. This can't be real.
This is Reddit, okay? Normally I'd say this is a joke.
I'm saying this is a joke. This is a joke. This gotta be a joke. Oh, show after this, obviously. Yeah, fine. This is a joke. This is a joke. 100%. Nobody would openly make that joke. Because many people make that joke about like Democrats, like leftist men and their wife's boyfriend. That's bait. I refuse to believe that that person means it.
I believe it. I believe they think this happened, or they conjured this fantasy into their head. But anyways, here's some more. We're a top 1% commenter. Wow. What a way to spend your life. We could call the billboard company and complain. Should ban billboards like in Vermont. And then another person down here, once again, trying to promote people to get it taken down, right? This is the best thing they can do. This is their World War III, trying to get this billboard taken down. This is the most important moment of their
Is this billboard like Reddit's 9/11? Also, I wonder what that comment said. Probably criticism.
Lives. And there's some more here saying that's disgusting. Can we exile them from Massachusetts? Let's get that taken down. Like 99% of VTubers are chill, normal people, but of course, the racist bigots.
I'm a chill, normal person. I'm a completely chill, normal person. I would argue.
Seems a little redundant. One puts up a billboard, no per community bought it. I'll stick to these chill VTubers, thanks. That's the closest thing to someone actually making a good use of their time. If you don't like these problematic VTubers like Kirsha, do something else. Go watch someone else instead of seething on Reddit all day and night. And down here people say, we should be like Vermont and ban these distracting eyesores. Dunkin' Donuts, dispensaries, casinos, and scum-sucker lawyers can figure out another way to let people know they exist. Interesting stuff. Now, the seething would also bleed over into Twitter as well, because...
Not this retard again. No, I see this retard so much. It's crazy. I've seen him talk to Celeste, or quote tweeting Celeste. I've seen this retard, I think, quoting Lark. I could be wrong. Well, it's maybe Straub as well, Ref. I've seen him. He's a retard.
Of course it would. This is a great post saying, pros, it's only up for 30 days. It's in a blue state, so more than likely someone will demand it be taken down. Barely anyone will care or know who Kirsha is. Interesting. It seems like people really care. They're quite upset, in fact, at least on Reddit. And then they say the cons. They forgot to add the fact she's a white supremacist Nazi, who blackmails journalists places of employment.
That's not what happened, though. Which we know, because you are disingenuous fucks. That's not what happened, though. They're trying to ruin her life with, lies. False information. Lies such as she supported that white lady calling that kid the N-word when she said the kid should have not been stealing and the woman should have not said the N-word. And they put the exact same clip into the article, disproving the entire article. Also funny, you're defending journalists. You're defending journalists who want all women raped. Correction, all biological women raped. Play a game, play Fall Guys with a vibrator or something like that, right? And every time they bump into somebody, it vibrates. As a vor and fart fetish, are you sure you're the good guy? Are you sure? You've been accusing someone Nazi and are asking to get gas by action. That would never happen. They don't deserve this. But they're so desperately looking and trying to search for racists and Nazis, so they have to make any up they can find.
Yeah, see, that's what happens when you write a hit piece on, or a series of hit pieces on someone, and they say, well, I'm going to request a redaction or I'm going to take legal action. That's what she did, and Vice folded instantly.
Now, also, blackmail nowadays is, I'm going to sue you. That's blackmailing nowadays. Oh, you caught me a, what? PDF? I don't know. And now I'm gonna sue you? How dare you blackmail me? With no proof, by the way. No proof. It's retarded.
Thank you for bringing up that entire scenario, because it's a nice little lead into the next part of this video. Two of the articles were made by...
Oh no. Oh no. It's Anna Valens. No, it's Anna Valens. Help. Help. Ugh. Terrible. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? What are we doing? Why are we... Just why? Just why? Why do I need to see this creature? This man.
By Anna Valens. Also, the third one was basically defending Anna as they were getting criticism for these hit piece articles. And it seems like they're having a bit of a time with this, saying, okay, I need to know who bought the billboard. Why do you want to know that? I don't really know what the intentions here are. It doesn't seem very good. And if you look at the comment section, look.
Also, guys, we cannot get this creature. We cannot get this creature out of VTubing. You know why? They might run around and do something bad with women. Hi, Poga, did you drag me here? I feel like I was dragged here by someone. I didn't, but hi, tourist. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. What's funny is these people are doing what has he been doing by hunting opposing views. Anna Valens is jealous. Oh, Anna Valens is definitely... Anna Valens is definitely jelly.
Looks like the rural Midwest, so it checks out. Her views are seen as acceptable there. Probably Anna V. Like all religious billboards, it was through collective donations from her cult members. Wow.
I didn't donate, but I'm definitely part of a cult.
Now, this should have been on Reddit, okay? That post just screams Reddit on so many levels. That would have gotten so many updates in that Reddit thread. Man, what a missed opportunity. This one says, What are the going rates for a non-premium billboard? Surely this isn't her spending her own money, right? No, because she has a community that supports her, so they do stuff like this for her as a reward because she is well liked. I'm also happy to say, just looking at this random grouping of...
Wait, isn't Anna Valen, didn't it come anti-censorship all of a sudden because of collective shout? I guess that is only quality, I guess. But you just make me like the stream and subscribe with those notifications on. I have no hands in this. I am innocent. I'm not touching anything.
of Twitter users unblocked by every single one, including Anna, which is just...
That's wild. Imagine being this blocked. To be fair, I'm also blocked by Anna Valens. I tried getting blocked by Niara. It hasn't happened yet. I know that Frog is blocked on her main account. But Frog is, like, blocked by half, probably by more people than I am. Because, like, she was beefing with, well, not beefing, but she shit on Project Melody, but regardless.
badges of honor at this point. You know you're doing something right when all these deranged people are upset with you to the point they gotta hide away from you. But of course, there's another situation involving Vice. Some big news over here. Anna saying, Vice's own Savage Ventures has requested the removal of my collective shout articles. This is due to concerns about the controversial subject matter, not journalistic complaints. Effective immediately. I will no longer contribute to Waypoints. If this upsets you, I recommend contacting Savage Ventures directly with your complaints. Doesn't this kind of feel like a full circle type?
You are fired. You're fired! All jokes aside, hi again. I guess I have been busy with important things. IRL. Okay. No issue. I'm happy to be back. Welcome back, buddy.
Moment here where now all of a sudden they're the victim who's getting treated so unfairly. Like, maybe you shouldn't have made so many hit pieces about VTubers. That's kind of what happened here, and I don't think anyone really feels sorry for this individual, but yeah, you shouldn't be surprised though. It's Vice. They've completely fallen off. They have no journalistic integrity. You knew what you were getting into when you started working with this company, but yeah, that's pretty much the situation for today. A very funny moment. At the end of the day, these people are going to screech and cry no matter what happens with Kirsha or any of the other so-called problematic VTubers who dare to have wrongthink, who dare to have any sort of a viewpoint that upsets these very fragile individuals. And it's going to continue to happen over and over again. And all it does, at the end of the day, just like with the hit pieces and the Life Ruination campaign, it just builds stronger and more unified support among the fan base that already exists. And it brings a lot of people to their attention, to their streams, to their content, their accounts, what have you, because a lot of people will say, what's the big deal? And they'll check this out and enjoy someone's content like this. And honestly, the people who are upset and seethe and slander and do all these things, they were never going to be fans in the first place. So it's like, you're not even wasting it. There's no reason to waste your time on those people.
That's why I'm not trying to be like, to cater to people that don't like me anyways. Why should I cater to people that don't like me anyways? What's the point of that? It's just a waste time and energy. Don't insult Islam again. Thank you, Poke. I won't, as long as you behave.
People anyways. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you...
My opinion is very simple. These people are retarded. Absolutely, 100%. There's no way. Again, they still believe dumb shit. They still believe absolutely dumb shit and lies about her. And they refuse to change. Because, you know, looking into things actually would make them explode. So dumb. Poke's true. No, she's not! No! Stop spreading false information, Joe! I don't agree with Nazis! What do you mean? I do find the tweets funny, though. Or entertaining when she has beef with somebody. Damn, now I have to make the big thing, huh? Now I need to do the big one. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I just hope there's nothing in there that will copyright me. If there is, it's gonna be over quite quickly. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Also, I will put this on. How much speed do I can put this on? 1.25 times. I think that's the way to go. True memes are S tier. Sure. How long? That's gonna be rough. That's gonna be incredibly rough, chat. That is ginormous of a video. Goodness. Anyways, I don't know what this is about. The Cult of Osho by Philion. Do what 1.5 times. We can see if 1.5 times is fine. If that's not too fast, we'll see. But yeah, let's jump into this. Yeah, that's maybe a bit too fast. Do you have YouTube Premium by any chance? I've never seen ads on your channel. For streams, for the regular streams in between the week, I do have ads from like Monday to Friday. For the reaction streams, only when you enter.
In 1981, an orange jumpsuited horde swarmed an inconspicuous.
An orange jumpsuited horde. That sounds like a prison, actually. That sounds like a prison. That sounds like a prison.
County in the hills of Oregon, in hopes of finding a home where they could practice a new faith and worship their foreign, illustrious leader. On the outside, it appears as if a band of wanderers were building a civilization from nothing, with plans of changing the minds and lives of all of those to come. A cult that, to this day, holds the keys to the meaning of life and what it is to be human. Those most dedicated to the orange garb chose to reside upon a land of free love, preaching that to become enlightened, one must overcome their worries, reject jealousy, avoid greed, and renounce vice. Inspired by one man, hippies all around the world flocked to his word and found solace in his steps to clear their consciousness and free thy inner self. But why him? Hundreds of contemporary gurus or—
Wait. Isn't that the people are retarded? Isn't that the one? He looks like the one. Oregon Brave it has strong built-in VPN and app blocker, and it rivals YouTube Premium and all app block extension. I highly I do use Brave. I do use Brave. I do use it. I do use it. Can I send you a video of a woman that poisoned her family with mushrooms? It happened in Australia. Sure you can.
prophets have come forward promising to usher humanity into a new age, yet ultimately fail in their mission to produce a large enough following. Is the problem the guru, their followers, or a combination of both? Well, with a bit of luck and some questionable noise.
It is him. It is the people are retarded
behind closed doors. A curious child, nicknamed the Ruler of the Night, would grow up to encourage thousands on a path of individuality and total freedom, securing him wealth, infamy, and a dedicated mass of followers from all walks of life to this day. Except, nothing is ever this simple, and utopias will never exist. Dressed in sunrise colors and grinning from ear to ear, this bloodthirsty collection of lost souls put a stranglehold on an entire state, infiltrated government positions, and committed the largest—
Damn! That's crazy! You guys got convicted a week ago, okay? That is crazy! We got a literal, that's not a small cult. How have I never heard of this?
bioterrorism attack in American history, all for the sake of pleasing their godlike false prophet, an ambitious stranger that would come to be known as Osho, the sex guru. Osho was born on December 11th, 1931 in a small village named Kuchwada. His birth name was Chandra Mohan Jain, but for clarification, he would go by several different names throughout his life. He was called Raja until the age of 7, and then Rajneesh Mohan Chandra Jain in preliminary school, but dropped the Jain in college.
How many names does bro have? How many DLCs does bro get? Also bald. I want to lick his bald head. Anyways, wasn't wrong. They were retarded. They fell for it and joined his cult. That's crazy. Apple has told you about this cult before, too. Could be, yeah. I just didn't know the name.
As he stopped believing in Jainism, during his early teachings, he was known as Acharya Rajneesh, or Bhagwan Shri Rajneesh. Acharya meaning teacher, Bhagwan meaning God, Lord, or Blessed One. For roughly a month in 1988, he renamed himself Maitreya the Buddha, or Beloved Zorba. But the following year, he was called Shri Rajneesh, which soon became Osho Rajneesh. Finally, in September of 1989, he settled on his final name, Osho. For the sake of continuity,
how many DLCs does... Dude, how many names do you have? How many 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 names. Bro has 8 names. 8 names.
And everyone's mental stability, instead of Rajneesh or Bhagwan, we will stick with Osho throughout the story. Though, it is important to recognize that these names act as a layer of separation to differentiate between his motives and how he wanted to be perceived. In any case, before Osho had any of these names, he was just another little boy running around India's Raizen district. As one of 11 siblings, Osho was sent to live with his maternal grandparents, which he credits as being a major influence on his development.
So this is what Indians are capable of at their full power. Huh. Maybe I should fear the both of you.
By Osho's own account, his grandmother did not impose any type of parental restrictions, leading to a rather carefree and spirited childhood for him. After his grandfather's death, 8-year-old Osho moved to Gadarwara to live with his parents, about an hour-and-a-half drive from his place of birth. Death seemed to follow Osho at a young age. Soon after his grandfather's death, his childhood girlfriend passed at the age of 15 from typhoid. These events had a profound impact on him, resulting in a persistent fear of death that consumed most of his adolescence, possibly influencing his later teachings. During his school years, Osho was a talented student who held a reputation as a fierce debater, despite being remembered as disobedient. He developed a critical attitude towards organized religion and proved to have a keen interest in a variety of techniques to expand consciousness. A fancy way of saying he created unique variations of fasting, meditation, hypnosis, and yogic exercise.
Yogic exercises, hypnosis, meditation, fasting. Huh. Very interesting. Hypnosis, huh? Fasting and meditation I can get. Hypnosis? That doesn't work. Yes, Duck, fear me, you'll be at the very bottom in my cult. I will not be your bottom. That will not happen. I will not be your bottom. I will not join your harem. We have already talked about this.
Exercises. It's believed Osho preferred to read rather than partake in sports, which led him to become enraptured by the writings of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels.
He's a yeah. Every evil goes back to communism. Bro is a commie, that's crazy.
German philosophers known as the fathers of Marxism. Author Vasant Joshi in The Awakened One states Osho, along with some friends, built a library containing mostly communist literature. Thus, Osho and his friends formed a small band of young thinkers who opposed religion and favored communist ideology.
Search Sadhguru. Let me look. Let me look what that means. Oh, that's another one. A guru. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I was thinking same. Oh, wait, he's the guy who dances? Of course he's a socialist.
In its place. This didn't bode all too well, as Osho would be branded a communist by his peers, which he didn't refute and was nearly expelled from school. As confirmation, Osho himself once claimed, "I've been interested in communism from my very childhood. Communist literature, perhaps, there is no book that is missing from my library. First, I was deeply interested in communism, but finding that it is a corpse, I became interested in anarchism. No state, no government in the world."
Oh. Now he got nuked. Now he said nah, anarchist instead. Okay. Bro said fuck, even the guys that actually read the shit say nah, fuck communism. That's crazy. Yes, Avguru, the one you fed. Gordon. Wait. Veg only for 3 days, okay. Yeah, oh, we've got a lot of them. Don't you worry, Duck. I'll still beat them all. Gooner.
For someone who was not even old enough to drink a beer in the States, Osho held a fiery passion for critical thought and sought a way to lessen humanity's suffering. He saw religions and governments as a means of holding back the people, who, in his mind, should be free to do whatever they choose, no matter the cost. Clearly, the so-called humanitarians that came before him did an awful job in helping the masses, so it was time for Osho to stand and assume a mantle of responsibility. In turn, he cultivated romanticized goals of saving humanity from its woes, in the hopes of delivering his followers from conventional...
So, bro essentially just said, do whatever you want. Steal, murder, make bombs. Don't care.
Sin, while advocating for a respite or haven where physical and mental bliss reigned. In the year 1951, at the age of 19, Osho studied at Hidkarini College in the city of Jabalpur. This was short-lived, as an unknown conflict with an instructor forced Osho to transfer to D.N. Jain College. Wherever Osho went, he couldn't help but find himself in an argument. According to author Joshi, Osho was so disruptive and argumentative that he was restricted from attending classes except for tests. Osho then chose to use his newfound time to work as an assistant editor at a local newspaper at the Sarva Dharma Sammelan, or Meeting of All Faiths. He spent roughly 17 years publicly debating at these assemblies, all the while declining his parents' requests to marry in pursuit of sharing his mysticism. He also briefly associated himself with the Indian National Army, a group of Indian collaborators who fought against the British control under the command of the Japanese Empire. Osho decided he could not accept any external discipline, philosophy, or system, which led him to establish his own thought. This was, in part, due to the fact that on March 21st, 1953, when he was 21 years old, Osho allegedly had a magical experience while...
A magical experience. He lost his virginity. Will he do another true crime tomorrow? Sure, why not? Cult of Apple. Nah, that's a cult we don't want. Also, that'd be a harem of Apple.
Sitting under a tree in the Bonvardal garden. Apparently, as the story goes, Osho used to climb a mahua tree at night and meditate. One night, as he was deep in thought, he fell from the tree, but when he awoke moments later, to his surprise, he was still sitting up in the tree. In his own words, that day for the first time, I saw my own body from outside, and since that day, the mere physical existence of my body finished forever. And from that day...
What are the chances homie was just high? What are the chances bro was just high? Sitting on that tree, imagine that he fell down, but he didn't.
Death also ceased to exist, because that day I experienced that the body and spirit are two different things, quite separate from each other. That was the most important moment, my realization of the spirit that is within every human body. Osho described the sensation as an out-of-body experience, and later called it the second satori, or enlightenment. This moment became a major part of his faith and the movement to come. Even the mahua tree was named the satori tree, and remains of its wood are still maintained by Osho's followers. In 1955, at the age of 24, he completed his bachelor's in philosophy at D.N. Jain College. Then, Osho attended the University of Cigar and earned his master's in philosophy just 2 years.
University of Cigar. Sounds like cigar. Smoking. Give me that weed cigar. Because that's the energy I'm getting from this guy. Dude was high 24/7. That explains it. And probably the followers were as well. Apple White is a real girl that made his masturbation. Crazy.
Years later. Following his education, Osho secured a career as a teacher at Raipur Sanskrit College, but was asked to leave after his colleagues believed he was a danger to the students' morality, character, and religion. In 1958, he lectured at Jabalpur University and was even elevated to professor. Supposedly, the students and faculty of Jabalpur regarded him as a popular and extraordinarily intelligent man. Having surpassed the shortcomings of his small-town education, Osho earned a name for himself by giving lectures critical of socialism and religious institutions. Though, to be clear...
Critical of socialism? That's kind of base now. Bro really read that shit and said, nah, no more.
He believed socialism comes from a successful capitalist economy and was extremely dangerous if not implemented properly. He called orthodox Indian religions dead, filled with empty rituals that oppressed their followers with fears of damnation and promises of blessings. He embraced sexuality and materialism while denouncing Gandhi, along with conservative or traditional ideals. Although Gandhi had been dead for a few years, you couldn't ask to be more problematic by holding anti-Gandhi beliefs following his assassination. As a teacher, Osho was stopped one day by a correspondent and asked to give his version of the 10 Commandments. As followed, he replied, "Never obey anyone's command unless it is coming from within you also. There is no God other than life itself. Truth is within you. Do not search for it elsewhere. Love is prayer. To become a nothingness is the door to truth. Nothingness itself is the means, the goal, and attainment. Life is now and here. Live wakefully. Do not swim, float. Die each moment so that you can be new each moment. Do not search. That which is. Stop and see." The most important commandments in Osho's eyes were numbers 3, 7, 9, and 10. If this was meant to have an effect on his followers, it didn't seem to work. The only thing he satisfied was his own pseudo-intellectual appetite. These tales...
Interesting. Bro really thought he ate out here. Bro really thought he ate out here. Huh.
Of a controversial guru were heard around India, but instead of a severe backlash, though that was to come, it miraculously gained him a loyal following of affluent businessmen and merchants. In fact, the wealthy elite would personally seek an audience with Osho for consultations about their spiritual development. What Osho provided to them was seemingly priceless. Nonetheless, monetary goals were easily reached through donations, snowballing Osho's practice. In 1969, Osho would gain his most infamous title after a particular lecture series, later published as Sex Matters, From Sex to
Sex Matters. That sounds like a... That sounds... Sex Matters. That's a wild book. That's a wild book. Based, there is no God, but the one with you. Within you, would it be? Like that. The problem is that you're not a god. You're a simple mortal. You will die. Also, I would say that's a kind of narcissistic view. Or very self-centered.
Superconsciousness, in which he offended Hindu leaders by calling to accept sex more openly. Osho made the point that sex was not man's original sin, yet religions and societies often associate sex with sin or lack of morality.
That was not the original sin. The original sin, for example, in Christianity, was eating that fucking apple. Eve! I'm gonna get you. Condom advertisement. Condom advertisement. Yeah, that works. I'm gonna start a I'm gonna start a condom brand. Sex matters. That's crazy.
A question and response by Osho, lifted from the book, goes as follows. Question: you were saying that mere sex will go on producing only more and more children. But what do you produce when you join sex with meditation? You will produce yourself anew. You will find that you are not finished as you are. There are higher levels of your intelligence, of your...
Is this the father of gooning? Is this the grandfather of gooning? Because some people treat this stuff like it's some kind of, what's the word? Like it's some kind of ritual. I think I found it out. The grandfather of gooning. Dumb humans fell for it. It would sell. That's a banging phrase, literally. Eve, her fault really is falling for the first salesman. Snake, true. And Adam for not controlling his woman better.
Your consciousness. As you start producing those higher levels of your intelligence and consciousness, you will be surprised. Your interest in sex starts disappearing, because now sex is producing something far greater than life. It is producing consciousness. Life is a lower thing. Consciousness is a higher thing. And once you are capable...
Did bro want to enter the goon realm? Is that what it is? Okay, he is a gooner. I'm gonna say it. That is the goon realm.
Of producing consciousness, then there is no barrier that says you cannot make love, but it will look very dull. It won't give you any joy. It'll look like a sheer waste of energy. You would rather use your energy to create higher and higher pyramids of consciousness in yourself, until you reach the ultimate point, which I call enlightenment. This enlightenment, as he describes it, is what superconsciousness is, but could not be achieved by just having sex. Although Indian press and media were quick to label Osho as the sex guru in a bid to discredit him.
I mean, he kinda is. He kinda is.
If you didn't buy his booklets, listen to his lectures, or partake in every therapy session or meditation, you simply could not reach this unattainable goal of superconsciousness. It was a scheme designed to have people coming back for more from the very start, including emptying their wallets. There was no stopping Osho and his apparent wealth of knowledge about love or sex. In 1969, he was invited to the Second World Hindu Conference, despite several Hindu leaders who voiced their concerns. In response to his critics, Osho was quoted as saying, "Any religion which considers life meaningless and full of misery and teaches the hatred of life is not a true religion. Religion is an art that shows how to enjoy life." He compared how women and members of the lower Shudra caste were treated like animals, while also accusing Brahmins of being driven by self-interest, which enraged the Shankaracharya of Puri. One of the most...
Yeah, the main issue is, though, that in your cult, everyone's an animal. Osho literally said, do sex. Bro was more effective than, apparently, Shinzo Abe. Marry and reproduce. Sounds like weird sidekicks. I mean, kinda, yes. I mean, bro had a second awakening.
revered spiritual leaders in India. He was certainly disliked by some prestigious few, but was amassing millions of followers through his lectures and books, which were reaching Western bookstores in the height of the hippie era. He couldn't have come out with a book about love, sex, and spirituality at a better time. Sure, guru culture was a phenomenon in India during the 60s and 70s, but Indian citizens knew better than to fall for it. Indians would participate in guru culture, listening to public sermons and teachings, but would have a couple of them in their rotation for wisdom, whereas Westerners usually picked one and worshipped them. After all, the West saw an explosion of hippies post-World War II and during Vietnam. Self-proclaimed progressive Westerners were consuming Eastern influences of culture, which led them to travel abroad to find the source. These self-help scams were more inclined to be loved by Western, white.
I'm also gonna say this. This has no place here, but I'm gonna say it. The sexual revolution is the worst thing that has ever happened to human society, as it destabilized us. Anyways, and this guy in this case added to it. Anyways, same cult reading, scamming stupid people, exactly, but one will be a pet, the rest are stray animals. I know you want to be the pet. I know you do.
Liberal and preferably rich women who Osho consciously targeted to be his disciples. Besides the pure pleasure part,
Liberal white women. The jokes write itself. The jokes write themselves. They literally do. They literally do. The worst thing that ever happened. Liberal white women. I don't think it's the worst thing just happened to the worst time. I'd actually say it is one of the, it's not the worst thing possibly, but it is one of the worst things that happened. As I said, it destabilized us as a society. Whereas the part where he says that the wife of the dictator of the Godfather is part of his cult, funny. No, I want to be one holding the leash. While we had so many other problems, more than ever, we decided to, more than ever. Yes, but it still destabilized us, as we have no longer a nuclear family. We don't have any family unit anymore. That doesn't happen, really.
Of Osho's teachings, there were more clandestine techniques presented that could help you reach the supposed superconsciousness state. One infamous technique was dynamic meditation, which involved music, dancing, and fast, heavy breathing. As the name implies, anything goes as long as it was Osho approved. On September 26, 1970, after tons of meditations, private meetings, lectures, and a published book, Osho decided to coin his movement and bring about disciples, or what he liked to call his neo-sannyasins. Each member is required to take their sannyas, essentially declaring that there are no gods before Osho, and that to achieve enlightenment, they must do exactly what he says. They become his devout followers, who renounce the world around them, as well as any claims to social or familial standings. Each member of this small clique, now a part of Osho's dream, had to undergo a rather jarring lifestyle and appearance change. Neo-sannyasins had to assume a new name, wear a traditional saffron dress with a beaded necklace, and lastly, a locket with Osho's picture. For women, your new name would have the prefix Ma, meaning mother. For men, your new name gets the prefix Swami, meaning father. Whether you picked your own name or Osho felt strongly enough to name you himself, it didn't really matter. Donning this new name signified that you were all in on Osho. In other words, you were now his sworn sannyasin. Osho was now your master. Osho gained his first secretary from this bunch, a woman named Lakshmi Takarsi Karua, who took the name Ma Yoga Lakshmi. Lakshmi was the daughter of one of Osho's earliest adherents, a wealthy supporter of the Indian National Congress, who had close ties to influential people. If you couldn't guess, Osho knew exactly who to elevate, as Lakshmi raised enough money so that Osho could stop traveling as often and settle down. By 1970, Osho moved to the Woodlands Apartments in Mumbai, where he continued to lecture and receive visitors. However, it's believed the first Western visitors began to arrive in droves. He told his new followers he was not to be worshipped, for he was, quote, a sun encouraging the flower to open. Osho was
Well, now, first he said you should worship him, now he's not to be worshipped. Weird. Crazy people seem crazy. Look at them dance. They do the worm, the wiggle, whatever you want to call it. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Was content to no longer speak at public meetings and seldom traveled, as hundreds came to see him personally. A year later, in 1971, he underwent one of his famous name changes, from Acharya to Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. I have chosen it for a specific purpose, and it has been serving well, because people who used to come to gather knowledge, they stopped. The day I called myself Bhagwan, they stopped. It was too much for them. It was too much for their egos. Someone calling himself Bhagwan, it hurts the ego. Now I've changed my function absolutely. I started working on a different level, in a different dimension. Now I give you being, not knowledge. I was an Acharya, and they were students. They were learning. Now I am no more a teacher, and you are not here as students. I am here to impart being. I am here to make you awaken. I am not here to give knowledge. I am going to give you knowing, and that is a totally different dimension. Osho's teachings in Mumbai were cut short, as the conditions in the area caused him to contract numerous illnesses, including diabetes and asthma, which led the group migrating to a new property.
Wait, what? Again. I didn't catch that. What did he do? Well, one means God, so yeah, now he wants to be God. Bro is not a god. Bro is a creepy old man. Worm, wiggle, nah, they do the possessed. He might as well be.
Students, they were learning. Now, I am no more a teacher, and you are not here as students. I am here to impart being. I am here to make you awaken. I am not here to give knowledge. I am going to give you knowing, and that is a totally different dimension. Osho's teachings in Mumbai were cut short, as the conditions in the area caused him to contract numerous illnesses, including diabetes and asthma, which led the group migrating to a new property in Corrigan Park, Pune.
Bro. Well, not so much of a god that you can't defend yourself from diabetes and asthma.
With the help of Ma Yoga Mukta, originally named Catherine Venizelos, a wealthy shipping heiress from Greece.
That shit was even in Greece? Crazy.
This property would turn into Osho's infamous ashram, defined as a spiritual monastery or retreat for Indian religions. It was here where Osho's lectures were recorded and printed for worldwide distribution, enabling him to reach far larger audiences, especially more of those wealthy Western visitors. More people equals more money, so the ashram transformed into something much more than just a place of discourse or meditation. According to a 1986 article by The New Yorker, the ashram featured an arts and crafts center producing clothes, ceramics, jewelry, and apparently hosted performances of music and theater.
And they slept on uncomfortable mattresses, which is why today's video is sponsored by Helix. Helix Sleep makes
What a way to introduce an ad. What a way. My guy.
Premium mattresses and bedding, customized to fit your needs, conveniently shipped in a box right to your doorstep. You don't even have to leave your house. Everybody's different, and Helix knows that. That's why they designed a sleep quiz that helps match your unique body type to your sleeping preferences. This way, they can find the best mattress for you. If you sleep with a partner or even a pet, you can take the quiz together.
Hey, some people here have quite a bad sleeping schedule. This might work. I'm gonna leave that in just for you guys,
so that you can find the best compromise for everyone. Personally, I sleep on my side and stomach, and I prefer a medium mattress feel, which is why I was matched with a Midnight Lux. I've been sleeping on Helix mattresses for over 2 years now, and ever since I moved, I had to upgrade from a queen to a king. That's how much I love my Helix. The days of going to a mattress store are over. You no longer have to sit through an annoying sales pitch only to be sold an uncomfortable, overpriced mattress. Your new Helix comes rolled in a box directly to you. I actually had fun setting up my new bed. It took me just under 5 minutes to carry it up the stairs and watch my new mattress spring to life. You don't even have to take it from me. If Sebastian is sleeping on it, you know it's the best. If it makes you nervous to buy something that you haven't tried yet in person, Helix offers a 100-night sleep trial. This gives you a little bit over 3 months to completely fall in love with your new mattress. Best of all, every Helix mattress comes with a 10-year warranty. They offer flexible payment plans.
What are you trying to say, Poke? You know what I'm trying to say. You know exactly what I'm trying to say. Don't act all innocent, my guy.
And even have financing options available, so a great night's sleep is never that far away. I love my Helix, and I think you would too. If you're in the need for a new bed, check out Helix. Visit helixsleep.com/Philion to get 20% off your Helix mattress, plus 2 free pillows. And thank you to Helix for sponsoring this video.
However, the major source of income for the ashram wasn't some macaroni art project. It was therapy groups and Osho's own meditations sold to anyone looking to unlock their inner potential. There are a plethora of books and articles that go into detail about the day-to-day life, as well as the intense and exciting atmosphere the ashram exuded, described as a madhouse carnival. The day began at 6 in the morning with a dynamic meditation session. At 8, Osho would give about an hour-long lecture in the ashram's Buddha Hall. He commented on religious text and answered questions from his audience. Throughout the day, meditations would occur, but that depended upon Osho's own Buddha field, or his spiritual energy. In the evening, Osho would once again speak with disciples or visitors, but also initiate disciples into the order. These occasions were known as darshans. In Indian philosophy and religion, a darshan is the opportunity of meeting a revered person or sacred deity. It goes without saying that Osho's
it's just like, how can you be this retarded and join this dude? It's just a bunch of degens. Poke unrelated question, what's the best mystery dungeon game in your opinion? I would need to say, I'd say Explorers of Sky. Explorers of Sky or the OG Red, I would say.
followers thought of him as inhuman, as someone or something who has transcended. This is where it gets sketchy. There was, and still is, a severe disconnect between the current public image of Osho, exacerbated on social media, and who he truly was as a man. By far, the most disturbing chapter out of Russell King's Rajneeshpuram, Inside the Cult of Bhagwan and its Failed American Utopia, is titled The Mirage. I highly recommend reading this book if you want to understand the full scope of the abuse that Osho committed.
I ain't reading all that. Congratulations, the story that happened. I ain't too big. I ain't reading all that.
And ignored. The chapter details the specific experiences of early Osho followers in the Mumbai apartment era in the early 1970s. During some darshan ceremonies, Osho would tell women disciples to undress. Then he would proceed to employ a series of psychological and physical assault. The power dynamic.
What the fuck is he doing? Well, we can't see what he's doing, but it's clearly sexual. In a way. Yeah, explores this guy is revered as the best in the series. I would say Super Mystery Dungeon is also still pretty good. Super Mystery Dungeon is definitely better than DX on the Switch, that's for sure.
He called for required the disciples to surrender to him completely. That's what it meant to be a sannyasin. This includes Ma Prem Diksha, real name Maria Grazia, a young Italian woman who sought his guidance, as well as an unnamed American tourist who was forced to undergo an
Even Europeans. Oh no. An American disciple showed up at the apartment one day in 1971 crying, saying she had to get an abortion before her boyfriend returned to Mumbai because the baby belonged to Bhagwan. What? He impregnated a woman. He impregnated a woman. She went back to her boyfriend. Wait. Wait. Again.
Abortion paid for by Lakshmi as a result of Osho impregnating her following one of his meditations.
Oh. And the boyfriend said, nah, bro, we good. That's crazy. No way, he probably violated a lady in 50 different ways. Well, there we have one way, forced abortion. Well, not forced abortion, but she had to get an abortion because the child was his and not her boyfriend's, and the boyfriend said, nah, we good.
Another American writer by the name Satya Bharti was assaulted by Osho, and the same pattern of assault was employed. Osho would start by telling them that Westerners have repressed sexual energy, and he needed to see it flow. He would then touch various chakras and come up with random reasoning as to why he was touching them inappropriately. This didn't stop with touching, and the full accounts are too graphic to state. By 1973, these darshans would end, as wealthy disciples became unsettled when they found out Osho was sleeping or assaulting his women devotees. Diksha, who was once a...
This was big part of his cult's abortions? I'm calling Dexter. Bro needs to go.
Loyal sannyasin renounced him and left the commune when she realized the true monster that was Osho. According to the New Yorker article, visitors had two choices. They could choose what therapies they wanted to participate in, or Osho would decide for them. The problem was, some individuals chose or were placed into experimental therapy groups called encounter groups. Encounter therapy is a non-traditional group of psychotherapy exercises developed in the United States in the 1940s. This type of therapy had a huge revival in the 60s and 70s, but in Osho's case, the people leading his sessions had no actual training or knowledge of how to properly conduct them. They allowed physical aggression and sexual encounters between participants. Many people were harmed in emotional outbursts, sustaining bruises, cuts, and scrapes, all while the Osho empire was collecting a ton of money insanely fast. The most compelling evidence of this...
Bro literally build a money farm. Bro actually build a money farm.
Shocking therapy group is Richard Price's report. At the time, Richard was co-founder of the Esalen Institute and a prominent therapist of the Human Potential Movement, which had provided several therapists for Osho's ashram. He concluded the participants were actually violent instead of, quote, playing at being violent, which is apparently the norm in United States encounter groups.
Well, so much for love. Well, he got the anarchy he wanted. Wow, he basically programmed them to be like vile. Crazy. Wow.
After spending 8 hours imprisoned in a room with people wielding wooden weapons, it said Price left the ashram with a broken arm and dozens of minor injuries. It was...
Bro, they beat his ass there.
It's clear encounter therapy in the wrong hands could lead to more problems rather than solutions. By January of 1979, the ashram decided to end all violence taking place within therapy groups as explained in their statement. Violence had fulfilled its function within the overall context of the ashram as an evolving spiritual commune. At least they admitted to going overboard. It's just too bad that this statement meant all of nothing. As these therapies didn't stop, they were just better concealed. According to author Russell King of Rajneeshpuram, Inside the Cult of Bhagwan and its Failed American Utopia, Osho would make people go on extremely challenging quests, such as meditate in the Himalayas, build a commune in a particular city, and report back. These were random, and he would ascribe—
Bro, send them side questing. Dude, send them side questing. That's hilarious, though. That's hilarious. Bro said, "Oh, you must complete this quest. You pray in the Himalayas. Build a city." What would you recommend on a guru from a country who was active for some years, collected women for himself, and had over 100 grandchildren? Bro said, look, low birth rate? Not with me. I had the cult area where I was obsessed with cult documentaries. I'm putting on a list for potential cult leaders. Nah, we can't have that.
A certain lesson to each of them, or honestly, he just made it up as he went, essentially wasting everyone's time while they thought they were being enlightened. This process was known as a device. Osho's devices were just manipulation tactics to get his followers deeply entrenched into the cult, which all led back to Osho's wallet. If you happen to survive through months or even years of meditation and therapy, then you could apply to work at the ashram, because what choice do you have other than to take a career at the place that's been indoctrinating you? Better yet, you are not paid, ever. In some stories, Westerners wanting to stay—
No money, no money! 100's kinda low. Wait, you want to double those numbers? Go ahead. It will be hard, though. Put Apple on a watch list immediately.
The ashram financed their extended stays in India through prostitution and drug running. That's how badly some people wanted to stay in Osho's divine presence. With a chance of basking in the presence of Osho, it became apparent the place was too small to contain the rapid growth of his movement. Busloads of men were joining Osho's following, but not for enlightenment or spirituality, rather a hedonistic vacation. What the men didn't receive in a weekly paycheck, they received as food and women, quite literally. The women weren't any different. They desired the same and were even told by Osho to sleep with particular men at the ashram, and yes, even himself. Osho was adamant about finding a larger place, and he made it clear amongst his closest followers. In turn, his sannyasins scoured India for properties, but Osho's movement and fast growth came with a price. The Janata Party government, religious leaders, and all those who disliked Osho's teachings put obstacles in his way to deter new followers.
Yeah, you better put obstacles in this man's way. That's crazy. He was one man and didn't spread religion but lifestyle, which with a bunch of women and scare them to stay with him. Crazy. His name is called Tazan in Hebrew. It translates to "will save you." That's crazy. Well, Ratson, okay. Well, the rat is definitely prevalent in that name. No, I will not take part in your Gunu cult. You can forget that. Nope. I will not join a cult. I have a wife.
And hopefully end the matter of Osho once and for all. For example, the tax-exempt status of the ashram was cancelled, resulting in a claim estimated at $5 million. Osho, by and large, was a wanted man, branded with claims of brainwashing those at his ashram. In May of 1980, while giving a usual lecture similar to any other, a young Hindu fanatic named Vilas Tup made an attempt on Osho's life. Tup asserted that he carried out the attack because he thought Osho was a CIA operative. This event turned Osho into a spiritual martyr. People were more willing to bask—
The CIA is involved now. Well, not involved. They definitely were now. They're interesting.
In his presence and become a member of his order, and nothing would stop the wave of followers that would come. By 1981, roughly a year after the assassination attempt, the ashram was hosting roughly 30,000 visitors per year. By this time, audience members were mostly European and American visitors. Allegedly, due to the wide variety of personalities in
The Indian said nah, but the European and American said yes, finally.
his audience, Osho's lectures turned from intellectual discourse to dirty jokes and ethnic remarks. Nevertheless, in a strange twist of events, on April 10th, 1981, Osho entered a 3.5-year period of self-imposed public silence. We will never know his true reasoning, but it can be inferred it was for legal reasons involving Indian authorities. For almost 4 years, Osho did not speak publicly at all, remaining in a lazy, vegetative state where he didn't leave his favorite chair and replaced his lectures with music or readings. Just as Osho's speeches came to an abrupt stop, one of the most important associates joined the ranks of the ashram in order to become Osho's new secretary. Sheila Silverman, going by her sannyasa name, Ma Anand Sheila. Sheila Ambala Patel was born on December 28, 1949, in Baroda, India. She was the youngest of 6 children, and at 18...
So bro said silence, mortal. I will not speak. Dumber white people. Comes from the country of scammers. Anyways, Bro said silence. Osho personally said his teaching is for the rich. Yeah, we can tell. Is Bro on the Epstein list by any chance? I'm just asking.
Moved to the United States and attended Montclair State College in New Jersey. During her college years, she met and married Mark Silverman, changing her name to Sheila Silverman. And in 1972, the two of them moved to India, becoming disciples of Osho. Mark had been diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma and told by doctors he would die within a year. Sheila herself claimed he lived for 13 years following his diagnosis, and that he enjoyed his life as a newly appointed sannyasin under the guidance of Osho. As his conditions slowly worsened, Mark was...
So she believed... Let me guess. She believed that he saved her. Saved him, in this case. Why do you feel targeted? Are you dumb? Because it's racially motivated. So I fired racially motivated stuff back.
Was ultimately bedridden. Mark passed away while in India, and his funeral at Osho's ashram was filmed, showing hundreds of mourners accompanying him on his last procession through the gardens. Except, there's one small issue. Mark Silverman didn't die from cancer. Sheila, with the help of her confidant and private nurse named Pooja, injected Mark with a lethal dose of some sort of euthanasia.
They killed her. They killed her husband. That's crazy. These are crazy. This is wild. This is a wide cult. I dare any of my chat. We should start a cult. Is sure that works? Yeah. We should start a cult. I mean, we already are a cult. Anyways, yeah, we are a cult. That's a new DLC.
Agent. She had been given Osho's blessing to essentially mercy kill her husband as a way to end his suffering. After a lavish party in Mark's room at the ashram, he was put to sleep and found dead the following morning. This information was later provided to the FBI from Krishna Deva, a high-ranking Rajneeshpuram official who alleged that Sheila told him this in private. Sheila, Pooja, nor Osho were found guilty or faced criminal charges for euthanizing Mark Silverman. As a disciple, Sheila changed her name again to Ma Anand Sheila and became one of Osho's secretaries, working alongside Laxmi. Although Sheila was more ambitious and inclined to usurp Laxmi's position, Sheila was essentially the spokesperson for the movement as Osho began his long public silence. After the death of her first husband, Mark Silverman,
they were definitely fucking. Definitely. There's no chance they weren't. We are the poke cult. Poke cult. Filing for divorce takes money. True. True. But he would have died anyway, so why divorce? He would have died anyways.
Months later, Sheila remarried another American, a New York banker named John Shelfer, who
fine, maybe they did not.
Was also a disciple of Osho, otherwise known as Swami Pren Jayananda. By 1981, tensions increased between Osho, his followers, and Indian authorities. Put simply, Osho and his sannyasins were unwanted and ostracized, but they devised a clever plan to move the ashram to a new commune located in the United States. On June 1st, 1981, Osho and company traveled to the United States on a tourist visa, purportedly for medical reasons, and spent months in a makeshift commune at Kipps Castle in Montclair, New Jersey. These medical reasons were not referencing Osho's asthma or diabetes, but his severe back pain, which Sheila had exaggerated in order to acquire a 6-month visa for her master. As indicated by Sheila's public statement, Osho would be in grave danger if he stayed in India, but could receive the necessary medical care in America if he required surgery. Osho never sought outside medical attention while he was in the United States, despite the alleged seriousness of his condition, which led the INS, or Immigration and Naturalization Service, that he had a premeditated intention.
I would definitely look at this shit. I'll be real. I would definitely be careful if a retard like that was entering. Why are... The people are in fact retarded. How can you be this retarded to join this thing? I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm just surprised. I'm just looking at it and be like, what the fuck is going on? How could this happen? I would have never let this man in. Who was the president back then? Idiot! Is it morally wrong to do that while married? You have no idea. I know of women that left their husband during his cancer treatment because he could no longer provide the way he did originally. I know stuff like that. It's crazy. While it's morally wrong, people do it.
to remain in the States. Lo and behold, this was part of Sheila's grand plan, to infiltrate the United States on Osho's behalf in order to use the US Constitution as a shield, garnering absolute freedom to begin their new mega commune. Westerners were already the bulk of his following and supplied him with buckets full of money, so moving to the United States was only a matter of time, a decision that made perfect sense once you realize how much capitalism pays. To demonstrate just how devious Sheila was, her medical foray into the US ultimately failed, and she was forced to resort to drastic measures. Aggravated arson fraud. In desperately...
She became an arsonist. That is crazy. Your country looks kind of flammable. That's just scummy. Yep. She's kind of cute. Yeah, very cute, Sumax. Yeah, very cute. Arson, how cute. Honey, you told me you'll always be on the high horse. So what if you have cancer? I deserve better. That's probably literally what she said. Well, we got a cute arsonist here, huh?
Trying to appease Master Osho, Sheila burned warehouses at the ashram in Pune to the ground in a bid to fraudulently collect insurance money from the properties. And it worked. She used said money to buy off a lobbyist in the United States who finally granted Osho his 6-month visa. It wasn't just Sheila who had the idea to move the ashram. For now, the temporary ashram in Montclair, New Jersey would act as a staging ground for Osho's new regime. From 1981 to 1984, Osho and his acolytes would cement themselves in American history. They just didn't know it yet. The miracle Osho was waiting for came in the form of divine intervention on June 13th, 1981. Sheila's second husband, John Shelfer, purchased a massive parcel of land in Oregon for almost $6 million, nearly $20 million US today. This was made possible with a $1.5 million down payment. The property, known at the time as the Big Muddy Ranch, was an alarming 64,000.
The Big Muddy Ranch. Interesting. 64,000 acres. That's a lot of storage for retards. You can store a lot of retards in there. We should do that again. And store them there so they can live among each other. Yes, she's a cutie. I think you have a thing for crazy women too. You just don't like to embrace it.
1,000 acres and positioned across 2 counties, Wasco and Jefferson. To put that into perspective, the ranch was about the size of 6 Manhattans. The ranch was renamed to Rancho Rajneesh, and Osho moved there on August 29th, 1981. Russell King describes Osho as perceiving himself as a messianic figure for the West and its people. According to King, Osho was secretly recorded saying, quote, "I will succeed where Hitler failed. I am the Messiah promised to America." The book claims Osho professed his love and admiration for Hitler on 2 separate occasions that...
What are we doing? What the heck? Wow. So he was anti-communist, found capitalism nice because it made a lot of money, and he is pro-Hitler. That's crazy shit. That guy is crazy shit. She found a rich husband. Good for her and her master. You mean good for her and her boyfriend and her master? Because that husband is not getting pussy. The master is.
We know of. The first time, it was at a private meeting with Diksha and Sheila at Kip's Castle in New Jersey. He told them to study Joseph Goebbels, as he was a master manipulator and that Hitler was a genius just like himself. The second occurrence, known as the Hitler tape.
I mean, to take over Europe, you kind of have to be. Except when it comes to winter clothes, then it's kind of rough. What the fuck, dude?
Is a 10-minute recording of Osho's voice taken from his room that was bugged with spy equipment placed by Sheila and her spy master. In this recording, Osho claimed that it was acceptable to kill his enemies if they interfered with his vision, a parallel to Hitler's final solution. Within weeks of their arrival, they were met with hostility emanating from local communities, as well as lawsuits regarding land use by state and federal opposition. The land was arid, dry, and pretty much unfarmable, according to the natives of Antelope, the closest town near the ranch. Locals hated their new neighbors with such resentment that they called them red rats or red vermin, encouraging their...
I mean, that's accurate. Yes, they are. That is very accurate. That's a fitting term.
Expulsion from the state, or in some cases, their death. Some instances of the Orange Horde's counterattacks against their opponents include Antelope, which at one point was even renamed Rajneesh, after his sannyasins living in the town won the deciding referendum. Sheila's plan was to buckle down and entrench themselves as much as possible, so that if they were ever told to move, it would be a daunting task. The year they arrived, it was essential to turn the newly purchased barren wasteland into the foundation of Osho's ultimate ashram. After a relatively short time in the United States, on October 4th, 1981, a petition began to turn Osho's commune into his personal city, Rajneesh Purim. If they wanted their city, they were going to need to follow the law. Nonetheless, there were most definitely shady loopholes and a few stern handshakes involved, which helped the Orange Mob bypass substantial obstacles. Krishna Deva, the eventual mayor of Osho's metropolis, studied specific zoning laws for the land in Oregon to
they had literally built a city! It's a city of retards, literally! That's crazy.
ensure their commune wouldn't be hassled by authorities for now. For instance, most of the land had to be dedicated for agricultural use only, despite the lack of arable land. As for the petition to lawfully declare their commune a city, the Orange Horde infiltrated Antelope's voting referendum and ended up solidifying the ranch as a separate city. In order to pull this off, there needed to be a voting population of 150 members, and 20%, or just 30 members, needed to vote in favor of the decision. It was a landslide victory, considering sannyasins made up nearly 100% of the voter base. An Oregonian judge by the name Jim Comini had voted no in reference to the city's proposal, was hounded by the sannyasins, to the point he was almost killed by Osho fanatics years later. Krishna Deva, Rajneeshpuram's first and only mayor, drafted the development plans, and by 1982, it was an all-out frenzy of building projects, constructions, and furnishings, which gave Osho's compound some vibrant life. The first building, or office space, was known as the Zarathustra, in which over 300 sham marriages were held to ensure U.S. citizenship. There was also the Magdalena Cafeteria, or Maggie's, and a staggering 80,000 square foot greenhouse known as Rajneesh Mandir, meaning Temple of the Rajneesh. By July 1982, Osho's movement spawned the first annual world celebration, inviting followers from all over the world to partake.
That's crazy. That's how you infiltrate. Go big. Bro said, I'm doing better than the mustache guy. Crazy. Small mustache guy. Yeah, associate yourself with big names. Yeah. I don't know if you should associate yourself with that name, but okay. That is wild. They literally build a city. They tried to infiltrate the US.
In a 5-day bender at the Oregon ashram, the land was being turned into something useful, while the newly finished buildings came together to resemble an ordinary town or city. Work was considered worship, and as long as sannyasins, newcomers, and veterans alike worked hard at building their new home, they were kindly rewarded by being taken care of. They were treated to 3 strictly vegetarian meals a day, and basically every living necessity was given to them: food, shelter, toothpaste, soap, deodorant, even condoms. In just a few years, this desolate, rural ranch that sat untapped turned into a fully functioning city, housing approximately 7,000 people, though thought to be much more. At its height, the city had a police station, fire department, townhouses, malls, and restaurants, as well as a post office, public transportation, sewage reclamation plant, reservoir, and their very own zip code, 97741. The most impressive feature was the 4,000-foot airstrip, home.
They had it all? What the fuck? And nobody stopped it? How? The wild world was a different place before the 2000s. You can't tell me otherwise. This would never fly today, literally.
To Osho's personal airline, Air Rajneesh. A part of the Air Rajneesh fleet included a military-grade helicopter, 3 DC-3s, 1 Convair 240, and first ever addition to Osho's collection, a BN-2 Islander. It's believed these aircraft were used as Osho's personal transportation and to bring cargo or new recruits to the city. An incident in 1983 gave Osho the ability to employ heavily armed guards in oddly colorful uniforms.
They are oddly colorful, I agree. They even have guns now!
Which came to resemble a small paramilitary force. The incident in question was the bombing of Hotel Rajneesh in Portland, Oregon, by American citizen Stephen Pastor, believed to be a member of the Islamic terrorist organization Jamaat-ul-Faqra. The terrorist group was specifically looking for weak targets associated with Indian religions, such as Hinduism, although for Pastor, he would have to make do with the Orange Swarm in Oregon. On July 29th, 1983, Pastor planted and detonated 3 separate pipe bombs at Osho's hotel, causing approximately...
Pipe bombs? Was that a certain someone? Because they took over the town and then voted for him, so legally nothing can be done. Well, legal. I'm not talking legally. The US has done stuff. Not legally. Guys, that's how you do it. I'm putting you on the list. I'm writing your name down. You're a danger.
Approximately $200,000 in damages, but ironically did not harm anyone but himself. A severely injured pastor fled Oregon, but was arrested in Colorado not long after and sentenced to 20 years in prison. He served just 4 years, and when he was released, he moved to Lahore, Pakistan, where it's alleged he became an instructor for advanced training courses in guerrilla warfare. Osho, who was now armed to the teeth, had his own little army, as well as an entire police force to use against his enemies. He began to envision or entertain the idea that nations would eventually replace their large cities with smaller communities, following a communal way of of life similar to Rajneeshpuram. He believed in intentional communities and that they would take over as the norm, which are defined as voluntary societies with a high degree of teamwork and social cohesion. In hindsight, it didn't look like Osho really wanted a small communal living space. He was on track to create a worldwide, multi-billion-dollar enterprise. According to author Hugh Urban in From Sex Guru to Guru of the Rich, at the height of the Rajneeshpuram era, Osho had built a corporate machine made up of numerous front companies and subsidiaries with the aid of an advanced legal and commercial infrastructure. The Ranch Church, also known as the Rajneesh International Foundation.
Bro really was not stupid, I have to admit. That is some work, bro. Put in the work to make this, well, work. What went wrong? Control the banks and the military, Apple. You'll be able to do a lot. True. Well, would still be rough. Because depending on the country, the average person has a gun.
Foundation, the Rajneesh Investment Corporation, which was in charge of managing the RIF, and the Rajneesh Neo-Sannyasin International Commune were the three main distinguishable entities that made up his organization at the time. The umbrella organization that oversaw all investment activities was Rajneesh Services International Limited, a company incorporated in the UK but based in Zurich. Smaller businesses that dealt only with the purchase and renting of Rolls-Royces included Rajneesh Travel Corp, Rajneesh Community Holdings, and the Rajneesh Modern Car Collection Trust. All of this being said, the commune was still subject to sustained and coordinated attacks from individuals and coalitions throughout its presence in Oregon. Alongside the citizenry and authorities, there were two main activist organizations who tried to fight against the ever-encompassing blob that was the Orange Horde. The Thousand Friends of Oregon, who were basically the arch-nemesis of Rajneeshpuram, spending 6 years tying the commune up in legal disputes while revoking improvements or removing buildings, as well as local residents who established the citizen.
They were trying to get rid of them. Interesting. Not the smartest thing to do, because considering that they might end you. Huh. Not particularly good idea.
For constitutional cities in order to monitor the commune and force its demolition. The archived article from 1981 affirms their decision, quote, to contain, control, and remove the threat of invasion by an alien cult. Additionally, definitive measures were passed by the Oregon legislature to restrict Rajneeshpuram. Vic Atiyeh, the governor of Oregon, openly called for the group to leave the state, and Senator Mark Hatfield spoke with the INS, worried the commune posed a threat to the way of life for a small agricultural town, Antelope, and overall public safety. All while this was taking place, Osho was still undergoing a time of complete silence. His sannyasins seemed to be entertained enough by the speeches captured on tape and shown to collective audiences. Osho apparently spent most.
Bro doesn't even yap anymore. Bro just started a machine and just lets the machine running. He did so many side quests. He was side questing like crazy. Locals were scared of him, and what he did, he bought the town pretty much.
Of his time alone, and only spoke to a small circle of important pupils, such as his secretary, Ma Anand Sheila, and caretaker girlfriend, Ma Yoga Vivek, also known as Christine Wolfe. Between 1981 and 1984, Sheila gained significant power and authority at Rajneeshpuram, becoming the sole person Osho would converse with, even though their relationship would slowly taper off. Life on the commune was rather simple. While the sannyasins worked, Osho enjoyed his pleasure palace, known as Lao Tzu. It was no secret Osho was driven by material greed and worldly pleasures. In fact, he encouraged his sannyasins to strive for the same. Since he refused to talk, he chose to engage his followers through his famous drive-by Rolls-Royce ceremonies. Osho would be driven through the town of Rajneeshpuram in one of his many Rolls-Royces. If that wasn't pretentious enough, Osho was so obsessed with Rolls-Royce cars to the point he accumulated an insane collection with a total of 93. Osho would throw temper tantrums and demand Sheila to order more Rolls-Royces, and when she would refuse, he would threaten to end his life. This gluttonous display of wealth can only be
okay, here we have it. He's a man-child, in addition to that. So a greedy, gluttonous man-child. Okay, can you spoil me what after the cult vid? I have no idea. I know bro was in 24/7 orgy for those 3 years, definitely. Bro was a coomer.
Understood by knowing what Osho thought about religion, materialism, and success as a whole. Osho believed that religion wasn't for the poor man because they were too bogged down by worldly problems. In fact, it was for the rich man. A poor man was useless to Osho. He had nothing to offer and nothing to learn, but the rich man had the time and money for all of the bullshit Osho was peddling. Sometimes these rich followers would bring their children to experience Osho's wisdom as well, or just abandon them altogether, leaving them behind while they traveled to meet with.
Ain't no way people left their children behind for this tart. Nah. Put them down immediately. Nah, bro.
Their master. But there was a major problem when it came to his new utopia, Osho's plan for the children of the commune. It would have been too much for Osho to ask his sannyasins to abandon their children in pursuit of their spirituality, because he needed their money. He held strong anti-children beliefs despite preaching sex to superconsciousness. As a result, every so often, the commune's meditations would end up producing children. These children were restricted to the ranch, but at the same time were mostly left unsupervised. Every child was homeschooled by fellow sannyasins, although by and large, Osho despised children, and only tolerated them on the commune so that they would be his.
Bro, hate the children. Kids were there are a lot of them. Oh god. Oh, hopefully this doesn't go where I hope it doesn't go where it should not go with these children.
Followers in the future. Without getting too graphic, age gap relationships were often the standard among minors and adults. Children
Never mind! It went there.
Were encouraged to explore adulthood while still extremely young, which included observing adults who were participating in playtime. It was an environment that no child should have ever been a part of. Osho thought of himself as better than his disciples and smarter than any government.
It went there. It went there. It straight up went there. Never mind.
However, Osho did share one thing in common with his followers, a massive problem surrounding their US citizenship status. The main illegal loophole that was being encouraged by Osho and exploited by his followers was bunk marriages. Administrators at the ranch would pair up worthy sannyasins and come up with elaborate backstories about their lives in an effort to bypass immigration laws. This tactic certainly bought the Rajneeshis time, but it didn't necessarily fix Osho's problem. Osho himself needed to be declared a religious leader to take full advantage of the Constitution's freedoms. The cult devised a plan to suspend their anti-religion stance in an effort to solidify Osho as head of their new religion, dubbed Rajneeshism, to resolve his personal immigration matter. They created a short pamphlet that listed all of their beliefs, and even added an apocalyptic prediction for Flair, as most
apocalyptic stuff was also in there. Imagine Bonnie Blue arrive at the sixth call and be like, hey, to the new guru, or it'd be like, what's the word? Or maybe she just I think she would just straight up take over. Possibly. Obviously, he hated children because he was a man-child himself. That's competition, true. Gather my cute cultist, I'll take care of y'all. Bro, no.
Religions do. It was bulletproof in the eyes of the federal government. Rajneeshism was going to be responsible for creating a Noah's Ark of consciousness to save as many as possible from the fate that was soon to come. Another prediction paraded around the commune was that Osho foretold an AIDS pandemic that would come and kill 2/3 of the human population. Sheila believed in Osho's prophecy to the point in which requirements were put in place, forcing sannyasins to wear rubber gloves, condoms, and abstain from kissing. Whether she was pretending to play along or she truly believed in Rajneeshism's new holy text, Sheila was fervently obsessed with pleasing Osho and would go to any length to prove that she was worthy to serve him. At the time, she had received coaching from Osho on how to make the most of media attention, and during his period of silence, Osho allegedly said Sheila spoke on his behalf. She would later tell outlets Osho was addicted to Valium and nitrous oxide, or laughing gas, which...
Well, dude was high. Yeah. He made this chick his spokesperson. Is this what we call... Isn't this the previous one we watched? But on a much higher scale? Collective delusion of like thousands?
She used while writing 3 separate books: Golden Childhood, Notes of a Madman, and Books I Have Loved. Supposedly, Sheila believed she was telling the truth, and that her stories could discredit Osho, leaving sole authority over Rajneeshpuram and its wealth to her. But Osho wasn't going to let anyone steal his power. In turn, 2 groups formed, one under Sheila and one under Osho, kicking off a bitter civil war within America's newly ordained city. Osho was the leader of the Rajneeshis on paper, but when it came down to loyalty, Sheila was pulling the strings. This war began with Sheila hiring her own staff, members of Rajneeshpuram that would strictly follow her orders without question. Her team consisted of Krishna Deva, the mayor of Rajneeshpuram, Swami Julian, aka the Spook, who acted as her personal spy master by monitoring telephone calls, bugging rooms, and keeping track of any dissenting voices. Ma Anand Puja, known as the nurse, Sheila's main accomplice and lieutenant, as well as Ma Ava, a young girl acting as one of Sheila's henchmen. Sheila and her team operated mainly out of Jesus Grove, whereas Osho and his inner circle, nicknamed the Hollywood Group because of their immense wealth and power outside of the commune, spent most of their time around Laozu. Sheila was becoming increasingly worried that Osho wanted to voluntarily die.
So we have 2 groups now. We have a civil war. We have a civil war in the failed paradise. Interesting.
around the third annual World Festival with the help of his personal doctor named Devaraj. In an effort to separate Devaraj from Osho, Sheila had his oatmeal spiked with an absurd amount of Dukalax, which landed him in the Rajneeshpuram Medical Center, exactly where she wanted him. Pooja then gave Devaraj an IV to rehydrate him, as he was violently sick. Except, instead of saline, she grabbed the nearest flower pot and injected him with the dirty plant water. After a near-death experience of going septic, Devaraj miraculously recovered over the next coming weeks, but Sheila's plan worked. This would be her first experiment with using biological warfare, her preferred method of assault.
Bioterrorism. We have bioterrorism. They're finding all the different DLCs that you could use. It's literally now take over US, exactly what I said by Hail Nugura True. That's crazy. Shit to get rid of, bro. That's crazy.
In fact, Sheila developed a top-secret facility at Rajneeshpuram devoted to her biological warfare experiments, a shady rundown shed with a padlock nicknamed Chinese Laundry. This building was initially a schoolhouse for the commune's children, but Sheila scrapped this idea in order to turn it into her own experimental laboratory. It was the perfect place for Pooja to tirelessly work on perfecting a salmonella concoction to be used on any number of Sheila's enemies, including Osho if it came down to it. Allegedly, he was completely unaware of Sheila's activities or didn't care to know, so it was no surprise
She actually straight up just built bioweapons in her basement. Wow.
With the help of Spook, was able to bug everything in Osho's compound, including his chair, which allowed them to monitor his most intimate conversations. At the same time, Osho's city had come into increased conflict with the Wasco County Board of Commissioners. Sheila desperately tried to have Rajneeshi candidates take the 2 open seats on the board to win an upcoming November election. Yet, there were simply not enough voters for her to swing the outcome, which resulted in her bussing in hundreds of homeless people. This operation was called the Share a Home Program. A massive influx of homeless men and women from various US cities were bussed to Oregon in an attempt to affect the outcome of this specific election, essentially trying to take control of Wasco County before releasing them into nearby towns and leaving others to the state of Oregon. In other words, it was now the responsibility of the state at the taxpayer's expense, and Rajneeshpuram was not equipped to deal with the slew of medical and mental health issues that came.
They were collecting homeless people! They are even collecting the homeless people! Osho was chilling, meanwhile she was preparing for war. She was literally out here starting to develop bioweapons. That is wild.
With the disenfranchised people, but the Share a Home program failed miserably for the Rajneeshis. They didn't get their 2 seats, and they just added another crime to their ever-growing list of felonies: conspiracy to commit voter fraud. This was just the beginning. The most well-known and dangerous crime committed was Sheila's magnum opus, a potentially lethal bioterror attack orchestrated by her and members of the Jesus Grove. Sheila decided to unleash the salmonella culture she was molding as a weapon to infect dozens of salad bars across 10 different restaurants in Dalles, Oregon, leaving roughly 750 citizens sickened, rendering voters.
Wait. She used that not in, well, it makes sense that she wouldn't use that inside her own community. Oh, bro. Yeah, he undermined his enemy. A big mistake. True. Did you mean underestimated? Anyways.
Deathly incapable. Luckily, there were no fatalities, but 45 people were hospitalized. This plan also failed, as the sannyasin candidate was removed from the election ballot following the attack. Local Oregonians were somewhat used to the shady and destructive measures that the Orange Mob were willing to take, immediately suspecting them. But as authorities tried to track down the specific culprits, a secret meeting was called between Sheila and Osho in the early months of 1984, at a time when tension among their inner circles surged. Osho had previously supported her when disagreements over her behavior surfaced within the communal leadership, but this time he didn't want to make the same mistake, choosing to reprimand her and declare that, quote, his house, not hers, was the center of the commune. On October 30th, 1984,
Bro Dog told his dog to shut the fuck up, based. Dude, this is wild. How did I never know about this? This is so big.
Osho finally ended his period of public silence, stating it was time to speak his own truths. In Osho's own words, Sheila and her henchmen turned the commune into a fascist regime. As a result, Sheila did everything in her power to divert attention away from herself and stop any discourse by Osho or his sannyasins that defined her as a criminal. Osho even invited authorities to investigate her based on certain attacks and crimes that took place mostly during 1984. In 1985, Charles Turner, the Oregon district attorney, tried looking into the salmonella attacks personally and caught the eye of some orange goons. Sheila caught wind of this and decided that her enemies must be crushed if it was going going to mean freedom for herself and her Rajneeshis. Turner, as well as 2 others who tried uncovering their plot, including Les Zaitz, the investigative journalist, and Oregon Attorney General David Frohnmeyer, were ordered to be assassinated. Sheila's henchmen bought fake IDs, weapons, and suppressors across state lines, with the intent of silently dispatching any potential threats. The first member on their hit list was Charles Turner. They began following Charles around Portland, Oregon, but before they decided on how to execute their mission, the plot was uncovered by federal agents, who claimed to have been given information from an informant within the Witness Protection Program. In an effort to wash himself from any wrongdoing, Osho decided to...
We got everything. War, spies, plots, plot twists, terror attacks, bioweapons. What's next? A fucking atomic bomb? What else do we have? No, but nope, I don't want this apple to be the leader. Definitely not.
Turn on his own followers, pinning all of the blame on Sheila. To honor his loyalists and destroy any remnant of Sheila's influence, Osho and his disciples burned thousands of copies of the book Rajneeshism, insisting that Sheila had published them under his name. Sheila's very own robes were added to the massive bonfire to finally rid her connection with Osho's glorious commune. Osho claimed that the purported crimes which had been carried out without his knowledge or approval included the attempted murder of his personal doctor, girlfriend, Oregonian government officials, as well as the eavesdropping and surveillance of the commune and Osho's personal residence. These allegations were initially greeted with skepticism by outside observers, but a subsequent inquiry by American authorities supported them, leading to Sheila and some of her lieutenants' criminal convictions. They found wiretapping networks and a full-blown Walter White laboratory in her home, which was used to grow the bacteria.
A Walter White laboratory. Well, she's going to prison, that's for sure. No ninjas. I mean, too bad. Yeah, no ninjas.
In the bioterror attack. Sheila fled to Europe as the allegations spread, while Osho and his sannyasins denounced her as a vehement criminal. She was arrested in West Germany in October of 1985 and extradited to the
She was captured in my country? How?
United States on charges of immigration fraud and attempted murder. She was prosecuted for crimes relating to the poisoning of 2 county officials, the arson and destruction of a Wasco County office, as well as the infamous restaurant bio attack. Sheila's salmonella attack is considered the first confirmed instance of chemical terrorism to take place within the US, and the largest bioterror attack to have occurred on US soil. So you would think her sentence would land her in prison for the rest of the foreseeable future. She was sentenced to 3 20-year terms in federal prison, but this was reduced to a shocking 4.5 years.
4.5 years? That's gotta be because she's a woman. Ain't no way.
As a cherry on top, she was released after just 3 years in prison on good behavior. After her incarceration, Sheila fled back to Europe and moved to Switzerland, where it's believed she still lives today. Sheila runs...
I'm burning y'all motherfuckers down. Switzerland? You have always been neutral in any war? This must be changed. Why did you take her? What the heck?
To nursing homes for the elderly suffering from diseases such as dementia, which was explored in depth through the documentary Searching for Sheila. Not only is Sheila unequivocally guilty on multiple accounts of terrorism and Machiavellian abuse, she also took the blame for Osho's crimes, leaving him free to escape justice. At the end of the day, Sheila was just a convenient scapegoat. According to law enforcement officials Charles Turner and David Frohnmeyer, they collected enough credible information in the form of tape recordings that clearly displayed Osho was guilty of more crimes than the ones he would be prosecuted for. Frohnmeyer went as far as to call both Sheila and Osho genuinely evil, which begs the question, was Osho the true mastermind this entire time? Sadly, we'll never know, considering Frohnmeyer and Turner couldn't collect enough evidence to involve him in any of the criminal activities that took place in Rajneeshpuram, which makes sense considering Osho barely left his chair, refused to speak, and when he did, it was to be in one of his 93 Rolls Royces. Even so, Osho had been evading authorities since coming to the United States, and on October 23rd, 1985, they finally caught up with him. He was indicted by a federal grand jury, as well as several other close followers with conspiracy to evade immigration laws. According to Sheila's tape recordings, authorities claimed there was a plan to use women in—
The gold guru makes lethal bioweapons, becomes a nurse of sorts, yay. What do you mean, yay? No! No! They should both be rotting in jail!
children as human shields for Osho if police came to arrest him. Luckily, it didn't come to that. And while most likely trying to flee the country, Osho was apprehended aboard one of his jets in North Carolina at Charlotte Douglas International Airport by federal agents. Upon searching the aircraft, $60,000 in cash, as well as 35 watches and bracelets worth about $1 million were found. Osho entered a not guilty plea to each of the 34 counts against him and spent just 12 days in 6 different jails as he was transferred all around the country. He was eventually released after paying $500,000 in bail and returned to his beloved city, where he remained in contact with lawyers, trying to hatch a plan to save his skin. On the counsel of his attorneys, he later entered an Alford plea to 2 counts, one of concealing his intention to reside permanently in the United States at the time of his initial visa, and the other of conspiring to induce sannyasin.
Look, it's time. It has been a while. The good brain rot? Nah, bro. Oh no, the brain rot. It's just crazy. It's just wild that this is that this is going on. That this went on. This is crazy. And he's still getting out of here, isn't he?
To enter into false marriages in order to obtain U.S. residency. He received a 10-year suspended sentence, 5 years of probation, a $400,000 fine, and agreed to leave the United States, only able to ever return on orders from the U.S. Attorney General. Upon having been forced out of the United States, his followers in Oregon dispersed, leaving Rajneeshpuram completely abandoned. According to Carl Abbott in Utopia and Bureaucracy, The Fall of Rajneeshpuram, Oregon courts found in favor of the city, and by 1987, the Oregon Supreme Court ended litigation proceedings. Rajneeshpuram was bankrupt and uninhabited, but kept legal on paper within Oregon law. The land was eventually sold at an auction for $4.5 million in 1988 to Connecticut General Life Insurance. In 1991, the firm Washington Construction purchased the Big Muddy Ranch for $3.6 million and attempted to get the state to turn it into a park, having failed to turn the ranch for a profit. 5 years.
Okay, they tried to turn it into Puck Pokey, you must, sure. Okay, they turned it into a ranch. It was bought, turned into a ranch because nobody's there anymore. And he went back. What happened to him there?
Years later, Washington donated the land to Young Life, a Christian youth organization, and to this day, the Big Muddy Ranch acts as a campsite, serving high schoolers and middle schoolers. For Osho, he returned to India and was welcomed by hundreds of disciples who had been enthusiastically waiting for their master's arrival. Back in his homeland, he wasted no time in
These retards don't learn. They just don't learn.
denouncing the United States, but was eager to buy another piece of property or building to use as his commune site. He was looking at an atoll in the South Pacific that Marlon Brando was looking to sell. Osho never did buy the property because upon visiting the island, he and his followers realized it was prone to heavy storms and flooding. The idea of finding a new piece of land haunted Osho as he spent most of his time trying to find a new place that he could call home. He moved to Nepal and then Crete, where he was arrested by the Greek National Intelligence Service.
Nepal. That reminds me of the speech. Is that his son?
After rebuking political and religious leaders by calling them idiots. He then traveled to Stockholm, London, Canada, and Ireland, but was either refused entry or couldn't make up his
Thankfully, he's not in Germany. Thankfully, he was not in Germany.
mind on a new location. He eventually settled down in Uruguay, where he gave lectures at the Punta del Este, but was, quote, invited to leave for no official reason. After another failed trip, Osho relocated to Jamaica using a 2-week visa, which ended in the Kingston police giving the group 12 hours to leave. Osho reluctantly returned to India a third time on July 30th, 1986. Just a year later, he restored the ashram in Pune and held evening discourses similar to days past. Due to his deteriorating health, which Osho blamed was the fault of US authorities that had poisoned him, he began to stop leading meditations and led a more quiet life. However, it seems in later years that Osho couldn't decide who was better, Hitler or Stalin, because he adamantly stressed
Who was better? Is that a question? Neither? Invited to leave. That was like the wording is interesting here.
that communism was revolutionary. In lectures titled Communism and Zen Fire, Zen Wind, Osho criticized capitalism, mainly the United States, while claiming communism could evolve into spiritual.
So, wait. He went from anti-communism to anarchism to whatever his religion was, but still being anti-communism. And now saying capitalism is bad and communism is good. What are we doing?
Which would then evolve into anarchism. In his own words, quote, I have always been very scientific in my approach, either outside or inside. Communism can be the base, then spirituality has to be its growth to provide what it's missing. As his health declined, Osho changed his name from Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh to Osho Rajneesh, and then finally Osho by September of 1989, additionally requesting for the rebranding of any Rajneesh-based trademarks to just Osho. His last public lecture had been in April of 1989, but he still sat publicly in his chair, silently observing and listening to his followers. Strangely, just before his death, Osho believed audience members were performing some sort of wicked magic toward him, but no guilty parties were ever found. At the age of 58, Osho died on January 19th, 1990, at the ashram in...
This dick could still be alive today. That's the problem. Holy shit, he's dead.
Pune, India. The cause of death was considered heart failure, while those at the ashram still blamed the US government for poisoning him. He was cremated, and his ashes were placed inside his brand new bedroom within the ashram. Osho is still well known and widely published in the field of meditation and socio-political criticism. Internationally, Osho's movement has made a name for itself, despite the decades of contention by outside and inside forces trying to stop him. His adherents have reinterpreted his contributions, essentially reshaping key ideas from his doctrine to make them more digestible and make them seem less divisive to newcomers. For the most part, at least in North American and European circles, Osho's teachings have been accommodated to encompass more spiritual practices involving yoga. According to Jeremy Corrett and Richard King in Selling Spirituality,
This fucker has a legacy. This fucker has a legacy. Goodness.
The silent takeover of religion. The Osho International Foundation, which reportedly generated between $15 and $45 million in the US in the year 2000, offers
It has a foundation.
stress management seminars to businesses like IBM and BMW. Osho's ashram in Pune, India, has become
What?
attention by outside and inside forces trying to stop him. His adherents have reinterpreted his contributions, essentially reshaping key ideas from his doctrine to make them more digestible and make them seem less divisive to newcomers. For the most part, at least in North American and European circles, Osho's teachings have been accommodated to encompass more spiritual practices involving yoga. According to Jeremy Corrett and Richard King in Selling Spirituality, The Silent Takeover of Religion, the Osho International Foundation, which reportedly generated between $15 and $45 million in the US in the year 2000, offers stress management seminars to businesses like IBM and BMW.
BMW? What are we doing? Germany! You gotta do something. Pull them down. Immediately. Yeah, I've seen this pics in various yoga centers. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
Osho's ashram in Pune, India, has become the Osho International Meditation Resort, using a range of spiritual practices from many different traditions and markets. The ashram is described as a spiritual oasis where one can find himself, a place to fuse the demands of the body and mind in a lovely vacation setting, if you're into that stuff. As for Osho and his legacy, a young death would immortalize him as a venerated spiritual leader who did nothing wrong. For the Rajneeshis, Osho's passing signified a new era of worship and a part of a larger plan that he foretold. In reality, Osho's stoic, peaceful approach to death was actually just a coping mechanism so that he himself could deal with the pain of life. Osho was and never will be a god, just a sad man who manipulated his way to get what he wanted. No different than the corruption he sought to destroy. He would find people's weakness and exploit it to keep them coming back for more. Besides money and freedom, America and the new city he donned served as a place where Osho could live out his god complex. What remains of Osho is his brand, an adoption of Eastern spirituality aesthetics, packaged neatly and sold to thousands of gullible people, ready to chew and swallow anything.
How did this work? How? People are dumb. Humans are dumb. NPCs. BMW called it 4K 100%.
That helps them cope with trauma. Osho's life, teachings, and entire business model collapses once you realize that people are not fundamentally broken. They are simply looking for someone to tell them what to do and how to feel. If you made it to the end of the video, I just want to say thank you, because over the course of the last few years, this channel has changed quite a lot, and a lot of you may be confused. If you can't tell, I like taking risks on this platform. I'm always pivoting, evolving, and trying to challenge myself to make the sickest content possible. Whenever I have a large vision or something I want to accomplish, I always like to start by showing and not telling, because I don't want to throw
You show way too much.
Something out there and not follow through. My goal with Third Eye Global is to turn it into the eventual engine of this channel. This way, we don't have to rely on sponsors, ad revenue, nothing. We can take our time and perfect every single video. As the team grows and we have more hands on deck, we will absolutely be making Patreon exclusive content. So yeah, I'm just very, very excited, and I know that this is going to turn into something insane. My goal right now is to make the best documentary style content on the platform, and I'm not going to stop.
That's pretty much the end of the video. That was wild. That was wild. Yeah, they like authority either having it or being under it, apparently. Humans are retarded. That was crazy. I never knew of this. All I can say is, stop worshipping the dude. What the heck? What are you doing? No more. What the fuck are we doing? Bro, that was a long one. That was way longer than it needed to be. That was way longer than it needed to be. Way, way longer. Normal speed again. What the Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do hour-longs. I don't think so. I don't think I will ever do that again. That's too much. I'll be honest. That's too much. Guys. I need a quick... Dude looks like hippie and educated at the same time. True. Guys, I need a quick break. I will be right back. I will be right back. Don't worry. Don't goon too much. I have returned. Not really. Took it exactly an hour and 15 minutes. That's crazy. Still wild though. That is still wild. Is that Xenoblade I hear? Nope. This is for this is Dokkan Battle. Oh god. Ricky. Heropon Ricky. The legendary Heropon. Austin also sent something in. Let me check. Oh, nah, bro. Okay, I got more. I got more ammo, chat. I got more ammo. Sway. You need to read Vebe tweet that dropped. I will, eventually. I'm waiting for the Mugen video. That's what I'm really waiting for. I'm waiting for this all to be uncovered so Mugen covers it, and then we're gonna react to it. Also, Sway, I got a parrot video. Anyways, we'll do the Xenoblade. NDA's in void. Yeah, makes sense. It makes sense that the NDA is gone by now. Anyways, we're doing the Xenoblade one real quick, so I can finally attain peace. Let me reload this. No, not again. It's crazy. Always has been. Anyways. Xenoblade Chronicles. Everybody loves Ricky, but by Nonis. Let's jump in and see the brain rot of the brain rot.
Hereupon Ricky, be proud! Hereupon Ricky, tough guy!
Hereupon Ricky!
Be proud!
Bestest!
I have not missed this. I bet a bunch of tweets will come up, probably. I have not missed this. I've not missed this at all. We got rickrolled! We got rickrolled.
Look at him. Barely hit a toe and he gets all the bow.
Oh, let him have the time of day.
2.
What? No.
The captions! You're right! The captions!
It's
2.
It's 3 done.
2. Chief Dunga, does Ricky still have...
It's small, isn't it? Those are a bit small. Why are they so small? Can I make them bigger? Yeah. That's better.
And debt? 2. No, Ricky. Your debts are repaid. However, your little bitchy pun...
Bitchy pawn. No!
Ricky never hear this. It was prophesied many years ago. Upon a frontier village, a new prophecy. Our hereupon is a cunt and peace on the village carpet.
He's a cunt and pissed on the village carpet. Why? Why are we doing this?
Chief, make a prophecy 1 minute ago. My instinct is never wrong. Chief lying. For the sake of the village, you must fuck off. For Dada Punso.
Why are his children talking about his balls? Also, why Oka got kinda... Why is she kinda thick? Why is she kinda thick? Also, Sway, I'll force you to watch that parrot video.
Dada Punfood! Dada Pun meat! Untouch Hum Hum! Dada! Ricky, what on by honest? Meet Ricky, Meefy Pun, and Little Tits. You have got to be yo-yo. Why? Ricky, how old? Oh, friends look puzzled.
Ricky! Okaboro monies!
Your debts are like ravenous Oluga. Do not worry, Ricky. Your little pawns will be taken.
No! Not the little pawns!
Ricky must work for little pawns to have life.
Shit! Ricky, happy to join friends.
Ryan happy too.
3,
2.
Why do I waste my time?
Ryan time, baby.
Oh,
Ricky, go for fuck's sake, pussy.
Chief Dunga is very fond of Melia.
Your head, my dear.
Chief Dunga.
Your
Calm down. What the fuck?
little pawns will be dead.
28 stab wounds. It was as if I could see into the sea. Is this another power of the Monado?
See into the sea. What is sea? I see. Who would have thought Erith Sea was right on top of Erith Tree?
Don't turn me on.
Perhaps you should try.
No, not! That's gay!
You trying to get killed?
Might do.
Oh no.
Haven't decided yet.
Is something wrong?
Aren't you curious? It's definitely bugging her, Short.
How dare you clown? Well, You were right.
You can eat bread without knowing how to eat bread.
I do not
What the fun fact.
know.
Okay.
We will travel to the capital.
Who these nuts? Lady. Nuts on their head.
Lady Nuts, that's crazy. Also, did Alchemoth just get 9/11 anyways?
Head.
Thank you, Captain. These
nuts.
See them.
Nuts.
Give them
nuts.
Rare. Will you wait?
We won't trust me.
Please look at the we used aim pad. Yes, it says you're a bitch.
What's going on?
I have no
nuts. Lady nuts. You thinking the same as me? More of these nuts.
Enough of your drivel.
Is there something comes after it? No. Dude, why are we doing this? Why are we here? Just to suffer? We are. We definitely are. Terrible. Terrible. No more. No more of this. Where's my water? Be water, my friend. Yeah. Yeah. Would you stop? Are you acoustic? It's loading. Very long. I hate using this. Austin wanted me to react to this, so we will. Though I will probably not zoom in. Or maybe I will. Dio versus Nokotan by Juancho El Criticon. Anyways. It's just a 1 minute and 50 seconds. Why is Dio fighting Nokotan, first of all? Also, I think Nokotan would solo. Just saying. Also, I'm blocking the subtitles, so I can't be doing this. I must do it like this.
Nokotan.
Nokotan solos. I don't think Dio has any chance. I'm sorry.
向かってくるのか逃げずにこのディオに近づいてくるのかせっかく祖父のこうしたん私のザワールドの正体を試験終了チャイム直前まで問題を解いている受験生のような必死こいた気分で教えてくれたというのに
おい、うかつに外に顔を出すやつが。
The fuck are we doing? What is this face? Why is that here?
あるか、ここは戦場だぞ。戦場では少しの油断が命取りと教えただろう。
間抜けが知るがいい。ザワールドの。
Is this Deer IRL? Is this him?
真の能力はまさに世界を支配する能力だということを。
私が誰か忘れたの？私は鹿と人のハイブリッド。言うなればそう、霊長類最強の鹿。
誰に対しても攻撃的。
The strongest primates is a deer? But deers aren't primates! What?
それで
鹿部仲間として助太刀いたす。来い。
ほほう。では十分近づくがよい。
Accurate? Accurate? Bro even got an article in the newspaper.
いい加減な逆アニメでよかった。
That's okay. This is funny. This art is funny. That is terrible. Who made this? Well, I know who made this, but why? What is the purpose of this? Why is that here? Yeah, Nokotan solos. I now know a weapon of which I know how to which I will use to harass deer with. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was awful. That was awful. That was awful. So I gotta remove a few things from this list. Remove from playlist. Remove from playlist. Remove everything that I've watched. So I can get rid of it. As long as I don't have to watch another sex cult video. We good. We good. We are in fact good. Alright, next up. I would watch... Apparently Lumpy's in this one. We could watch this. Apparently Lumpy is in there. Oh wait, I need to look at the other videos that I have still. From Sumex and shit. Let me look at those. Let me add those real quick properly. Let me look at those. Let me look at these. I just put them in the wrong list, that's why. Nah, I'm not gonna watch the deer one. Not as long as he's not here, I can't. But maybe I should. You know what? We'll do it. We'll do that one. Let me properly add that one. I have one. I have the perfect one. We need some memes, chat. We need some memes. We genuinely need some memes. And it's bad. Viewer discretion is advised. It is bad. It really is. Anyways. No, not again. Silence. I wonder if this will get copyrighted. I have the perfect video. Fits perfectly on this channel. Memes that started racism by Sleepy Memes. Warning: this video is for entertainment purposes only. The purpose of this video is to make you laugh watching funny and offensive memes. They are not intended to bully, harass anyone. This video should not be taken seriously. What if I do? What then, huh? Anyways, we'll jump in.
Why are they spawning me in the trees, bruh?
No! We start like this? Spawning a black man in the trees. You sure like this stuff, Duck? Are you insinuating anything?
Like I'm some damn ape.
It's crazy. I should not be laughing at this. I'm gonna get cancelled.
Tinker.
That's quite accurate, probably. How else would they bring him there?
Bell. Oh yes, the border crosser.
What the fuck? Accurate?
Go back to the kitchen. You're 35. Go make your kid a sandwich.
I'm going to fuck your dad and give him a child he actually loves.
Ooh, not bad. Not bad.
76 genders.
Accurate. Do you want me to insinuate something? Haven't you already done it? Did you just call me racist? Alcohol. Okay. Can't even properly see the picture. Hold up. There. Alcohol. Cocaine? Mexican food. Oh my goodness. Goodness. Did bro just get cucked? Ain't no way. Are you not? Did you race every other day? Life is a race and I'm the racist. Bro, this is a wild ad, bro. This is a wild ad. Holy shit. What kind of ads are they making out here? Bro actually got cucked? Nah, dude, that's crazy. The world was ending. What would your last song be? Water got cucked for real. What would my last song be? Highway to Hell.
Illegals in my yard.
I did not see that coming.
Illegals in my yard. Illegals in my yard.
The Starvation 5. Well, that doesn't seem like... Bro, that's crazy. There's a communist PlayStation 5? Bro.
Show yourself, Hades. Another one.
When the black homie hits you, but it's after 8 p.m.
One of your tricks. Face me, coward.
Because you can't see him because it's dark.
You look lonely. I can fix that.
No, he's Asian. No. Oh boy. You're in a tower on September 2001 and you spot a plane. Fly a bit too close.
I'm gonna be butt ass naked so the wind could just be hitting my balls and shit. Hey bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your...
A Jew in our backyard! I can't believe my Jew crow didn't work!
Bro. Stuff was built different. Bro.
You're getting baptized right now!
Yo, Darren, the day I saw the video of your dingling.
It changed my mindset of my dingling. So I am now in competition with you to make my dingling bigger than yours. And when I make it bigger than yours, I am going to rape you.
What? No! Oh! No! No, no, no! What the fuck? What?
Hey, try not to suck any dick on the way through the parking lot. Hey.
Bro saw an opportunity and took it. I see no issue. It went from bad to worse.
Something or someone you should stop sleeping with as an adult. Alana.
Your boss.
Your boss. Wow.
Huh? Huh? What? Wait, what? No.
Your boss. John.
Children.
Are
Well, somebody's ending up on that list. Hello. Hi, Ender Steve. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Bro gave her a dose of equality. Been a while for sure. Bro gave her a dose of equality back. I need to see that again. Bro remembered it wasn't Batman chasing him. What inequality! No, he came early this year! No! They ruined Santa! Or did Santa ruin him?
Christmas tree at the...
Hey.
Getting the umbrella? Oh, yeah. Now you can go to the whip now.
I mean, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Sure.
That shit was coming down.
I know, man.
Is bro retarded?
Stay in here. It's a luxury apartment. Enjoy yourself. You were in the fields not too long ago.
Going to sleep now. Good night, Samax. Rest well. Have a good night. Nighty night. Don't goon or gump.
Oh, I'm back.
Of course. Just one white guy. It's just one white guy. Well, they know what's up. They know what's up. Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Little man, stay fucking hard.
No to racism.
Nee tegen racisme. Non au racisme. No al racisme.
No to racism.
Pause! Wait! There was somebody in there that's not supposed to be in there! The point of the umbrella? That's a good question. He got the umbrella so he could have just gone to the other side and just walk in, sit in the car.
If you're enjoying the memes, make sure to join my Discord, link in the description. As you can see, everybody is excited, so make sure to come say hi. Just don't be like Dream.
And if you're 14, come up in my trap house.
And you won't be banned.
Nine ever watching Alvin and the Chipmunks again? Oh no. Oh no. Fun fact. I saw not too long ago a Hear Me Out list. And she was on that list.
Is that dick good? How good is that?
Hey, what the fuck?
What the heck? Stephen Hawking's trying to explain to God how he ended up on Epstein Island.
Stick drift! Stick drift!
If I wouldn't have slowed down, y'all was not gonna catch me. And let me been in that new scat pack, I'd have took off on y'all dumbass. You two fuckers just made the biggest mistake of your lousy career.
God, it's Bruce Lee. Oh my God, Bruce Lee. Oh my God, man. You not Bruce Lee, bro? Oh my God, knew that was you, bro. Liu Kang, bro. Liu Kang, bro. Mortal Kombat.
That's crazy. The music stereotypical and absurd in the soccer arena. True.
Oh my God, Liu Kang, bro. Oh my God, bro. Liu Kang. Liu Kang. Oh my God, Kanye West. Kanye West. Oh my God.
God. Goodness.
Hi, Mr. West. Mr. West. What's up, man? You ain't Kanye? Oh my God, it's Super Mario. Super Mario.
Super Mario. Well, it could also be Stalin.
Oh, bro. Hey, Super Mario. Oh my God, man.
Pressuring.
Yeah, you know, and that's why
18 and above, do whatever the fuck.
That's why respectful. It's illegal to literally get surgery.
Yo, how'd you get a pizza?
No,
out of nowhere.
Tom, I'm gonna tell you right now. What happened with Nick?
I'm gonna show you a magic trick. Can't ever show it to anybody. Deal? Okay, deal. Listen, I'm gonna snap my fingers, and you will forget that you were ever gay. But I was never gay.
Caught. Fell for it.
So long, Greg. So long, Chris.
What? No final insult?
You gotta go through the rest of your life being black. I can't top that.
Holy shit. Shots fired. That hamster does not deserve clap on the cheeks. That's, yeah, true. Bro, there is no way. There is no way. There is no way. What's the maximum of women you can have in your rotation? All of you wouldn't have the life problems that you have if you wasn't trying to please 5 bitches. Funny, because that's kind of accurate. Oh goodness. Bro does not care. Unk does not care. Ironic. UNK, Unk. Hey, we can't. My parents will be home in 2 minutes. Max Verstappen.
Do y'all got any dildos here? Do y'all got any dildos here?
Miska, Muska.
Accurate. Find a rapper who doesn't mumble. I feel like I have played this game before. Probably has, true.
You, me, rap battle now, America.
The problem is I hear these words actually.
What?
This is dumb.
Illegals in my yard.
He ends when a shower turns on. Holy crap, these are good.
I get the Indian Spider-Man again, I'm gonna be cheesed.
you gotta realize that it's AI and it's gonna choose the one that's closest to you.
Spider pork, whatever it is, I don't know.
Assholes.
I gotta really check to see if this AI filter is racist, because there's no way. I might be Miles Morales or something.
Holy crap. Yes, it is.
This filter's racist! It's so racist!
Reasons why I'm racist? My girlfriend has 2 black eyes. What the heck? I treat all races equally, even the bad ones. Holy crap. No lives matter. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was wild. I love that. That was good. That was a good one. That was actually a good one. That was hilarious. Wow. That was good. That was good memes. I like memes. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was good. That was good. That was really good. That was really good. That was actually good. Wow. Water. That was nice. That was crazy. That was something. Anyways, I got another one that I really need to look at.
So recently I have seen...
Ooh. Interesting. We'll look at this. We will look at this. It's from a smaller channel, but you know, we gotta look at it. We gotta look at it because that's interesting to look at. VTubers and how we men are being treated in here. The sad reality of male VTubing by Sivrain, I think is how it's pronounced. We'll just jump in. Well, the sad reality is we get no play. We are cooked because we're men, and we're all constantly under the generalization of being preds when we aren't. Hi Liza, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. UK in the UK currently? I've heard there has been some censorship going on.
So recently I have seen a lot of discussions on male VTubers that go kind of like this.
A lot of male VTubers get to where they are and they tend to take advantage of it in a not so nice way. They tend to be weird. And I'm saying this like from experience. Not every male VTuber, but a lot of them, unfortunately. Male VTubers, I don't know, they're perverts. And women are that as well, right? It's just they're not as often, like, sex pesty and stuff. I don't even think most men are bad. It's just a lot of male VTubers.
Let's have a kind of serious talk about it. We'll dive into some statistics and try to make an...
I have to say, though, you don't notice it as much for women. Because there is a double standard. There is an inherent double standard in VTubing. When a woman is creepy and weird, it gets brushed off. When a man is creepy and weird, it's totally fine. Here's two categories. I want to bring up 2 people. Elfin Psyop, who is weird and creepy. Nobody bat an eye. And Gunpei, being able to return and continue, was also incredibly weird. When a woman does it, it's cute and quirky. Maybe even hot. When a guy does it, get away, you freak. That is the problem that we have. The amount of women that have been acting weird towards me, and the amount of women that I have seen that act weird in Discords, and the amount of women that my girlfriend has seen that act weird, I don't think that it's probably 50-50. It's probably worse than 50-50 because there's more women. I'm realizing that you have been playing retro Pokemon games and other retro games. Have you ever thought about breaking that barrier of playing the same kind of category genre games? I am playing older games because I can't play newer games. You want to sponsor me a PC buddy? A proper PC? Thank you. Okay, are you a sex pest? Are you a sex pest? No, I am not. I am not. The guy that waits until marriage cannot be. And actually is kind of scared for physical contact. Thank my sister for that. Yay!
Biased view on all of this. But first things first. Nowadays, you may find a lot of people talking that majority.
Why is Asmongold's room the background for this?
Majority of male VTubers are fucking disgusting, and yeah, given the circumstances of well-known Aster from Niji Sanji and tweets about other extremely bad things that have happened during the recent time, thus earning not very good reputation for male VTubers, and I mean like really not very good reputation, to the actual point where female VTubers would make public statements that they are not comfortable collaborating and talking with any male VTubers, and I'm sure
trust me, I'm not comfortable with being alone with women either. I'm not mad. I'm not scared to say it. I'm not comfortable with chatting with women that I don't know. I'm not comfortable with interacting in private, of course, not in stream chat. That's a different situation. I don't want to collab with women. I don't want to be alone with women. Because it does scare me. Because that chick can just say something straight up and I'm cooked.
Many female VTubers think the same, but they are just not openly expressing it. And that's like totally up to them. And completely understandable. It is their right. Nobody's gonna force anybody. From one perspective, they do it out of necessity, to protect themselves. It is the reality, let's be honest. Like, it is more prevalent among men to do weird and disgusting stuff. And as for women, they may say some shit but not really act upon it. Well, usually. But from other perspective, it is not doing a very good job at positively elevating male VTubers' reputation. And considering there's already a fucking Berlin Wall between male and female VTubers, thus far, separation is insane.
Mizu! Where's Mizu Tamari? Or you guys have no idea how many collabs I've been turned down on because I'm male. Some femme VTubers won't even publicly interact with me because of it. That's why I've decided to do most of my shit alone. I decide most of the only times I interact with women is the conservative ladies in this space. I don't interact with anybody else. Like the Christian VTubers, that's the way to go. Wish I could buy you a gaming PC, but it's too expensive at the time. It's kind of worth it so that I can play with you. And again, I'm very sorry if... No, it's all good. It's all good. It's just very obvious that I play older games because I can't play newer games. Or games that don't need a lot of power.
And it's not gonna get better. And also, like, any sexual topics are like prohibited from male VTubers. Like, you have to be really careful with words, because most likely you will be interpreted negatively. Like, can you see a male VTuber typing something like this? Anyways.
No. No, hopefully not. Wait, who is the VTuber that did this? Who is the woman that did this? But true, that's a double standard, right? That's a double standard, but who's the woman that did this?
Also, expressing sympathy towards any female colleague, even in a non-sexual way, don't risk it. Overall, it's an unfortunate situation. It's really sad that
only male VTubers are ugly IRL. I find that very interesting because there's a lot of female VTubers that IRL that shit on people's looks, but they IRL. The same women that say that, by the way, the same women, probably a woman, right? The same women that say this shit, by the way, look like fry tangs. Just saying. seem worse when men are predatory because they're more of a physical threat, even if both act on it. Women can be threats as well, of course, but it's just easier for men. Yeah, obviously, makes sense. I just don't like the generalization. Why am I being generalized if it's the actions of individuals?
It's really sad that it has gotten to such...
It's not only that, right? There's also another... It's not just the sexual part, right? There's another part of this space. It's not just the sexual part, right? There's another thing that is prevalent in VTubing, and that is baiting male VTubers into thinking that you support them. There's like plenty of tweets, engagement farming, where like support all male VTubers in caps just for a bunch of male VTubers to respond. So the OP does not respond at all and anything. It's just to farm engagement, that's it. I bet you're all clap. IRL, that's why you hide your faces. Did you hide your face behind an avatar anyways, to begin with? You hide your face behind a Korean man. At least that's what it looks like. Interesting. Interesting. Well, you can't hide your face anymore. Because the UK doesn't want it.
Such point that if you're a male VTuber, chances are you're gonna get automatically kind of distributed into the category of a potential sex pest because of the...
Ha! I don't have that problem. I get put into the category of bigot, racist, Nazi. I did get the pedophile ones because I'm a VTuber. What else? Transphobe. I got these categories. I've never received the sex pest, but that's also because I don't interact with anybody that I should not be interacting with. Maybe I'm a Korean man. I have proof that you are not. Your own words.
Wrongdoings of some mentally ill motherfuckers. And you will have to prove yourself to be otherwise. But that's on us, I guess. And there is another certain reason why don't you see many big male VTubers rising and staying on top for more than like 1 to 2.
Numbers. That's a simple reason. Numbers. I'd say like 80% is male, 20% is female viewer-wise. And that's being generous. That's being generous. Can't sleep now, but you must sleep. You must get some rest, woman. I'm kind of curious, what would you do if you hit with 2,000 subscribers? I will probably do straight up just a 12-hour stream, as I did for 1,000.
Years, there are literally only a couple of them right now, especially in the English VTubing scene. The reason is audience. The reason is you. Because ultimately, it is for viewer to decide whom he's gonna watch.
Are the viewers do all of the viewers have Down syndrome?
And let's have a look at statistics. For, you know, some clarity. So, female to male ratio of VTubers goes 80 to 20. Thus, 80
to 20. See, there we have it. Man, I'm actually quite good.
80% being female and 20% of VTubers being male. And what goes for the VTubing audience, it is literally the opposite. There is 20% of female viewers and there is 80% of male viewers. So you understand, yeah, that there is only roughly 20% of potentially available viewers, considering that not all female viewers gonna watch you.
I mean, I'm not particularly trying to attract female viewers. I highly doubt that women, like a big amount of women would watch me aside from the based ones. There's not many based ones, so that's a rough. That's rough.
And some male viewers will, the percent is much lower in reality. So the point stands. However, there are more males on internet overall, so it makes sense for such distribution in audience, right? Well, VTubing is different. For instance, let's take YouTube. According to them, their percentage of global audience by gender for 2025 is 54% male to 46% female. And for Twitch, that is 60 to 70% for males and 30 to 40% for females. Kind of a striking difference, right? So there should be a reason, the key moment. Well, the key is the VTubing scene itself and its nature. And as it goes for every market, the VTubing is determined by demand. And needless to say, there's a huge demand among lonely men for cute anime girls with big titties.
True. I can't deny this. Though I'd have to say as well that big titties are sometimes no longer enough. It has a ceiling. You grow faster, but it has a ceiling. And once you hit that ceiling, you gotta actually work. You gotta actually do something. There's plenty of anime titty streamers that do no longer grow. They're stuck like a stepsister in a dryer.
And silky smooth voice. Well, sometimes not that silky and with titties not that big, but it's that simple. No, I mean really, most people that as we know now are men, and most men, like women, and men search for VTubers, not in hopes to see guy playing or saying something smart, hell nah! They search for an interaction with an opposite sex.
Wait, what? Hold up.
Or saying something smart, hell nah! They search for an
VTuber girlfriend breaks down and begs you to stay after a fight. Accurate. Lore accurate.
Interaction with an opposite sex. They search to find compassion. They search to find something cute. They search for something in order not to feel so alone. They search for female attention. They search to find empathy. Well, some search just a gun. And for some, it's a combination of all things aforementioned. It's just the reality of this sphere. And I'm not saying that all female VTubers stole potential viewers. Fuck no! They're just providing the supply, and I don't mean it in a derogatory way. My main point is, there is no demand for male VTubers in VTubing. And there is a lot of supply of VTubers. VTubing scene is already overly saturated with...
It is saturated, yes. But it's also, I'm gonna say this, the high society of VTubing does not allow for new big VTubers. Straight up say it. I'll say it, there's incredibly gatekeepy up there. It is literally known by now that if you are not friends with certain big VTubers, or you don't know certain big VTubers, you will not make it. Apparently. That's what we get. Goonas make the world go round for real. Apparently. Half of the female VTubers have lolly models, yeah, anyway. And the other half are revealing outfits, which is arguably more sex pesty than just being a male in the space. I can draw up a bigger, something bigger even. A lot of those VTubers, in quotation marks, are not VTubers. They're just failed OnlyFans girls that picked up VTubing. That's why I have the term VThought. The moment you have an OnlyFans or a Fansly, and the moment you have a past of that before becoming a VTuber, I know you're not here for the medium, you're not here for the craft. You're just here to farm some simp bucks. That's what it is. Which the moment they have a Fansly or OF or anything like that, they're already more sex pests. Straight up. I don't care.
Thousands of bright personalities. Every day there's a new VTuber, and there is basically no more demographic to hit. The popular male VTubers that are there on top already are completely enough, and sadly they are never to be as popular as female ones. Also important to note, there is no clear marketing strategy to grow for male VTubers. Using strategies of female VTubers is just not gonna work, because you're fucking...
I'm not even trying to get VTuber fans. I'm not even trying to do that. What's the point? I can no but never convince somebody who likes one of those big girls, right? I could never convince somebody to watch me instead. That doesn't happen. Which is why I'm not trying to get in general, the VTuber audience. That doesn't work.
different, and your target audience is completely different too. Brother, you just have to understand, no gooner will watch male VTuber. Well, some will, but and no fucking agency is pushing male VTubing, because there are just more problems from it, and the ends do not justify the means. So no audience, no demand, no corporate push and advertisement, lack of proven marketing strategies, and mainly the sickening behavior of some shitheads and repercussions of it combined creates a pretty shit climate.
Yes, pretty accurate. It's just a shitty climate for male VTubers, which is why I always say to my male colleagues, do not try to capture a VTuber fan audience. Do not. It does not work. It could work if you either are a femboy, you use a female avatar and voice changer, you use only a female avatar, or you loot yourself and mark yourself, especially if you're market yourself as a gay male VTuber. That can work wonders. Sexualization works on both sides, though it is much more effective for women. You have to be some kind of predatory to have an OF because you need to promote it and rope people in. True. Female big titties get more views. Does male chest get more? Yes, technically. Yeah, a little more. You're the only VTuber I watch, to be honest. W. I'll take that as a privilege.
For male VTubing. That's why, if you're a male, you probably should not become a VTuber. Like,
We're too late. Brother, we're too late for that one. I'm way too late. This video is a year too late.
telling you, you will have a higher chance of becoming popular just not being a VTuber. Because you'll be not restricted by certain peculiarities and certain complications of the general VTubing audience. Well, as for me, given all the circumstances above, I just do shit that I want.
Nah, normalize hating. Never mind.
That's it. And if you want, you should too. The only option for us is to try harder and smarter. Like, yeah, fans of female VTubers will make fun of you. So
it is, no, I would say it's, as a content creator, it's already easy as a woman. Just sell your ass cheeks online. Just sell your ass cheeks online. It works wonders. You get a bit of an audience as a VTuber. You post ass. W, growth. You start an OnlyFans, millionaire. Though you will be blocked by me. And you will likely block me as well. I'm blocked, but like I checked again after months, right? And I'm blocked by Project Melody. And my girlfriend is too. I don't know how it is. Was that Mr. Peabody waving his hand? Appears to be, yeah.
What? Do better, make better content, or just give up. Like, hey boss, if you really want to become a VTuber, despite what I have said, fucking
cool, cool, That is horrible advice. There is not much you can do.
Do it then. Like, whatever gender you are, let the world have a chance to experience you. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy, it's gonna be hard, and it's hard for fucking everyone in VTubing. But who knows, maybe you'll become the next VTubing star. Although the chances are realistically quite fucking low, I'm not gonna lie.
The chances are low because there's also a lot of gatekeeping.
But if you are not gonna try, your chances will equal 0. So, do you want to become a VTuber bad enough and have a slight possibility to become someone you aspire to be? Or rather, do nothing and fade into obscurity? Depends on you.
Interesting perspective. Unfortunately, not actually looked deeper into it, sadly. However, yeah, the advice at the end was not that good. So here's an advice. If somebody you want to be successful VTuber, somebody tells you that numbers aren't everything, or numbers aren't important. Not numbers aren't everything, but numbers aren't everything. They are trying to keep you small. Straight up. I'm saying it straight up. You should look at your numbers. You should what works and what doesn't work. You should. Do you have to sacrifice having fun for numbers? No. But you should look what actually works. Right? Everyone else does it. Why don't you do it? They just try to keep you small. When somebody tells you to stay in your lane and do your own thing, punch them. Nobody's in your lane. There is no lane you could stay in. Again, it's just to keep you small. Because then you're not a threat in any way. This goes also for the girlies. Straight up. All these advices. Simple. Don't do what the VTuber community thinks you should do. There is no VTuber community. It's a space. We're not a big happy family. That's just not the case. I don't use the term VTuber community. It's a space. It's a medium. Very simple. And as a male VTuber, you have multiple options. You can be say-so and get absolutely demolished. You can be normal like me, which somewhat works. You could go the LootTuber male VTuber route, which it does work. Sometimes it depends. It would be easier if you were gay, though. Just saying. So maybe become gay. Or the femboy route. If you want to still have a male model, femboys, they do well. They do well. They do well. Unfortunately, they do well. But yeah, there's not much to do as a male VTuber. Just don't try to hunt a VTuber audience, because they already have their VTubers, and you can never convince them to watch anybody else watch you. That just doesn't work. We gotta work on something else. And unfortunately, there is no real support groups and anything for male VTubers. We are not as tightly knit as the girlies are. And the big boys that are big are not helping others, just like the women do. Yeah. We'll just have to see how this develops. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Do you watch Minecraft content often? Kinda not, no. Kinda not. Kinda not. Not really, not at all. As the finale, I'm gonna do this ref video, as it's interesting, and I do want to watch it.
Hey, what's up, guys?
To get the full grasp of what's going on. That's important. So that will be the final one for today. I think it is this one that I'm supposed to watch 4 days ago. Yes, that is the one. This is interesting. So, what has happened? Steam complies with hypocritical feminist group and sets concerning new censorship standard. My ref says Desu. Look, is it okay if I were to recommend your Minecraft content video? You can recommend it to me, sure, yeah. I'll look if it's interesting. I want to react to more stuff anyway, so it's fine. I can branch out. If you have something, go ahead. Sure. Anyways, this is interesting. So what has happened is payment processors essentially censored Steam, censored itch.io. They love to censor also Japan. So you can't buy things from Japan because Japan just says fuck off. We'll just sell our stuff in our country. Payment processors have too much power. And with the recent censorships from the UK, this just plays perfectly in. This just goes perfectly in. They really love censorship, don't they? They really love. I also wonder, since they said like it's to protect kids, at least for the UK stuff, right? For the, well, not, it's also here in Europe. I can't see certain tweets. In general, well, the UK is Europe, but like the EU. I wonder, since this happened so fast back to back, if that's somehow connected in a way. We'll just go in.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here.
So today we're going to be going over some very concerning developments regarding the video game industry. And this is something that unfortunately a lot of people should have seen coming because the trend was heading in this direction for a very long time. Now with videos like this, I have to remind some people of the new way stuff works on YouTube. Apparently, the only way you...
Also remember, not safe for work stuff got nuked. That does not just include the freaky games. That may include not safe for work, or like stories that are a little more violent. Mental health stuff is technically usually not considered safe for work. It's gonna be terrible. Cause why it's good cracking down the corn. On the other hand, first they come for the corn games and then they come for everything else. Usually.
Probably count as a view, even if you watch the whole video, is if you're an engaged viewer, someone who likes, subs, or comments. That's the new system. It's really stupid, but all those sorts of engaged activities, quote unquote, do help videos like this get out there because it's already kind of destroyed.
Cool, the ref is already talking about. That's fairly cool. Some correction. Engaged views are also not just liking and subbing and sharing. Engaged views are also just watch time above a certain threshold. We just don't know what that threshold is. We just don't know that. So please, they don't care about protecting kids over here. I'm not surprised. I mean, looking at what kind of people they looking at what kind of people they let in. Not surprised. At least this means Steam will remove the No Mercy game. That was already removed, I think. That already got nuked. Which I agree that it should get nuked. On the other hand, I think it's hypocritical because a lot of other stuff is just like that. Also, a lot of other stuff that women consume is just like that. It's just here nobody bats an eye. It's just there nobody bats an eye. If that's not okay, all the other stuff should not be okay either. That's the only problem I have. Not that it was removed. That we're not consistent.
Because of the heavy topics in today's video. So all that stuff helps. Don't feel like any obligation to do that. But I just wanted to mention that so you can help out my channel and other channels you enjoy as well. So as you can see, Steam updates its rules to comply with payment processor censorship, purges multiple titles. Details below by Niche Gamer here. And if you start looking around, the main subject for today's video is this group called Collective Shout.
I don't like these people. I don't like these people because of censorship. Here's Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I hate censorship.
That prides themselves on trying to end the objectification of women and the sexualization of girls in media. Now, as you might already guess, this is going to be filled with a lot of feminist-type propaganda, a lot of misdirection where these sorts of concerns are ultimately aimed at attacking creative freedom in video games in particular. And you're also going to see some disturbing levels of hypocrisy as this group has come out.
Oh no, it's TERFs. Even though I don't like that term. It's femme extremists. Oh no. None of it's okay. I'm not denying that. I'm just glad that game is gone and now the rest can go. Yep. True. I agree at least that, yeah. Though, again, I'm not a fan of censorship.
And defended the undefendable in media. But let's continue on. So recently they made an effort where they targeted payment processors and made an open letter to all these companies to say, hey, stop monetizing these problematic behaviors. And they tag all kinds of payment processors like PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, what have you. And guess what? It worked. They got hundreds of games removed from Valve. And
like, here, right? Here, that is the problem, right? This can go. I agree with that. This can go. If it's genuinely that, this can go. I'm fine with that, right? These two, I don't particularly care about. I guess this one, if you enjoy watching that stuff, I do think you're weird. Same with this. I don't care about these two in particular. It depends on how it's used. But this can go. I'm fine with that.
All kinds of payment processors like PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, what have you. And guess what? It worked. They got hundreds of games removed from Valve, and a lot of these are small, niche games with hardcore themes. There's no way around it. And as someone who has no interest in these games in the first place, I still think they should exist if people want to purchase them. If you're an adult, you have the ability to go out and do those things. I think that is within your rights. And anyone who is complaining otherwise, either...
The child abuse stuff, if genuinely... bro. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. I'm not gonna lie, that's really weird. The other two are weird, but the last one is really, really weird.
One, they should not play games that are already labeled as these adult topics or adult content. And on top of that, if you're worried about kids getting into it, that is a parental issue. You have to control the media that your children are consuming. That's on you as a parent. That is not something new. That's been the case for a very, very long time. Now, within all this, there was also a new rule put onto Valve. We can say content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet network providers, in particular certain kinds of adult-only content. I cannot stress enough to you how vague and open this is. This could target pretty much your
this can target, that's the problem, it can target anything. You could make a video game that covers heavy mental illness themes, right? Not in like a glorifying way, right? In like a serious manner, right? And it just could get nuked. Also, adult-only content. Does that include every game? That could include every game that's 18 plus, like even shooters, everything. I mean, certain kinds. It's just very vague. I know the kinds they mean was just sexual, but still. See, fighting against objectification and sexualization of girls, especially little girls. Makes sense, yeah. Is a good idea because that's bad. But these companies never advocate correctly, so people don't listen, care. True.
Typical, like, hentai game, all the way to, like, Baldur's Gate 3. In games like that. This is a huge net that they're casting to the point where people are really noticing. The backlash on this has been immense. This is a small group of Australian feminists that somehow have convinced Valve to...
Of course. Australia. Put the link in Discord? Okay. I'll take a look at that eventually.
Take down titles and set new standards. And thank God, people are starting to notice. There's a lot of backlash on social media to the point where Elon Musk is trying to spread awareness about this issue with payment processors. Now, of course, if you've been paying attention, especially to my channel, or anyone...
That's right. That's like the hypocrisy of these payment processors, right? That is fine. Yet, you take OF money. Yet, you take OF money. Hope I gotta go. Hopefully you'll watch that if you're okay with it. I'll look at that. Take care, Ender Steve. See, Visa Japan CEO says disabling card payment for legal adult content is necessary to protect the brand. That's the first hypocrisy. Exclusive US whistleblower says Mastercard Visa failed to stop payments for child abuse material on OF. You see where that hypocrisy comes from Visa and MasterCard? You know where that comes from? I think people are just really mad that these fuckers are just never consistent. Oh, so that niche weird game is a problem, but you're okay with the hub and OF. That's weird. Why you always target fictional content and not real content? Do you want to know how many corn websites out there that promote non-consensual stuff? where you can pay, like non-consensual roleplay stuff. That's weird. Odd. At least be consistent.
Kind of in this space. We've been talking about this for a long time. There has been concerns over and over again about how this sort of, I guess, cycle with payment processors will extend beyond the initial targets. The initial targets being a lot of Japanese companies, particularly art platforms, video games, manga, all that stuff. Basically, these payment processors were pressured or on their own volition went out and said to these companies, if you don't get rid of this problematic content, we're pulling our services, basically rendering them with no monetization whatsoever. If you lose Visa, Chase, MasterCard, whatever, you're basically dead in the water.
It's also always targeting Japan. It's always targeting Japan. Because Japan is one of the very few countries where there is quite a small amount of censorship. That's why they're always targeting it. And it's the only country that has the kind of a pushback. Because no one cares about CSUM anymore. My old head teacher literally used to make it. What the fuck? Admitted that in court and faced no prison time. What the fuck? But then again, one of our strongest parties originally promoted to make that stuff legal. So, well, I'm not surprised, particularly. Oh, on there's hentai games. I thought that was just videos. Yeah, on Steam there is. And on itch.io there was. They nuked all NSFW games straight up, all of them. And even there's a few who are named like that on Switch, on the Switch, apparently.
You're losing your entire monetization scheme. So you have really a Sophie's choice. Censor yourself and keep your payment processors and anger all of your customers, or ignore it and basically have no way to monetize yourself. It's really bad, and you can see this happen a lot in Japan, and people were saying, this is going to go beyond Japan. So many antis and other pro-censorship people were saying, oh, who cares? It's those icky Japanese video games. Who cares? Oh, you guys are a bunch of gooners, bunch of losers. Who cares? And people who are mature about this say, hey, that might not even be my cup of tea, but this is a horrible standard that's going to eventually extend to places like Steam, and that's exactly what's happening. And also, you can see the prioritization of these payment processors. We talked about this as well.
That's the problem I'm saying. First, it might be these weirdo games, right? Which I'm saying, they're not good. Hell nah. It's weird as fuck if you consume that, I'm gonna be honest. Do I want them banned? Not particularly. Not really. It's weird as fuck, though. It's honestly really weird. Why are you into that? Why does that get you going? Icky. However, this will be extended to other stuff. For now, it's the corn games. Next, it will be games that promote ideas that are not with the in the public consensus. That whose ideology does not fit with the modern eventually and other stuff.
A few months ago, where there was a whistleblower that came out and said MasterCard and Visa turned a very blind eye to how their payment processing was used to profit from abuse material.
I wonder who the payment processor is for that kids website where you can minors can do lewd stuff. Where that Piper girl is as well. I forgot her name. Piper Raquel, something like that. So, I wonder what the payment processor for that one is. Not to make any allegations here.
Targeting children that was being uploaded on OnlyFans. And there was almost no real recourse taken by OnlyFans. In fact, they pretty much denied this was happening. And despite evidence that it was possibly happening. And that's the kind of standards we're working with here, right? Video games, bad. OnlyFans, abusing or uploading content that's abusing children. Totally fine by their standards, I guess. Now, of course, going back to Collective Shout, they've done...
Not yet. Ooh, that's an interesting threat. I might be on their side for this one. Just for this one. Not yet.
Nothing about OnlyFans yet. They've gone after these video games for a very long time now, but they haven't been able to take down OnlyFans. And I can't imagine why. Well, first of all, it seems, as will be very clear, they don't have a priority for helping out real life people, real life children for that matter.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. It's all with these activists, it's always I can only target fictional content, but I cannot help real people. I cannot. It's always weird. That's why I'm always, when this Lala debate comes up, I'm always like, I find this funny. You cry out about fictional material. What have you done to support actual real victims? What have you done to support finding actual real victims and outing actual predators? That's weird. Nothing? That's odd. Because beyond words, you have nothing to offer.
They focus on video games, and in particular, you can see them celebrating their big win 2 days ago about how they got hundreds of adult-themed games removed from Steam, and that's not surprising, right? It's a lot easier to go after some game that was developed by one dude on his own versus going after major platforms or any sort of real-life harm going on that'll actually take a lot of effort. This is why they celebrate stuff like this as a major win. And just think about the things they're saying here about these taboo themes that they're getting rid of. Like, this is the bane of women's rights. Games like The Coffin of Andy and Lele.
It does have an incest theme. I'm not gonna deny that. I don't really care, man.
And like I said, this could target basically everything. These new Steam rules, if you apply them correctly, you could go after like Grand Theft Auto, Baldur's Gate, all of these games, and you know, it's just crazy.
If applied the way it's supposed to, you actually could go after any game if it promotes something that you don't like, technically. Because most people don't want to face the reality of what those kids go through. So they target games and art because it keeps them distant from the real abuse. True, but the problem is that in many places, it's not even illegal. So when you send, for example, in the United States, if you send that to the FBI or anything like that, right? They're gonna have to look through that stuff every single time, which wastes valuable resources. And those are resources that could be to help actual victims. I haven't heard about Andy and Lele in a while. Whoa. yeah, that game.
See the scope of this, and people don't seem to realize this.
I remember when that game released. And Twitter started spiraling.
And this was heading our way for a very long time. Now, if you think it just ends there with these like 18 plus games, no, it doesn't. This company, this group, has been targeting many games outside of that scope we just described.
Detroit Become Human? What? Detroit Become Human because there's violence against children and violence against women. So are we no longer allowed to cover these heavy themes? Also, what a double standard. Violence against women. Well, why is there not stopping the game Detroit Become Human depicting child abuse, violence against women, and violence against men? What is that double standard? Just remove all violence. You know, even animal violence. Let's sue Pokemon for abusing animals. What are we doing? Detroit Become Human? Really?
Including games like Detroit Become Human. They were trying to get this banned in Australia, making a real effort to do so. They made another effort against Grand Theft Auto 5. And by the way, this was successful. This actually succeeded and got games removed from Target and Kmart's. Okay? And here's...
This is just no 18 plus stuff at all. This is essentially just no violence at all, as the game is trying to promote. then it's not an issue. It's just raising awareness of it. Well, Detroit Become Human is not promoting it. So this is weird. This is a weird group.
Here's another big win for this company. They were able to help bully and harass a local bakery that was selling a shirt called "We Got the Best Buns in Town."
I know it has two meanings, but if you see a bakery... Okay, if you see a bakery and you think sexually, you are the weirdo. It's like when seeing a father interact with his child and you see it in a sexual lens, you are the weirdo. Similar thing, you are the weirdo. They're not talking about Oh my god. Retarded. Lucky won that shirt because that's hilarious. It is. Quit having fun. There's no way they harassed this little bakery. No way.
Because apparently this was objectifying women to such a degree they had to be publicly shamed.
But what if the man was wearing the shirt? What then? What are you gonna do then?
And attacked into removing this. This is the kind of stuff they're doing. Don't you get it? They like bullying people. They like bullying people into having their content removed. They don't go after the big guys largely. They go after the small guys. And that's how they really get these major wins for them. Now let's rip the band-aid off. This is the same company that defended the net.
Can I get a tissue? I might need to clean my eyes. Am I seeing that correctly? Am I seeing that correctly? Am I seeing that correctly? Cuties, an ethically problematic but powerful protest against the sexualization of girls? Yes. What a powerful protest. Depicting girls doing sexual dances. Wow. There is no way. There's no way. Are they French by any... They're Australian, but are they run by French people by any chance? Nah, this can't be real. This can't be real. Oh no. Why do you do that? This is not a protest. This was a movie with mild CSAM.
Netflix, I don't even like calling it a film, Cuties. Now, for those who are blessed enough to not know what Cuties is,
I am not blessed enough. This was all over my For You page on YouTube, everywhere, TikTok, everywhere. Hey, how are you? Hi, Private Fortune. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing well. Yes, I do. Hello, buddy.
That was a quote-unquote film uploaded to Netflix a couple years ago that was produced in France, and the entire theme of that movie was basically a child's twerking competition.
That's what it was. Never watched Cuties based on reviews. It literally sounds like Nun's Heaven. You can be glad that you've never watched it or have seen any clips. I have seen clips. This is disgusting, and it took ages for Netflix to take it down. Ages. Like last year, 2 years ago, they took it down. That is one of the most heinous shit that we've ever tolerated. Of course, it's French. I'm not surprised.
No, this was not animated. This was not a video game. This was using real child actors around the ages of 11 and 12. And this was out there, and people like Collective Shout defended this. And we'll see, they defend it even more than what you're seeing right here. That's how messed up their priorities are.
How worse can it get?
Many such cases right here. The people crying about video games and anime and things like that, coming out and defending something like Cuties that was exploiting real child actors. In fact, the audition process for this, which of course would include a lot of inappropriate behavior, included hundreds of children. And they're defending this while claiming to be advocates for these young girls. Now, let's...
What the fuck? So disgusted. This is so disgusting, dude, bro.
go to this individual, Melinda Tankard Rice, who is the co-founder of this, right? This group, and other groups kind of in the same lane, so to speak. And they defended cuties.
Cool. Akuma Miko. Cool that she's here. Rare situation of her seeing here. Yeah, that's crazy that you defended it. Also, she said like everyone who watches anime is a man and a pedophile, by the way. Similar stuff like that, right? Where somebody like her said that stuff. And yeah. Mika just posted that she's a woman, which probably made this chick explode. It's like crazy. It's like actually crazy. It's like that actress who got photographed for Playboy at 12. Ugh.
As well, saying some thoughts on #cuties and why they are not calling for a ban. And you'll see the hypocrisy is through the roof. They're the same person who mentioned...
How can you not ban? How can you not ban that kind of movie?
Years ago, went after many different games, saying that
Tomb Raider, Cortana, and this should be Dead or Alive, I think. I could be wrong. I think it should be. It could be. There are way worse stuff. I know VTubers that look worse. Also, it's like... That's like the problem. If women have big breasts, it's sexualized. If women are flat, it's a child. Women cannot win. Even with their own bodies, they cannot win.
Poontang-influenced heroines in video games are causing damage to an entire generation of Australian children, and they have to be stopped. And basically they say, down here, this is a quote from Melinda, that attraction is drawn to her sexual characteristics, with tight clothing emphasizing large, surgically enhanced breasts.
None of these women went through surgery. Okay, and I'm gonna say this. Yes, men like to look at attractive women. And you know, here's a spoiler alert. Incredible spoiler alert. So do you women. Straight up. There's a reason why male Marvel Rivals characters look the way they do. There's a reason why a lot of like male Final Fantasy characters look the way they do. I used to sweat Tomb Raider on my Nintendo DS. Okay. It's like, bro, I'm sorry. People like attractive people. Had a crush on Cortana in my early Xbox days. Okay, understandable. Whereas I made one hell of a figure. Yeah. The hottest hologram out there.
So apparently if you have a busty frame, it was surgically enhanced. That's insane. And look at the characters they use as examples. You got Hanukkah.
This is not even... I'm gonna be honest, these boobs are not big. There's worse. There's worse. You picked the more tame designs out there. One is a hologram. And two are just women. That's crazy. Very true. I don't want to play a game with ugly characters, male or female. What, you don't want to play Concord? Or the new Fable?
You got Lara Croft, and then of course you got Cortana. What? What are we doing? Who let these Karens have any power whatsoever? It's insane. Who listens to these people? Clearly someone who's not interested in creative liberties or, I don't know, making money, but they're listening to these maniacs. And in their tweet sharing that article, they were...
Lumpy! What is Lumpy doing here? Well, he said he was in it to begin with, so that's cool. This is my viewer. This is my boy. This is my boy. Lumpy here in a ref video. That's crazy. Literally my only critique of female game characters is when they're sent to war in a bikini. Please give my girl some armor. I'm going to cry. Maybe that's the tactic. Maybe the men are just incapable of fighting because they need to goon.
Are part of. Someone asked recently, only 15 hours ago, on this old post, saying, how about you talk about the millions of child brides in Yemen? And Melinda says, I have, in other countries too, work with NGOs globally trying to stop child marriage. And the previous poster says, can you show us? Crickets. Crickets across the board.
Because they can't show anything, because they're not doing anything. That's like, same energy with like these feminists, because that's what at the end of the day they are, right? They're like, oh, we need to stop the oppression of women here, and this and that. Okay. You've done that. Do you have the balls to go to China? Do you have the balls to go into the Middle East? Oh, you don't. That's weird. So you only fight battles that you're absolutely certain you can win. That's very interesting. It's just because you don't care enough. You just don't care enough. Because because, you know, if you actually tried to change something in places where they don't like you as much, you'd probably die. Similar, I hate when male characters go to war in loincloths, unless they're orcs, then that makes sense. Yeah, sure. Because they don't care about kids that aren't CGI, or animated, or anything like that, true. It's just like, bro. A classic.
And understand this Melinda person is terminally online. They're tweeting like every waking minute of their day, so they definitely...
She got brutalized. 70 quotes, 70 likes, 322 replies. You got your ass beaten. And probably multiple languages too. Back in 2017. Already. Cool.
Saw this, okay, and they knew they had nothing to respond with whatsoever. Now, I always made the connection between a lot of these pro-censorship people, especially the ones who go to payment processors, having a big issue with anything anime themed or anything that seems like it has any sort of tie to Japanese animation or art style, right? And of course, Melinda has joined in on the fight to try to take down Grok's new...
That is crazy. Bitch tries to kill Grok. Poor Annie getting fought out here. Also, it's very weird. What about all these other apps where you can, in fact, talk to AIs role-playing as actual children? I find that interesting. I find that interesting. Yes, please delete Annie. I'm different though. You want to delete Annie because she's sexual. I want to delete Annie because I think AI chatbots are creepy, especially AI girlfriends. We are not the same.
New AI waifu system, which I talked about a couple videos ago if you want to get more information on that. There's a group of feminists, including Melinda, who are going out there and trying to get this banned because they believe this is a sexualized, childlike animation. And they think this is really harming people, including sharing posts from this Haley McNamara individual who thinks this is a child in proximity to sexual comments because it described being aroused by being choked. The reach here is insane. But look at this individual, right? Melinda retweeted this person who is a part of this National Center on Sexual Exploitation. And we'll see another person from that in just a second. And it's crazy, the inconsistencies between these groups. These groups work together. These two groups we've mentioned, Collective Shout and this National Center here, they work very closely. And just in 2020, this Haley McNamara person said that Cuties is socially irresponsible. It harms people. It wasn't necessary. Nobody needed this sort of message. The message is implicit. You don't have to show it using real kids. This is disgusting. But then she's working closely with a company and some people who routinely defended that film.
True. True. You can't. That's why I'm always look at people's actions instead of what they're saying, because what they're saying is nonsense. This is nonsense. You cannot work with a company and people that support this movie. Have these women ever met children and he does not look or act like a child? You think these women have children so that they would ever see children? You think these women are around children when they don't have any themselves, likely?
With their entire chest is hard.
Who's the beta that would marry this? Okay, there's enough. Never mind.
As they could. Make it make sense. And it gets even weirder because this person, Danny Pinter, who we mentioned in my video talking about this new AI waifu system, is also a member of this same National Center. And of course, Melinda retweets them as well. And you can see how interconnected all of this is. And this is the person who called this poontang culture and said if you think normalizing and utilizing an almost childlike appearing poontangified female anime character with spicy mode who strips as your AI chatbot.
Yes, because a kid would wear lingerie definitely would happen. Not. This is not even a child. This is not even a child. It's a fucking robot. It's a clanker. It can't even consent. Because it will always consent to whatever you type in. They could find a man, but it would probably be a trans woman. True.
Tool does not affect how you see women or desensitize you to SA/exploitation. Then basically we're screwed as a society. And this is, again, insane projection. If you look at this system of this busty anime girl and you immediately start thinking of children, that's a red flag.
That's a red... I think you should be on that list. Not the one who made it. That's crazy. I bet it's childlike because she got pigtails. You means the hair of consent? We got many. The chest size of consent, the butt size of consent, the eyes of consent, the height of consent, the heads of consent. We had that one with the chick that Brittany Venti going after Gura because, you know, she's not enough head sizes large, and then people making fun of Venti because her own measurement didn't match her description of what an adult would be. Very interesting. We got plenty. We got plenty. Can we stop infantilizing women with youthful appearances? I hate it. And I've noticed it especially with having a girlfriend that looks like a middle schooler but is the 22-year-old woman. It's annoying. To be fair, my aunt 10 years ago still had to show her ID, even though she was a woman in her late 30s. It happens.
On you, buddy. On top of that, you know, again, they're making these claims like, oh, consuming these things will harm you or encourage you to do these certain things in real life. They can't produce anything that's reliable to prove that.
They cannot produce any material at all. It's the same thought process as shooters create crazy people that run into schools and kill. Same argument. No. First-person shooters do not do that. Over time, yeah, a little. I overestimated how long this would take.
I mean, this is basically Jack Thompson 2.0, right? Where he came out many years ago and led a crusade filled with 90s soccer moms to go after Grand Theft Auto because the violence in those games would be replicated in real life if those games weren't banned. And obviously that fell apart when people realized, oh, this guy has no standing whatsoever to back up his claims that his entire movement hinged upon. But of course, again, here's another person from this collective shout group saying, retweet, hashtag Japan bans possession of CP but excludes manga comics or anime video. Again, you might think these things with manga or anime might be disgusting to you. That's fine. But this isn't really the own she thinks it is. It's showing that Japan knows the difference between material that's abusing real kids versus fiction. Again, you can have an issue morally, but to compare the two is just wrong, and the fact that they don't get that, well, there's a reason why they have...
look at that! I am Nora down here too! A lot of people. Legal lolly. Lollies are illegal. Kind of.
1 like and 45 comments. It is brutal. But there's one more repost from Melinda about this subject, where this person, she reposts says, pervert nerds are responsible for most of society's ills. Prove me wrong. Yep. They're blaming the disgusting, pervy gamers. They're also blaming incels in many of the comments. It's just so predictable with these types. It's not even funny.
Are the incels in the room with us right now? Are they? Are they in the room with us right now? I mean, I've been called an incel. I'm in a relationship. So, and I went into marriage, so that falls apart anyways. Odd. Big difference between a drawing and actual season. I got destroy these women's minds with some stories for real. They will probably burn up.
And of course, Melinda's getting very upset. Okay? They're trying to masquerade what they're doing as saving all of these young girls from being exploited, when in reality, they're using a bunch of Steam games to try to make a connection with no evidence that's somehow going to protect kids if those games are banned.
None of these will protect kids, because... First, none of these will protect kids when you ban these, right? Because here's the fact. I don't think most children know how to open Steam. I don't think most children even have a PC to open Steam. Most kids won't find access to itch.io. That won't happen. This won't happen. Actually, they probably wouldn't care because I'm a real person. They would be like, what? That happens in real life? I thought it was just fiction.
And you can see their associate saying all the violent poontang addled.
Like, hey, this happened to me when I was a child. But what about the fictional girls? What about the 2,000-year-old dragon lolly? She cannot be abused.
Incels in your mentions, and she says, ha, yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, they're immediately trying to play the victim. This whole thing is blown up in their face. Yeah, they were successful in getting this new Steam rule and guidelines, but people are tearing them apart on social media, and they got so upset, they released a follow-up article saying, we're calling on payment processors to stop profiting from these taboo themes. So naturally, misogynistic gamers have doubled down in defense of...
I'm a misogynistic gamer. I don't care.
Their R-word games. We've responded to their claims here. Again, if you don't like these things, don't play them. Don't seek them out. You're never going to accidentally come across these games. And if you're concerned about kids being exposed to this sort of stuff, you should always be concerned about what kids are consuming, but that is a parental issue. That is something parents need to take charge of when it comes to...
I would say that it depends. Because let's face it, children aren't retarded. A lot of them are, but children aren't retarded. They will find stuff even if they don't want to. They will find... the kids can find stuff. It's easy to find corn. Not gonna lie. And other weird shit, especially on YouTube. So there needs to be some curation, because when the algorithm promotes it, remember, when you first download TikTok, you get bombarded by half-naked women. Like literally, you get spammed until you fix your algorithm. So it really depends on the website and what that algorithm is doing. It really depends. I think Instagram Reels had the same issue. So you need to be careful. Now, this stuff is so niche that no kid would come across. This, definitely not. Oh, how dare I talk about trauma when a video game girl has big boobs? Exactly, how dare you? Video game girl lives matter.
Video games. That's how it's always been. But in the article where they're talking about misogynistic males attacking them, they say all these men are attacking them just because they're hateful men, and then they cite Madam Savvy.
Hateful men. Madam Savvy. How can you cite hateful men and show Madam Savvy? Isn't she a woman? Did I miss an update? I'm pretty sure Savvy is a woman. I'm pretty sure. You gross little pro-censorship piggy. Tell me, how does this help the women being raped in the UK by men who don't play games? Literally. They ain't playing games. Tell me how that's gonna help women getting done things to by foreigners who don't belong there. Or women in Australia. I don't think Australia actually takes a lot of immigrants from that part of the world.
Who, if you're not familiar, we talked about her a couple times. She is a woman, so because they see criticism made by a woman, they automatically assume it must be a man. Seems a bit offensive, if you ask me, especially for a group that's so pro-women, right? But things keep going, and eventually they really go on their victim arc, where they say, "You are morally bankrupt and destroying civilization. How dare you say gamers getting off to blah, 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 makes kids violent, ? Also in my inbox this morning. With a bunch of very violent messages, right? But the problem is the domain on that email produces no results, which reminds a lot of people of an old situation from about 10 years ago with the original Gamergate, when that started back then, where you had Brianna Wu, who was trying to say, as a female developer, I'm being harassed by all of these misogynistic males. And they showed proof with a screenshot from this community page where basically they say, is Brianna Wu?
And there was nothing there. I fear I've triggered myself by watching this video. Interesting. Calm down, it's all good. It's just in the video. It's just a bunch of retards. Not a big deal. Yeah, still, I expected this to not take too long, but it did.
Terrible person, blah, 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 blah. This person says running out of ammo or something, Brianna, because unfortunately they try to create a fake post but didn't have their developer account logged out, so it showed that they were a developer, not a random user. Caught in 4K, and that's what a lot of people are saying about this, but it doesn't help the allies over at Collective Shouts from saying, I note that all of these men sending vile threats never seem to input their real email addresses. They're happy to say the most disgusting thing whilst hiding behind their keyboards, but never show us their face. So cowardly. Why would anyone...
I find that weird as like a gotcha, right? I found that weird. You know why I find it weird? Why would I? If I say some heinous shit, why would I use my face? Why would I use my actual email address? Why would I do that? That's not smart. If anything, these men are smart. Vile, but smart.
Wouldn't show their face to people like you. You would weaponize it and like try to ruin their lives. We've seen you do it with little local bakeries. I mean, that's how crazy it gets. But there's something interesting going on here. We talked about this yesterday, actually.
Oh no. Anna Valens, please don't. I beg of you. Please don't. Please nod.
Towards the end of my video. Anna Valens, the very controversial, very disliked, now former Vice reporter, actually made an article talking about everything going on here with what we've been discussing today, and their article got shut down. They came out with this: group behind Steam's censorship policies have powerful allies and targeted popular games with outlandish claims. And eventually, their article was taken down pretty quickly, I think within 24 hours. And they have now like protested, so to speak. A bunch of Vice journalists have now quit. And there's a lot to say about this. you know, we have a million criticisms of Anna Valens. But the thing is, this person is like the last, I guess, champion of this cause, right? Vice, number one, I think, was tired of them. And I think it's very...
Wait. Am I agreeing with Anna Valens? No! I don't want to, but I have to. I guess the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Very clear. They were about to head out the door, and they said, "Wait a second, I'm not fired. I quit." And it's because this person has made multiple now deleted hit pieces on the VTuber Kirsha. They made a hit piece on the VTuber group via lore, and ironically enough, they were trying to cancel that group for problematic adult themes in their content. But now this person's turning around saying, "Hey, wait a second. Not these games on Steam. These are ones we have to defend." Too late. You're a hypocrite. Because you ignored it in other contexts. You wanted to cancel other people over that sort of stuff. But now...
Is that an outing? That Anna Valens is into that shit? Oh no.
Now you want to say, wait a second, you know, live and let live with this content in these video games. But I also think the worst candidate to kind of run this campaign, and Vice knew it, right? This is a person who is like everything this group is going after, like all of the behavior they've done over the years, like it would have backfired really badly. But there's another funny story before we head out today, where you have this Khalif guy, Khalif Positivity Peddler Adams, who is someone who's very buddy-buddy with a lot of people in the gaming industry, who came out initially saying, catching up on some news from the weekend, major props to Collective Shout. Would love to have someone from the team come on our podcast and talk about the campaign. This has since been deleted because this person is a massive, massive, massive hypocrite and basically supports all the games that they've gone after, including Detroit Become Human, as well as Grand Theft Auto 5 and Grand Theft Auto 6 through the previews of that. So, yeah, you can't really do that when you're trying to celebrate Collective Shout, who wants to ban everything that you're basically trying to promote.
Caught in 4K for being a hypocrite. We love to see that. We love that.
In your own tweets. Very hypocritical, but unfortunately the situation was visible from a mile away, and that's what's truly disappointing. We now have to really pick up the pieces and go after this aggressively because now it's touching platforms like Steam. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
Yeah, this is depressing news. Because while it may hit these Grows games, it will hit other stuff. Until there's a point where it's just hello 1943. Hello darkness, my old friend. Yeah, I just think that censorship is bad, even if these things are gross, really gross. Just let them be there, let them rot. Let weirdos consume it. As long as they're not doing it IRL. I don't much care. But yeah, it's Femme Extremists. Once again, ruin it for everyone. A classic. Like, comment, and subscribe. That was a long one. That was a long one. Well, guys, I will be ending here. I'm overtime. Thank you so much for watching today. We will be back tomorrow. And yeah, have a good day or night. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, don't goon or gump. I will catch you. Farewell. Bye-bye.